Everwood Treatment Company, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Also brought to you by Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. Chick-fil-A. All Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama proudly support the Crimson Tide. And by Ford. For great offers on F-150, see your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Is an absolutely gorgeous third Saturday in October afternoon in Knoxville, Tennessee, as the Alabama Crimson Tide will try to pick up another victory in this tremendous rivalry. It's 16th in a row in the series, and more important, the Crimson Tide trying to pick up another win and try not to do it in quite as dramatic a fashion as last week's 6th win of the year. Welcome, everybody. I'm Stewart, joined by one of the greats to ever wear an Alabama uniform, one of the greats in college football during his time, Barrett Jones. Kind enough to fill in, another captain filling in for us as John Parker Wilson had to be away. It is great to see you anytime, but especially on this third Saturday in October.
Well, Chris, it's good to be here. And unlike John Parker, I never lost to Tennessee. So I'm glad to be here today. And
who had minus 15 seconds on the first shot being fired?
You know what?
In the office pool.
It's a beautiful day, save one thing. And that orange is just an ugly color. I just got to say, nobody looks good in it. It's not good looking. It reminds me of my time behind bars. But I'm glad to be here. And it really is a beautiful football day. Weather-wise, 81 degrees. The field looks perfect. I'll tell you, the one thing I do like the orange checkerboard end zones. I enjoyed scoring touchdowns in those. It was a lot of fun. We scored a bunch of them. So can't wait to get off. You know, I've been saving this for many years, Chris. I've had to be unbiased on air. I've had to say they, not we. So today I'm going to let it go. It's a one-game thing. I got everything to play for and just get out there and give the zingers, and if they never have me back, that's fine.
Dude, it's your world. We're just living in it right now, and I'm fine with it. It's outstanding. And again, for those that are unaware, you have done broadcasting with ESPN and other platforms a good bit over the last several years. You tried to retire from that because you're busy with a family, but we drug you out of retirement for this one.
5 years. The last 3, I was the lead analyst for ESPN Radio. Got to call the game of the week, and I am retired officially, and I will stay retired, so don't ask me to unretire. But I will call a game every now and then maybe, and this is a pretty good one. If this were a bad game, I probably would have said no, but when I found out it was a top 10 matchup, I said count me in. So it really is a lot of fun to be here, and it's my home state too, so I always had a special place in my heart for Tennessee. Not a good place, but a dark place. Yes. And so always fun to get to be here and watch the Tide in action. I went to a lot of these growing up too, so it's kind of fun to see it from a lot of different angles. I've seen it on the field 3 times, and now I've seen it from the booth, so should be fun. Did you
ever wear that color to one of these games?
I did. I'll be honest. I can't lie to you. I was a recruit, so
sure.
I was trying to fit in. I know a lot of recruits, kind of wear just neutral colors, but I wasn't too cool. I wore pretty much whatever color stadium I was in to be respectful. So, but yeah, I don't have any orange in my closet now. I'll tell you that for sure. I'm mostly just honestly, I really am not. I mean, I love the Tide, but I'm not the guy who's not going to wear orange because it's Tennessee. I just don't like the color. Honestly, I just think it's a bad color. I mean, I really do. I don't think really anyone just like, oh, I look really good in bright orange.
Can I just tell you how nice it is for once to not be the guy in the booth who's worried about what he's most concerned about what he's going to say. It is great to have somebody else.
I'm not concerned at all. I'm ready to let it rip. So.
I understand. You're much like I am. You're just a temp.
That's right.
And so we're going to have a good time.
It's going to be fun.
It will indeed. Let's talk about these two teams because they are both tremendous. Alabama ranked number 1 in the coaches poll. In the AP, they're at number 3. The Vols are ranked 8th in one poll. They are 6th according to the Associated Press. But as we get into this matchup and we start looking at the scouting report presented by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection, what do you see as the scout in this one for the two squads?
Well, first of all, you always got to pay attention to the coaches poll. What does the media know? I mean, they just kind of get on late on Sunday night and just look at how everybody else voted, and they vote the same way. So coaches poll a little more valuable. Number 1, I'm going to go with that today. I think this is a really good Tennessee team. I mean, This offense keeps defensive coordinators up at night, I'll tell you that for sure. I mean, 3 plays a minute last year, and they're on about the same pace this year. Fastest in the country by a pretty wide margin. I mean, it's light speed. The way they get up to the line of scrimmage, they get up and roll. And, Chris, it's a really hard thing to simulate in practice. Right. I mean, obviously, all week you talk about the speed and how fast it's going to be. But the problem is your scout team can't run that fast. So what do you do? I've seen different strategies, and I know we did this before when I was there, where you actually had 2 scout teams and you rotate them off, so they could each run a play really fast, and the defense would have to get up and get rolling. But it's a different kind of speed, and they have a quarterback, Hendon Hooker, who's playing at a really high level. He really is taking care of the football. 10 touchdowns, no interceptions, is also a threat with his legs. They've got 2 pretty good receivers. Their best receiver, Cedric Tillman, will be out today, but Jalen Hyatt, Brew McCoy, both pretty good playmakers. So they're going to try to push the ball down the field. That's what they do. I respect teams that have an identity. And those are teams that scare me a little bit, teams that believe in what they do. And when you turn on the tape on this Tennessee offense, they don't care what kind of defense you play. They run their stuff. They do what they do. And so I expect us to see the same kind of Tennessee offense we've seen all year, where they're second in the country in points per game. And they put up some big scores, over 400 yards of offense in 8 straight games. They've won the turnover battle in 8 straight games. They've been playing really good football coming to this game.
When you look at Alabama as an observer and as somebody who's worn the uniform himself, what is it that stands out to you, regardless of who's at quarterback, whether it is Bryce Young, who we anticipate at this moment to be the guy, not to bury the lead as we have done, but regardless of who it is, when you look at the rest of the offense for the Tide, what is it that you like?
Sure, yeah, I'll hit everywhere. And I'm just going to not answer your question to start. I'm going to say what I've been most disappointed in is the lack of playmakers at receiver. I mean, we've been so spoiled over the last 6-7 years of having first-round picks at receiver. And I just expected that one of these guys would step up. You look at this receiving core, there's 6 different guys who have more than 10 catches, but nobody has more than 18 catches. There has not been a guy yet that's emerged. JoJo Earle's a guy who we've been hearing is getting healthier, and maybe he'll play more. Tyler Harrell, I've heard about him. Maybe he plays today. But I don't care who it is. This is a bad secondary Tennessee has. Somebody in that group has got to step up and be a playmaker. Now let's turn to some positives. Jahmyr Gibbs exceeded my wildest expectations. When you go to the transfer portal, you never know what you're to get. This guy is dynamic. I think he's one of the most dynamic playmakers in the country. And we gave him the football a bunch last week. I think we'll see that again. And hopefully in every game he's healthy. There's no reason he shouldn't touch the ball 20, 25 times today. He is that kind of player. I think the offensive line has been another surprise. They've slowly but surely been getting better. Some young guys there, some guys that hadn't played a lot of football together. But, man, I thought they've been playing some really good football these past few weeks. This offense, to me, when I turned the tape on, probably played their best half or so of football at the beginning of that Arkansas game. Obviously, Bryce was there. Everyone was healthy. There was a wrench there when Bryce was out for 1.5 games. I'm hoping they can pick up right where they left off in that first half of that Arkansas game with the way they played today.
While we've got a moment, let's pause 10 seconds so our local stations can identify themselves to you. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Continuing with our Everwood Treatment Company countdown to kickoff, Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. Chris Stewart alongside Barrett Jones for today's broadcast. And Barrett, from the Alabama receiver standpoint, haven't been as sharp as they'd like to be, but seems like they're getting better, more confident, and could possibly be getting deeper today as well.
Well, you're a little more optimistic than me. I hope they're
possibly.
I hope they're getting better. I mean, there's been a lot of drops, a lot of miscommunication, just things that you haven't expected to see. I'll just say I'll pick one guy. I think Ja'Cory Brooks to me is the guy who I thought all along would be the guy to step up and be a playmaker. Game 1, I don't think he had a catch. Has come along, made some plays. Obviously made a play last week against A&M. I hope he's the guy that really steps up and becomes the playmaker that this offense desperately needs on the outside. You're right. We could see some more JoJo Earle, perhaps even Tyler Harrell today. I don't know if either of those guys are going to be transcendent, but you just got to have a playmaker, especially, on third down, third and long type situations that you can throw the football to, and he's going to make a play for you and run the correct route and catch the ball when it gets there.
Not handing the ball to the opposition, via fumble or interception is indeed a key, but especially in a game like this against a Tennessee team that has not given it away in large numbers. They've fumbled it a few times, but they have yet to throw an interception with a quarterback who's been very, very good at protecting it, and Hendon Hooker great in that regard.
No, he is, and I talked about this earlier with Roger, but I mean, I cannot remember a time this late in the year where you look and you see -6 in turnover margin for Alabama. I mean, really a poor job in the turnover battle on both sides of the football. This defense is pretty much good in every single category other than turnovers. They've only forced 3 turnovers all season. I know that's something that Coach Saban's harping on, and obviously it's a fresh wound. If you were watching the game last week or listening to it, with 4 turnovers a week ago, along with 2 missed field goals, which those are almost like turnovers as well, that really hurt, and obviously gave Texas A&M a chance to win the game on the final play. So that's never a scenario you want to find yourself in. Tennessee has won the turnover battle in 8 straight games, as I mentioned earlier. It's an area where they're very good. That is the recipe for an upset, right? If you're an underdog coming in, is you got to win the turnover battle. So that's an area where I think Alabama certainly has to focus on today and make sure they take care of the football and take the football away when they have an opportunity to do so.
So we talked about some individual players, but as we look at our Life Storage Star to Watch, presented by Life Storage, offering convenient storage units to keep your memories, family history, and accomplishments safe and sound. Call 844-LIFE-STORAGE or visit lifestorage.com. Life Storage, it's your life. Store it with care. For Tennessee, 2 key players won't be available. You've already addressed one in senior wide receiver Cedric Tillman, but also senior safety Jalen McCullough not expected to play today either. Those are 2 obviously very important pieces of the puzzle for Josh Heupel.
Well, very important. This is a Tennessee secondary that has really, really struggled this year. I mean, they're one of the worst in the entire country. They've allowed 307 a game, next to last in the SEC. Really have struggled. So what you don't want when you're struggling is to lose your most experienced player in the secondary remaining in Jalen McCullough. So that's another reason why you got to throw the football today. This is, again, they've really given up some big chunk plays throughout the year, and they've been tough against the run. So that will certainly be a major focus. And the other side, you mentioned Cedric Tillman. He's a heck of a player, really, really good football player. Absolutely lit up Pittsburgh. When you turn on that tape, has an ankle issue that he's dealing with. But they've still got some other good playmakers at receiver.
When we come back, we'll take a look at our starting lineups for today's game. It's Alabama and Tennessee. An absolutely picture-perfect 3rd Saturday in October here in Knoxville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Ready for our little forest adventure?
Yes! So much ready for me. Yeah, I wanna go outside. I wanna be.
We're here.
Whoa, that was fast.
There's a forest closer than you think. Find a park or forest near you and music inspired by nature. DiscoverTheForest.org. Brought to you by USDA Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You're not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Continuing with our Everwood countdown to kickoff here at Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee, the Alabama Crimson Tide, the top-ranked team in the country in one poll, third in another, taking on a Tennessee squad ranked 8th or 6th, depending on which of the ranking services you subscribe. The Tide going through warm-ups directly in front of us on this end of the field. The Vols on the other, and we are so glad you're with us. Barrett Jones with me on the broadcast. I'm Chris Stewart, of course, filling in for Eli Gold. We continue to look at this matchup between the two squads by now looking at the starting lineups presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. They put everything into bringing you game day with a taste of Louisiana. Visit a location in Mobile, Montgomery, Hoover, or Tuscaloosa for your next game day experience. Walk-Ons, more than a restaurant. Let's go with the projected starters for the Volunteers, and we do indeed start on offense at quarterback. Hendon Hooker, a fifth-year senior from Greensboro, North Carolina, who spent the bulk of his career in Blacksburg at Virginia Tech. But after not starting the season, he was there behind Joe Milton, starting in the second or third game of the year, where he really started to come on and become the guy, clearly, for the Volunteers. When you look at Hooker at 17 of 27 last week, 239 yards, a couple of scores, but again, no picks. Still a threat with his legs, 10 carries, 56 more yards. What is it about this young man that you believe makes him such a threat?
Well, I watched this guy at Virginia Tech, and I thought he was just okay. He's gotten so much better. I've been really impressed the way that they've developed him here. You know, there's only a certain amount of coaches really in the country that understand how to develop quarterbacks. I know that sounds crazy, but I really think Josh Heupel is one of those guys that understands how to coach the position. Obviously, he played the position at a really high level, and this is a guy who's playing with so much confidence right now, and it just it oozes from him when you turn on his tape. He really is so confident, knows exactly where he's going with the football in this offense. He's been accurate with the football, taking care of it, and like you said, always a threat with his legs if he needs to be. Hasn't done that quite as much, probably by design. Hasn't really needed to. And I thought as an offense, they had their best game last week against LSU, where they put up 40 points, really looked solid. So they're humming on all cylinders, and it really all starts with number 5 for this offense.
Their running back is really good as well, from your hometown of Memphis, played at Briarcrest, 5'11", 215, and a junior. Jabari Small is quite a threat, as we saw a week ago. 22 carries, 127 yards, and 2 scores.
Yeah, had his best game a week ago, and you're right, that gives me 2 reasons to dislike him, because not only does he go to Tennessee, but he played at my rival high school. We played them in the state championship. If you ever watch The Blind Side, it's the same school, Wingate, that's Briarcrest right there. That's a very good fiction movie, by the way. Anyway, I digress. But yes, he did play pretty well last week, and he's a handful. 5'11", 213, a very physical runner, runs with a lot of passion, and a guy who's, again, played with a lot of confidence.
I'm loving this, by the way. Let's move to the wideouts. Jalen Hyatt is at one wideout, a junior, 6 feet 185 from Irmo, South Carolina. Brew McCoy is a fourth-year junior from California, played at Mater Dei and was at USC before he made his way to Knoxville. And then Ramel Keaton also getting a start, a senior at 6'3", 195 out of Marietta, Georgia. They're getting those starting opportunities again with Cedric Tillman still a week away likely from being back. They expect him to be healthy and ready to go for Kentucky.
Well, Brew McCoy is a guy that scares me a little bit. I watched him at USC. They had an absolutely stacked wide receiver room with all different kinds of guys, including Drake London, who was a first-round pick to the Falcons last year, and so decided to move on. But, man, he's a good-looking player. Again, feels like the lights come on for him in this offense. Getting it, had his probably best game last week, 7 catches, 140 yards. To me, this is the guy that Alabama's got to target, number 15, to really keep, not target, don't get anyone thrown out of the game, but really keep an eye on here. Number 15, Jalen Hyatt, you mentioned him. He's another guy who will be on the outside who's also a really good player. So those are kind of the guys who make plays at wide receiver. However, I just cannot move on from wide receiver without mentioning that they have a player who's actually from Birmingham whose name is Squirrel. His name is Squirrel White.
That is
so
I
just hope he gets a catch today so I can say Squirrel White. I mean, he had 1 catch last week for 1 yard. So you can hope that we will get to talk about Squirrel White today, because that is absolutely, without a doubt, he is a starter on the all-name team.
The real name is Marquarius. But I can tell you,
I
do too. And at Clay Chalkville, that's what they called him as well. He was definitely the guy in that regard. Squirrel, let's see. Roger Hoover providing the history here. Great-grandmother called him that as an infant.
Okay.
You got to go with that.
Well, if your great-grandmother says it, then yeah, I guess so.
If you don't want
Squirrel,
you don't want Big Mama after you, better get after it and call the child Squirrel, and that's exactly.
No one ever called me Squirrel. I was always pretty large, so I never got that nickname. He's a pretty slender fella, so you can see why he would be called Squirrel, but that was never one of my nicknames.
Your size, and you picked up the check at dinner last night. You are Mr. Jones to me, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
Let's go along the offensive front. They've got a center in Cooper Mays that anchors thing, and a veteran, a junior from right here in Knoxville.
Yeah, they got a solid offensive line. You know, I think there's 4 guys who played a lot of football. The left tackle, I think we'll see 2 different guys in Mincy and Crawford. Those tackles are going to have their hands full today, and I think that's going to be a huge focal point, and really game plan piece for Tennessee, is being able to keep Hendon Hooker upright. They've done a pretty good job of that all year. They've only allowed 8 sacks in the season, but they have not seen a pass rush that is anything like what they're about to see with Will Anderson, Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell. Those guys coming off the edge will be humming and will obviously be trying to affect Hendon Hooker early and often in this football game.
Yeah, Mincy, the Florida transfer, Crawford from Butler Community College in Kansas. They will, one of those 2 will get the start at left tackle, with Darnell Wright on the right side getting a start. Also the guards, Javontes Spraggins and Jerome Carvin on the left side. Carvin is out of Memphis. Spraggins is out of East St. Louis, Illinois. And we said the right tackle, Darnell Wright, but at tight end, Jacob Warren getting the start. He is a 5th-year senior from here in Knoxville at Farragut High School, as well a Mackey and Werfel Award watch list candidate who has had 3 catches for 86 yards all the year. So not a big passing game target, but an important part of what they do in the run game. Those are your projected starters for the Tennessee Volunteers. For the Alabama Crimson Tide, Barrett, when you look at the defensive front, Byron Young, DJ Dale, Tim Smith, and Will Anderson walks up as the jack linebacker to really give them a 4-lineman look. It's an impressive group, and they've been really solid.
Well, and we might not see any looks of what they call regular defense today. It's going to be all nickel dime with extra DBs on the field, and you're right, Will Anderson will be playing basically a defensive end position. Look, it's a really good front. They've played some good football. Those guys in the middle have been solid. You know, one random guy that I've been really impressed with is Jaheim Otis. I know he's not a starter, but he's a young freshman who I think could be key today, rotating in, stopping the run, stuffing the run. Again, just in a perfect world, those guys in the middle, the linebackers, the D tackles can really control the run and allow Tennessee to be one-dimensional so those ends can run up the field and wreak havoc all day. I think that'll be a huge key to the game. If you make this offense one-dimensional, they're a lot easier to stop.
Dallas Turner, Henry To'oto'o, and Jalen Moody at the linebacker slots, are expected to be at the linebacker slots in this ball game today. Also in the secondary, Terry Arnold, Jordan Battle at corner, and strong safety on one side, DeMarco Helms at another safety, and Kool-Aid McKinstry at corner. Brian Branch is another guy that we'll see a lot when they go with 5 DBs.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch this group back here. This will obviously they'll be tested. You know, their pass numbers are really good. When you look at the passing averages, they're leading the SEC with 166 yards a game given up. But to be honest, that's a little misleading. I mean, they haven't really played a passing attack anything like what they're going to see today. Number 3, Terry Arnold's a guy I really like. I think eventually he could be a first-round pick. I think he's that kind of talent. He's a redshirt freshman, so he doesn't have a ton of experience. But they're going to throw it at him a lot today. Okay, I mean, Texas A&M threw it his way a bunch last week. Obviously, Kool-Aid McKinstry, a sophomore, so has a little more experience. They're going to throw the football a bunch today at these guys, and anytime they get one-on-one coverage, they're going to take some chances. So these cornerbacks are going to have the game, the best games of their career if they want to really keep Tennessee off the scoreboard in a big way.
Let's talk about Tennessee's defense and the projected starters there. Byron Young, yes, they have a Byron Young on the defensive front as well. Karat Garland at defensive tackle alongside Amari Thomas, who's the other. And then Tyler Barron is another defensive end from here in Knoxville as well. I know that their secondary has given up a lot of passing yards this year, but is that because they're not getting enough push up front, or is it because the secondary is not as strong as they'd like?
Well, it's a little bit of both. That front seven, the guy to keep an eye on is Byron Young. You mentioned he's their best pass rusher, a guy who can give you problems if you take a bad set or something, a really good athlete, 6'3", 245, a very physical guy. To their credit, only 2.8 yards per carry. I would put that allowed this year for that front seven. I would put that in the category, though, of stats that could be a little misleading. They have not faced a rushing attack yet like they're going to see today. So I don't necessarily think it's a no-run zone kind of thing. And the other stat, stats can be misleading, is that they're so bad in the secondary, a lot of people have just been throwing the ball against them. So we'll see how it turns out today. But I do like Byron Young in that front group, and you always have to know where he is. The other D linemen to me are, honestly, they're just guys. They're solid players, but none of them really stand out when you turn the tape on. Juwan
Mitchell and Jeremy Banks will constitute the linebacking core, as starters. But when you do look at the secondary, Kamal Haddon, who is an Auburn transfer. He is at one corner. He's out of River Rouge High School in Michigan. Christian Charles is at another corner. He's a Gainesville, Georgia native. The safeties, Trayvon Flowers at one. Jalen McCullough has been the starter at the other, but inactive is how they are terming him officially because of a legal issue. And Deshaun Rucker, a sophomore from Tallahassee, is likely to slide over in that spot in his absence.
Yeah, it's a group that's still trying to find their footing. Their best corner was a senior named Warren Burrell. He's out for maybe the year, at least a while. He's not playing this game. Once they lost him, things just got worse. So they're going to have to really play a good game today if they want to contend in this football game. That's certainly the weakness of the football team. That's no secret. I think just watching tape, it's been interesting to watch Tim Banks, their defensive coordinator. He kind of is in a bind on whether or not to bring pressure. Obviously, you'd love to pressure the opposing team's quarterback, but that leaves you a little exposed on the back end. And so they've given up some big plays when they pressured this year. It'll be something to keep an eye on, whether they sit back and just try to play coverage with as many men as possible, or do they try to get some pressure on Bryce Young, specifically considering, Chris, that he's coming off an injury.
That is important as well. And at the start, Tamarian McDonald, the junior from Memphis, will round out the potential starters that the Vols will go with today. Let's take a look at the projected starters presented by Walk-Ons for the Alabama offense. Along the offensive front, it looked during warm-ups as though we will indeed see Bryce Young taking the snaps as the starter. 6 feet 195, the junior from Pasadena in Mater Dei High School, last year's Heisman Trophy winner. 90 of 134 this year for 67% completion percentage and 1,200 yards, passing 14 touchdowns with 3 picks. He's obviously very good, but he may be taking snaps from Seth McLaughlin again, who has been the starter the last couple of ball games for the Tide.
Yeah, I think he's been playing some good football. Obviously came in notably last year in the SEC Championship and played a really good football game against a tough front. And I think when he came in this year, it seemed to me like he won the job. That's not something they necessarily said, but we've seen him the last couple weeks. And the line seems to play a little better when he's in there for whatever reason. I think this is a group that's playing with a lot more confidence. They're starting to get a better feel for how to play together as a group, making a lot less mental errors, and their protection's been a lot better. So I've been impressed with what I've seen. Everything I've heard about this new offensive line coach, Eric Wolford, has been really positive. I love the physical mentality these guys are playing with. Remember, this is a group that's leading the country in yards per carry. I mean, that's pretty impressive. 6.45 yards a carry. We haven't heard that in a while. They trail only the service academies in yards per game. So this is a group that's put up a bunch of yards in the run game, and they've done it with a bunch of explosive plays, specifically Jahmyr Gibbs.
Javian Cohen at one guard, Emil Ekiyor at the other, Tyler Steen, J.C. Latham expected to be at the tackles for today's ball game, and also Cameron Latu at the tight end, also a target as a receiver. But Jermaine Burton, Trayshawn Holden, and Kobe Prentice once again listed as starters. Bama is deeper than that, but hoping to be more consistent than what we've seen among the receiving corps as well. And you're mesmerized right now, I can tell.
Well, it's just there's a lot going on out here. They're trying to break the sound record, and they failed. So anyway, they put up the number 118 on the scoreboard. They tried to break it. They got up there and fired up the crowd, and they failed.
Yeah.
So
well, something else they put up on the video board is highlights of past Tennessee victories over Alabama. But you may have noticed that not a single clip was in HD because it wasn't invented the last time they beat Alabama.
Well, you talked about the receiving corps. I mentioned earlier, I think Ja'Cory Brooks to me is the guy I want to see step up today and sort of take on that league dog kind of role. There's got to be somebody in this group that steps up as a playmaker, whether it's him, Trayshawn Holden's a guy that's made some plays, Jermaine Burton. I want to see one of these guys sort of become the guy on offense, at least a receiver. I think it's never, honestly, a good thing when your running back is your leading receiver, okay? Look, I don't want to take away from Jahmyr Gibbs. What he's done has been unbelievable, but that's not really what you want. You want somebody who's a playmaker and who's stepped up in the wide receiver corps. Maybe today's the day in a big moment where one of those guys separates themselves from the pack and becomes the guy on offense.
Those are your starting lineups presented by Walk-On Sports Bistro. We are now rapidly approaching 15 minutes to kickoff, presented by Beatbox. Each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast or for your next tailgate today. When we come back, we'll kick things off. It's Alabama and Tennessee here in Knoxville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood Treatment Company. Everwood. Wood treated right. Also brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Let's go! Kickoff is just moments away on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Finding that missing shin guard. Remembering whether it's a home or away game. Getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things. Like not being that fan. Oh, come on, Raf. That's simple human sense.
Visit AutoOwners.com to find a local agent today.
Convenience is the name of the game at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University. Located on Veterans Memorial Parkway, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University offers just the right amenities for a relaxing getaway or a productive business trip. The University of Alabama, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Coleman Coliseum, and the Bryant Conference Center are within 2 miles, making any visit to the capstone convenient. Whatever you're visiting Tuscaloosa for, the Holiday Inn Express and Suites Tuscaloosa University is the perfect hotel destination and a proud preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide.
Hey there, folks. Head fry cook Bob Baumhauer here, and I just want to say thank you for allowing Baumhauer's Victory Grill to serve you for 40 legendary years. When I first delivered Alabama's first taste of buffalo wings back in 1981, people thought I was crazy. For the first few years, I had to give wings away. Imagine that. 40 years later, I'm still proud to serve the great people and visitors of Alabama, our famous buffalo wings, and much more. Here's to 40 years of legendary fun, legendary food, and many, many more.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
On the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield, turn it up. It's game time. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Now with a call of the game, here's Chris Stewart and John Parker Wilson.
Prepare diligently for today's game. We ask you to keep them safe on the field. Help us to remember today as we celebrate together that all good things are given to us by you. We ask all these things in your name. Amen.
The invocation presented here at Neyland Stadium.
A mixed formation of
and now the national anthem upcoming.
We ask that you remain standing. Veterans may render a salute and join UT Professor of Voice Andrew Skoog in singing as the Pride of the Southland Marching Band, conducted by Dr. Michael Stewart, Director of the Pride, plays our national anthem.
With the Apache helicopters flying over at the end of our national anthem. Place building to a fever pitch here in Knoxville as we have wrapped up our Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood Wood treated right, getting ready for today's game, presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to the beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com. I'm Chris Stewart. Barrett Jones alongside. Roger Hoover will not be on the sidelines today. He'll be in the booth with us, but at halftime, he'll be making his way down to the field and getting a word from Coach Nick Saban. And those reports that he does deliver from down on the field are brought to us by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. Barrett Jones, walk us through what the gut is like in moments like this as you're getting ready to come out onto the field, take part not only in a top 10 matchup, but what is truly one of the most storied rivalries in all of college sports.
Well, you got to just enjoy it, Chris. I mean, this is why you come to a place like Alabama or Tennessee to play in games just like this. And I'll tell you, I was talking about this pregame. You know, the cheers after a few games, they kind of just blend in with everything else. Your home fans are always going to cheer you, hopefully, unless you're in Philly, then they'll throw snowballs at you. But the boos, I tell you, that's what gets you going. Like when I ran out and everyone's booing you, it sounds crazy, but there's no greater feeling in the world. You look at the 70 or 80 brothers that you brought with you, and you said, all right, guys, this is it. And let's get out there and do this thing. So I miss the boos way more than I miss the cheers. It's a great feeling to have 100,000 people in a stadium just hating you. And it's also a great feeling to send them home early. So hopefully we'll see both of those things today.
The ability to manage the excitement, not allow it to become nerves, and not let it allow you to get away from your game plan and your assignment. I've got to think, especially early on, is imperative.
No doubt. Very imperative. And I always tried to stay calm. Don't peak too early, but I always told people, don't bang your head against the locker. Maybe unless you're a D lineman, all you have to do is rush the passer. It's a very easy position. But if you're a guy who's got to think a lot out there, like an offensive player, you really got to settle down, go through your keys, read what's going on. You can't panic. And I think emotion sometimes can be negative. Look, obviously it's good to fly around, good to play with passion. But the more experience you get, the more you find that balance of figuring out how you play best. And luckily, these are players that have played in a ton of big games. I mean, that's the thing about Alabama is you're playing in, several game day type games a year. You've had playoff games. There's a lot of opportunities to figure out how to calm your nerves. And so, you get used to it just like anything else. And it helps you play at a high level more consistently.
Game clock still shows 6.5 minutes before we'll actually get things going here from Knoxville. The Tide taking on the Volunteers and trying to continue to be the high-scoring attack that they have been, averaging 44.3 points per game, and doing it in a very balanced fashion. Barrett, 257 yards on the ground, 247 through the air. You don't see that type of balance a great deal anymore, and granted, they would like to be more effective throwing the football more consistently, but yet balance is still obviously got a place.
Well, it is, and I think those stats are maybe a little bit skewed from what we've seen the last 2 weeks. Obviously, not a whole lot of passing yards with Jalen Milroe in there for the last game and a half. And so I think that they want to be balanced, but the reality is, balance in college football now means about probably 60 to 65% through the air. And so I certainly think, especially against a team with a struggling secondary, they're going to have to find a way to throw the football if they want to move the ball effectively. And I think they will. I think, Bryce Young brings so much with his arm, but more than that, I think probably more important is just what he brings mentally. He's played in so many of these big games. Will be able to see the field, knows where to go with the football, does a great job of reading the defense, the blitzes, knowing where his hots are. And so I'm excited to watch him play today. And look, it's emotional when you're out. I think that'll be interesting. That's something we've never seen from Bryce. I expect him to handle it well, but when you're out for a game and a half and you come back, you have this feeling of wanting to go out there and make up for the time you missed. And you can't do that. You just got to settle in, play hard, read your keys, and play football like you can. So, sometimes it takes the first hit to kind of settle in. So watch that. If Bryce gets popped a little bit, maybe on a blitz when he lets the ball go, don't be surprised if that settles him in a little bit and you remind, okay, hey, I'm good. Shoulder's all good. I got hit. The worst happened, and I still feel fine. Let's get out there and rock.
How much in taking the shirt that has the script A off for a second and going with the neutral observer role as you had for several years working with ESPN radio, how much of an advantage is it to Alabama, or the majority of these Alabama players who have been in this type game where they're used to being ranked highly? It's the first time since first time since 1989 that both squads were unbeaten coming into this ball game. Alabama is not uncomfortable. It's not a foreign situation for them. For most of these Tennessee players, it is.
Yeah, I think that's certainly an advantage. There's no doubt. Learning how to deal with your emotions, like we mentioned, is huge. And, I also think there might even be a slight advantage. It sounds crazy, to being on the road in a game like this. When you're at home, there's so many different distractions, and bonfires and all kind of stuff going on. When you're in the road, the team stays about 30 minutes from the stadium. You're kind of isolated. You're not really thinking about all the noise. You're not thinking about game day. You're just locked in on executing. And so I always kind of like that feeling of being on the road for a big game and being able to just tune out all the noise, not have to worry about anything, but going out there and playing well on Saturday. I got to say one more thing, Chris.
You got it.
The power tee is kind of cool. All right,
no question.
I mean, don't get mad at me. It's kind of neat. Okay, it's neat. I'm done talking good about Tennessee. The power tee is neat. I'm done.
It is indeed, and the Vols are running out through their traditional power tee here at Neyland Stadium. The Crimson Tide of Alabama gathering at the tunnel to our right and waiting on the word from Coach Nick Saban that he is going to turn them loose.
Here come the boos.
Here they come. And that means the Tide has indeed come rolling in, and the captains have made their way out as well. Bryce Young, Henry Toto, and Will Anderson.
Well, I'll say this, Chris. I was an honorary captain last week, and I stood. It means nothing, by the way. I stood behind Will Anderson and Bryce Young as they called the toss, or I guess the opposing team did. But Will Anderson at the toss, I have never been so frightened. He looked like a rabid dog. He was panting. I stayed at least 10 yards away from him.
Tough to hear from down there, and apologize, Barrett.
No, you're good.
The coin toss, again, brought to us by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Tennessee wins the toss. They'll defer, so Alabama will get the ball first to start the game. And
I love that.
I thought you might.
We don't have to wait.
Offensive player.
I love getting the ball and just, because there's always a little nerves of the unknown, right? I mean, you watch tape and you think you know what they're going to be like, but you don't know for sure until you face the guy you've watched all week, and you're like, okay, I can deal with this guy. So I always like getting out there and getting it done as soon as possible and getting ready to rock. So, yeah, I think it'll be and also we can see Bryce Young with how healthy he looks, and I will scrutinize every throw he makes to let you know at home just how healthy that arm looks. He looked pretty good in warm-ups, by the way, Chris. We watched him a bunch, and the normal zip on the throws, made all the throws, didn't just throw it short. I've heard some fans saying, well, he won't be able to throw it deep. Now, he looked fine. He threw some long balls. So he looked healthy to me, but again, we won't know for sure here until the first snap is taken.
Bryce, as we told you, one of the team captains, along with Henry and Will, and those team captains presented by Barclay GMC in Tuscaloosa. We have had a lot of build-up, as you would expect. We've had a lot of talk, as you would expect. A ton of hype. Finally, we're going to kick this thing off. It is indeed the third Saturday in October, and it is time to get this one underway. The top-ranked Tide, the sixth-ranked Vols going off their highest rankings. It will be Paxton Brooks who will kick off for the Volunteers. As usual, Jahmyr Gibbs deep for Alabama, along with Ja'Cory Brooks. The Tide wearing the traditional road whites, the crimson helmets. Tennessee wearing the white helmets with the power tee, the white pants, and the jerseys.
White jerseys are the best looking jerseys in football. Unfortunately, pasty white guys like myself never look that good in them. But we look really good in them as a team. The crimson helmets, I hope they never change.
The ball sets kickoff. Paxton Brooks lines up. He has gotten the go-ahead. Checks with his teammates. He approaches the football, and we're underway from Neyland Stadium. It'll be Brooks who will field it at the 11-yard line to the 15. Brooks cutting it back, wrapped up around the 20. A flag behind the play comes in around the 21 or 22, and hopefully Alabama has not done what they did in Austin, and that's get flagged on the opening kickoff on a return.
Well, they have. I don't know whether they're going to call it a hold or block in the back, but I think it's going to be on us, and we will start somewhere around the 10-yard line or so.
Jason Autry, the referee.
Illegal block in the back. Returns to number 11. The penalty is half the distance to go. It'll be first down, Alabama.
My apologies, Jason Autry, the referee. sharing that call, and so Alabama will back up all the way between the 7 and the 8-yard line. And when Bryce Young takes the first snap from the pistol formation, he will do so standing on his own 2-yard line. He will have Jahmyr Gibbs to his right. He will have Amari Niblack getting the start at wide out as the tight end Latu goes to the right side. They'll swing it out to the right side. Catch made by Brooks. He will not get a block, and he will be brought down a gain of about 1.5 yards. That is all. It'll be second, and we'll call it 8 from right there as Christian Charles led a orange swarm defensively for Tennessee.
Yeah, it was a run-pass option there. Bryce had the option. He threw it outside, and Cameron Latu unfortunately just missed the block on the cornerback. Otherwise, Ja'Cory Brooks would have picked up a solid gain on first down.
Isaiah Bond among the wideouts to the near side of the field. 2 left, 1 right for Alabama. Latu will shift out wide left. Looking, they'll throw it that way. He'll make the grab. 15, stretches forward near the 20. That'll be enough for an Alabama first down. An Atix first down there for the Crimson Tide. Their first of the game. Let Atix be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games, as AAA Tix is the ticket. Alabama hurries to the line of scrimmage. 1st and 10 from their own 20 now. Bryce will work from the pistol again with Gibbs to his left. Latu splitting wide left with 2 others. Now the run right side. Gibbs spins around, gets to the line of scrimmage, maybe a half yard.
Yeah, good penetration there up front from that Tennessee defense. Byron Young, a guy we talked a lot about in the open, getting in the backfield there, making Bryce make a quick decision, and nothing doing there for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Brooks and Earl split wide right. Isaiah Bond is the wide out to the left side with a tight end on the left side as well. Now in motion, Bond will go to the right and give Bama trips on that side of the field, but they'll run it left, and they'll get spun around and not picking up any positive yardage on the play. Jahmyr Gibbs. Bama did not get it blocked on that left side of the line, and the Vols defense swarming. Amari Thomas, defensive tackle, was the man that got there first. A loss of a yard. It'll now be 3rd and 10, Alabama from their own 19.
Well, really good play design that time by Alabama, as they had Tennessee outflanked on that side, but give them credit. They were able to get off blockers in space and make a big play to force a 3rd and long.
Trips right, wide out left as well for Alabama, who gives the single setback. Bryce Young walks up to the line of scrimmage, barking out instructions as the crowd gets louder. Play clock at 7. Now there's 2 men in the backfield for the Tide. Young looking, scrambling, throwing off his back foot. There's nobody home as the ball falls around the 40-yard line. It's incomplete, and Alabama will have to punt it away. Jeremy Banks, the weak side linebacker, providing the rush that forced Young to throw off his back foot, and also defended well downfield, which has been a rarity for Tennessee in their secondary this year.
Yeah, some confusion there on the route tree, and not exactly sure what happened, but Bryce Young threw that ball to nowhere as he was getting pressure off the left tackle position. So kind of a 6 and out there.
Burnham on to punt for Alabama. An end-under-end kick that'll be fielded by Williams. He will make one man miss. He'll get across the 40 and knock down around the 43-yard line. It's a great starting field position for Tennessee. Alabama started inside their own 10. The Vols will start outside their own 40-yard line around the 43 after a 49-yard punt from Burnham.
Well, exactly what the doctor ordered if you're a Tennessee fan. As pen Alabama deep, force a punt, and now they've got outstanding field position. We mentioned one of the most dynamic offenses in the country here. There's a lot of stats to back it up, but almost 47 points a game to lead the SEC second in the country is probably the one that sums it up best.
McCoy wide left along with Hyatt. 2 receivers to the near side of the field as well. Jabari Small, the single setback, play action to him. Hooker looking, throwing across the middle. It is caught, hit delivered, and Helms will bring him down, but not until he picks up 11 yards on the play. Brew McCoy made that catch, and the not Boo Birds, but the Brew Birds ringing throughout Neyland Stadium. The Vols hurrying to the line of scrimmage from the Alabama 45. Hooker gets the snap. Fakes the handoff, looking, now scrambles, gets back to the line of scrimmage, gets more, gets 10, gets a first down, and then gets out of bounds at the Crimson Tide 25-yard line. Hendon Hooker very poised right there on the gain of 20.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker looks so comfortable back in the pocket. with chaos going on around him, found a seam there. Will Anderson took a shot at his ankles and missed, able to pick up a big gain.
From the 20, they'll hand it off, and they'll run it right up the middle. And from the 25, they do get it to the 20-yard line. Jabari Small on that carry, and the Vols will get it just outside the red zone of the Crimson Tide here with 2nd and 5 upcoming, and the clock moving at 11:15 to go in the opening quarter of play. Handing it off right side, Small, stacked up, brought down, a loss of a yard. Great job by Alabama defensively, Byron Young, and also Deontay Lawson, the weak side linebacker, coming over to help.
Yeah, Deontay Lawson, a guy who's been playing a lot more football lately. Great read there, read his keys, saw the guard go in a certain direction, got to the backfield and made a play.
Hyde and McCoy, wideouts left. Hooker looking across the middle, catch made, first down gain, and more inside the 10. That's Jacob Warren, the tight end, able to make the grab, and the Vols will have 1st and goal from the Crimson Tide 7.
That's right. Twice now they've thrown right at DeMarco Helms in the pass game, and twice he's gotten beat.
Quickly they go line of scrimmage, quickly they hand it off, and quickly they get to the goal line and just shy of it, or do they? Yes, it'll be marked down just shy of the goal line. No more than a foot away for Jabari Small. Quickly to the line of scrimmage, and they're ready to rip and run again, the Vols are. Handoff will go to Small. He'll go left. He'll go to the goal line. He did get in just barely, but he broke the plane, and the Vols have gotten on the board first. It's 6-0 with 10:18 remaining in the opening quarter. And they have picked up where they left off in Baton Rouge from an offensive standpoint.
Well, there you go, Chris. That's exactly what I referenced. It's hard to simulate that kind of speed in practice, and there you go. It's exactly what the coaches will say on the sideline. They say, oh, we told you it was fast. There was confusion. Guys didn't know where they were supposed to be lined up. Even now, they only have 10 men on the field. Does Alabama for this extra point, but I guess it won't matter.
McGrath on to kick. Brooks, the holder. The snap should come from Matthew Solansky. And you did indeed hear right there that we are under review, and each official review is brought to you, thank you, Roger, by My Eye Doctor, with 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this season. Eye care and eyewear are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more.
Well, we'll take a look at it here. I thought with my naked eye that he got in just barely. But the ball just has to barely break the plane, and yes, it does there break the plane. So this will hopefully be a short review. But as I was saying, it was light speed offense right there. Had one opportunity there to get off the field, didn't capitalize on that opportunity. Called a blitz there on that 3rd and 5. That was kind of the key play. The tight end was matched up one-on-one with Helms. It was man coverage all across the board, and was able to get a big catch to pick up a first down. And when they get first downs, it's unbelievable how quickly. Nobody celebrates. They get to the line of scrimmage and they get rolling. And Alabama's going to have to make some adjustments here. And they will. They'll adjust. Again, as the game goes on, you get a better feel for the speed and you start to adjust.
How much does it put on the Alabama offense once they get the football back, though, to stem this somewhat?
Yeah, it definitely puts a lot on the Alabama offense. They've got to get out there and sustain some drives to give this defense time to rest consistently throughout the game. And obviously, they're going to have to match them point for point. That's maybe not point for point, but they're going to have to match them with some points here. Just seeing that now in person, we know hey, this Tennessee offense is legit. We're not going to hold them, probably to 7. They're probably going to score again at some point. So, offensively, you're starting now down the hole by probably 7 if they make this extra point. You got to kick it in gear and score some points offensively, which they can, by the way. They can. I think they're going to have to throw it to do it. They're going to have to really spread them out a little bit. I hope we see more 3-4 wide receiver looks and give Bryce the ability to make plays down the field with those receivers against that Tennessee secondary.
Our coverage again brought to you in part by Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection. You've been in those huddles, such as the one around the Alabama coaching staff right now. What is the conversation about after we
video
hear?
Review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
How much is football? How much is the mental part of it that they're talking about?
Probably right there. It's mostly mental. It's just saying, hey guys, everyone, calm down, okay? Hey, it's a long game. Look up at the scoreboard. We got 10-18 left in the first quarter. All right, that wasn't our best drive, but we know what to do. Everybody, read your keys and play football. So, got to settle in big games like this.
Extra point attempt again upcoming, and McGrath is able to boot that one through. The Vols do indeed take a 7-0 lead. The Bromberg scoring drive recap. The Vols are able to go 56 yards. They do it in 1:58. It took them only 7 plays to get on the board. And with 10:18 to go in the opening quarter of action, Tennessee 7, Alabama nothing. Here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
In SEC sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
We just can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the if in life.
Member FDIC.
The elephant, powerful, relentless, a beast with brains. When the earth starts to tremble and the distant rumble grows, get ready. The Crimson Tide is coming. This Alabama tradition is brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Find great offers on Ford F-150 trucks at buyfordnow.com today. Not all models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
In Knoxville, it's Tennessee with a 7-0 lead over Alabama as we still have 10:18 left to go in the first quarter. Today's game is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting and visit Pensacola.com as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth.
Down on the field, both Alabama and Tennessee legend being recognized. Former Vol head coach, most importantly, though, former Alabama player, former Alabama athletic director, a good friend, Bill Battle, being recognized here at Neyland Stadium as the Vols have taken a 7-0 lead, and Barrett Jones Tide excited to get the football back and need to do something with it.
Well, notably, that was the first touchdown that Alabama has allowed in the first quarter of the last 13 games. So that streak was broken. Yeah, they definitely have to get the ball back and have to do something with it, and hopefully Bryce, he took that shot that we talked about. Maybe he'll settle in and make some plays.
Kickoff will sail to the end zone, and Jahmyr Gibbs is going to bring it out at 2, 10, 15, 20, 25. Jahmyr Gibbs spun around at the 28-yard line. Jahmyr Gibbs able to make the play up to the 28. Alabama, at this point of the year, has been giving up just 6 points, as Barrett referenced. In the first quarter of play, they give up that touchdown, more than doubling that total at the moment. But Bama out on the field with Bryce Young at quarterback. He'll be joined by Jahmyr Gibbs, also Ja'Cory Brooks, also Isaiah Bond and Kobe Prentice as his wideout options. The tight end to the right side, Cameron Latu for the pistol formation. And again, operating, they say, officially at the 29. Alabama will get the snap from McLaughlin. The handoff will go left side. Gibbs gets to the edge, 30, and bumped out of bounds after a gain of about 3.5, 4 yards.
Good play there by Jeremy Banks. It looked like Gibbs had a lot more running room there, and Banks scraped over the top, used some good speed to knock Gibbs out of bounds. But man, if he is able to get that foot in the ground and get north and south, we've seen it, Chris. It can turn into 6 points quickly.
From the 33-yard line after a 4-yard gain. 2 wideouts each side. Now Latu will shift over to the right side of the formation as the snap goes to Young. Blitz coming outside. Steps up in the pocket. Throws across the middle, and that's going to fall incomplete. He got swarmed under, eluding the initial rush from the edge, Barrett, but there was too much traffic in front of him.
Well, they brought a corner blitz that time, and Jahmyr Gibbs, who was lined up on the right side, the opposite side of the blitz, he almost missed it. Saw it last second and able to get just a hand on the corner to allow Bryce to step up and get rid of the football.
Jason McClellan on 3rd and long will join Young in the backfield. 3 wideouts are to the right. 3rd and 6. They've got to get to the 39 to keep the drive going. Alabama will look to the sideline, get the play. Bryce Young will walk up with a play clock at 5, 4, 3 seconds, 2, 1, gets the snap off. Pressure coming from the edge. He'll step up, he'll throw. Catches made Brooks across midfield to the 45, and finally pushed out of bounds at the Tennessee 40. It'll be first down Alabama, brought to you by Bank First.
And that's the value right there of Bryce Young. Obviously, other than him just being a great quarterback, he got up, he changed the protection, he slid the line to the right, he knew the look, and that's exactly where the blitz came from. They picked it up perfectly, able to hit Brooks down the field for a big gain.
27-yard gain there, swings it out right side, and the throw to Chase McClellan out of the backfield, slightly behind him. Couldn't really get his momentum going forward. He almost got back to the line of scrimmage, but unfortunately, I think it's going to be a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, inaccurate throw there from Bryce Young. Could have been a nice gain there on first down as the blocks were set up. But you mentioned a throw just a little bit behind him as the defensive end was coming up the field. May have been trying to avoid him when he made that throw.
Kendall Randolph in as the extra tight end for Alabama, as coming to the near side will be Bond. Little toss sweep going to Gibbs on the edge. 40, cuts it back, gets down to the 36. Couple of flags are going to come in on that play. Let's see if they get Alabama, and judging from the reaction, it may be on the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, going to be a hold, I think. Couldn't tell the number.
During the run, holding. Offense, number 54. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Forward on Tyler Steen, the left tackle, I
think you're right. Second penalty, 17 yards, and boy, that is one that stings right there, back to the 49-yard line.
Bad call. I saw it. Bad call. It was a pancake block. That's not a hold when you flatten someone, but I don't know.
Holden and Prentice will be the wideouts to the near side. Latu in the slot to the right. He will be joined out there by 2 other receivers, including Jahmyr Gibbs, who leaves an empty set beside the quarterback, Bryce Young. Getting the snap. Looking, stepping, throwing deep. Man down there. Catch is made inside the 20. Down to the 15-yard line. Isaiah Bond, the big grab. Another Bank first down. Setting up shop inside the Tennessee 20 at the Volunteer 16.
Well, that shoulder's just fine, Chris. That was an absolute dime piece down the right seam. Bond lined up in that right seam and just ran a go route. Matched up man-to-man, and Bryce Young put it right on his back shoulder.
With a man in motion, now back right side. Young will look to throw. Bryce bouncing around in the pocket. Still trying to buy some time. Unloads it. And that is going to be caught. I thought he was throwing it away, but a great job on the part of Kobe Prentice coming back to the football and making the grab for an 8-yard gain.
I will never know if he was actually throwing it away, if that was intentional, Chris. I'm with you. I thought he was throwing it away also, but as it stands, it was a really solid gain on first down there.
Back inside the Chick-fil-A red zone, now second down and 2 from the Volunteer 8-yard line. Young will hand it off. Gibbs trying to make a man miss, gets to the edge. 10, 5, touchdown, Alabama. A block from Isaiah Bond. Jahmyr Gibbs able to run off of it, getting into the end zone, and we're an extra point away from a tie game in Knoxville.
And that's why you got to have dynamic playmakers in space right there, Chris. It was a handoff. It was an outside zone to the left as Jahmyr Gibbs came across the formation for the right, took the handoff from Bryce Young, and there was an untouched Tennessee defender out in the left flat, and Jahmyr Gibbs just made him miss. His jockstrap still laying on the field there. Put a little juke move on him, hit the R2 button, and walked into the end zone. A beautiful run that time from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Reichard booting it through after a good snap from Nealon Hibbett. The hold from James Burnup, and the Tide has evened things up at 7 apiece. 7:59 to go in the first quarter of play. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Tied at 7 midway through the first here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
This is an important message from the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Mining fatalities, accidents, and injuries are preventable. Taking a minute to approach your task safely can protect you and your fellow miners from injury and death. Staying alert and focused can keep you safe. Do it safe. Do it right. Whether buckling a seatbelt or securing equipment, these quick safety measures can prevent injuries and fatalities. Take time. Save lives. For more resources, visit MSHA.gov.
Farming is dangerous. There's dangers all around us.
We go through safety training and try and do these things to make sure accidents don't happen.
You don't want to hit a gas pipe because that's your life. The other part of it is if you hit certain things, you're liable for it.
Farm Safe 811 starts with you. Always call 811 and wait for any underground lines to be marked.
Always keep safety in the back of your mind. Just stay humble.
For more information, go to farmsafe811.org.
Special teams. Unless it was like
7-7 score in Knoxville, 7:59 left to go in the first quarter. The Crimson Tide just scored a rushing touchdown. So you score a free donut with the purchase of a beverage from Dunkin'. Run by your local Alabama Dunkin' tomorrow. Redeem the offer with the Alabama Crimson Tide app or visit rolltide.com/Dunkin'. Score more with Dunkin' and Bama touchdowns all season long. The Bromberg scoring drives 8 plays, 71 yards, 2:12 off the clock.
Jimmy Holiday among the deep men for Tennessee, and he is going to call for a fair catch as Will Reichard's kickoff will sail right through the back of the end zone. And you feel like, from the Bama perspective, you put a deep breath on this one and quieted this crowd here in Neyland.
Well, no doubt. You definitely put a deep breath, and you gave your defense some opportunities to take some deep breaths there, as it can be very winding when you're having to run 3 plays every minute like this team averages here. So, yeah, I think they got to settle in. Obviously, we're able to make some adjustments on the sideline. Interesting to note that Deontay Lawson looks like he's playing a lot of football today. Makes you think maybe a little faster, better in coverage, perhaps. Wonder if we'll continue to see a lot of him.
Vols go with 2 wideouts right, 1 left. And now, as I say that, they bring a man in motion to the left side. Hooker looking to throw, going deep. He's got a man down there, but the ball is going to be batted away. Good job in coverage by DeMarco Helms. You can tell the crowd reaction as he was trying to get turned around on Jalen Hyatt, but was able to get in the right position as that pass was well underthrown.
It was underthrown, and he was certainly open and could have walked in for a touchdown if that was an accurate ball. And look, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but that's 3 targets against DeMarco Helms. And let me just tell you, with Josh Heupel, as good of an offensive coordinator as he is, obviously the head coach, but also the coordinator, that is not by accident. They obviously have found a matchup they like there.
2 wideouts left. They will keep it in the hands of Hooker, and he will carry it up the middle and gain a couple of yards. Setting up 3rd and long. Jaheim Otis able to wrap him up and set up what is 3rd and about 7.
I mentioned Otis in pregame. I really like his game. Big 3rd down here.
Bama running players off the field. The Vols get the snap. They don't get them off in time. The throw's going to be deep. A flag's going to come in for pass interference. And I believe that's going to be on Helms once again, is it not?
That was a disaster. Didn't get the players off the field. That was the first time they tried to get their dime package in. Tennessee saw it. They made them pay for it. They were trying to run the small guys on the field. And DJ Dale and Tim Smith did not make it off in time. And it was pass interference on top of that. So 2 fouls, both on us.
There are multiple fouls on the play. Illegal substitution. Defense. 12 players on the field for snaps. That penalty is declined. Pass interference. Defense, number 3. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
It was the corner, Terrion Arnold, who was guilty of pass interference, not DeMarco Helms. My apologies. But Alabama can't get off the field on 3rd down. That's 2 3rd down conversions by the Volunteers. The first 3rd down conversion ultimately led to a touchdown. We'll see what happens here as they operate from their own 42-yard line right in the middle of the field. Couple of wideouts to the right, one going in motion to join another on the left. Hooker throwing the slant, catch is made across midfield into Bama territory and past the first down marker as well. Ramel Keaton, the 6'3 senior from Marietta, Georgia, able to go up and make that grab. They hurry back to the line. They run it this time. They will break one tackle. They'll break another, and they'll get inside the 40 with Jalen Wright, the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina, gaining another first down on back-to-back plays for the Volunteers.
Just big chunk plays here as Alabama wasn't lined up, didn't have their hands in the dirt if that ball was snapped.
Hyde and McCoy wide outs deep. They will get company on the left side. Play action Hooker. Looking across the middle, looking deep. Man wide open. Catch made. Touchdown Tennessee. Jalen Hyatt on the receiving end as Bama was beaten badly and defensively haven't had an answer yet. 36 yards on the scoring play.
Well, this was the concern for Alabama coming to this game. Just the speed of Tennessee's offense and the fact that this secondary felt like they were not very tested. They hadn't gone up against a good passing offense yet this year. I mentioned that some of the stats they had were a little misleading based on what I'd seen on tape. And it has manifested itself today as there have been guys running wide open all over the field. And I want to go back to the key play on that drive to me, which was that first third down. Gave them an easy free play to pick up that 3rd and 7 when you didn't get guys off the field and you had a pass interference.
McGrath boots through the extra point. It is 14-7 Vols. So as Barrett Jones pointed out, a couple of penalties on consecutive drives, ultimately extending drives that would wind up with touchdowns for Tennessee. 14-7 Vols, 6:43 to go first quarter. We're back to Knoxville in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Lear Field.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You know, you hear a lot of coaches talk about class. You're not born with it, nor can you buy it. In a lot of ways, class is how you carry yourself and how you treat others. At Dex Imaging, they treat everybody with class, from their employees to their customers to their business partners. So if you need a copier and printer company that understands class, then give Dex Imaging a call. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Alabama trailing Tennessee 14-7 with 6:43 left to go in the first quarter. Today's radio affiliate of the game is Front Porch Radio 101.7 FM in Columbia, Tennessee. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Big thank you to Front Porch Radio 101.7 FM in Columbia, Tennessee for carrying Alabama football this season.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. Alabama down 14-7. Hadn't given up a first quarter touchdown all year. They've given up 2. And we are barely past the midway point of the opening quarter of action. 6:43 to go in quarter number 1. They'll go with a short kick, trying to work it away from Gibbs, but he'll come up and grab it at the 15. Gets to the 20, trying to get to the edge, 25, and a flag's going to come in. And Alabama, I think, is going to be guilty again of a block in the back, or is it something else?
It's both. It's hold on Dallas Turner and a personal foul. Or 15, unless there's a different 15. You guys are the experts of that. But, yeah.
During the return, holding, return team, number 15.
There was the hold. And there was some pushing and shoving. I thought they got him again.
Yeah,
but
I was afraid of that.
That was just the hold, so at least I guess that's a positive. But that's 2 returns now where giving the offense really, really poor field position. And you mentioned earlier, Chris, you do feel it a little bit offensively when you have pressure to score, and when you don't believe in your defense to get a stop, which is very rare, a rare feeling in Alabama, that you got to score when you touch it. And so
it was definitely Dallas Turner because it was not Ty Simpson.
That's true.
So from the 14-yard line, 4 penalties over 40 yards already on the Crimson Tide.
Sloppy.
McClellan and Gibbs in the backfield, one on either side of Bryce Young. He's got 2 wideouts to his right, including the tight end Latu in the slot. The same with Trayshawn Holden to that right side of the formation. Pressure coming from the edge. Bama gets it blocked. Young flushed out of the pocket, will roll right. A flag's going to come in. Young trying to avoid the rush, extends the play, throws it back near side Brooks. He's got a lot of green grass, 25-30, 35-40, and down around the 42, but I think this one's coming back. Likely the 5th penalty, and this one's going to impact about 35 yards worth of
this one will hurt.
Field position.
That was a long, extended play. Bryce Young is a cool customer.
Private pass, holding, offense to the 2. Half the distance from the start of the foul. First down.
Well, that I've never. I try not to get on referees too much, but that referee, the side judge on the right sideline, just made a call.
The penalty is half the distance to the previous spot.
And that's a terrible call because he was getting bull rushed.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was able to get his hands on the guy.
I don't think so. But the side judge made that on the running back. That's interesting. Well, regardless, it was a huge penalty, and it cost us a bunch of yards. But Bryce Young was very comfortable back there. I'll say he had some serious stones to sit back there and just be calm as the rush was coming and finally find Brooks for a big gain.
Gibbs in the backfield with Young. He'll now leave it as an empty set going wide to the right side. Bama back on their own 7th. First down mark is up around the 24. It is first down, and a flag has come in again.
False start.
False start. Offense, number 1. Penalties, half the distance to go. First down.
Well, we're not making it easy, Chris. I love the empty set. I think that's something we need to continue to go back to because Jahmyr Gibbs is so good as a receiver. But that time he was lined up all the way outside, and he had a little bit of a flinch.
So now back at their own 4. McLaughlin, the center, and waiting on the snap will be Young, standing now inside his own end zone, almost with his heels on the checkerboard. He will now hurry up to the line of scrimmage, change the formation or change the play. Formation will stay the same. He'll get the snap from his own end zone, looking to throw across the middle. Catch is not made. It was in the hands of Trayshawn Holden and then out. He had a ton of grass, and if he breaks a tackle, maybe a touchdown, but he looked up before it was in his hands.
Well, incredible play again by Bryce Young. Sees the blitz, changes the protection. They were sliding to the right. They slid to the left. Picked it up perfectly. Knew what he had. Man coverage on Trayshawn Holden. Ran a skinny post route. Wide open. Perfect throw right between the ones. And he dropped it.
So second down. And more than 20, or right at 20 yards. The ball at the 4-yard line. Young, again standing in his own end zone with an empty set. Snap goes through his hands. He's able to stay in the field to play. He'll throw, and this one is going to be broken up, and we're lucky that's all it is. Man, almost total disaster. Walker was there in coverage on the intended receiver, Brooks.
And as Bryce went back with that football, his foot was about a half an inch from the end line there, Chris.
Max.
That would have been a safety, so very fortunate there that that's not 2 points.
Bama down 14-7 here in the first quarter. The Tide's 1 of 2 on third down conversions, and this is 3rd and 20 with 5:31 to go in the first quarter. Stormy early. Let's see if we can weather it. It has nothing to do with the skies above us. Young gets the snap. Blitz coming. Quick out, flags down as
delay
the catch is made. It is delay a game. Half the distance again.
Part of the snap, delay a game, offense.
We've had 2 penalties and a drop pass negate collectively about 50 yards.
Yeah, I would say.
Please reset the game clock to 5 minutes, 30 seconds. 5, 3,
many of errors here, Chris, as that was another big gain. Isaiah Bond, all he had to do was break a tackle and had a chance to make a first down.
7 penalties, 54 yards, and now Alabama will operate from inside their own 2.
Hard for the game clock operator to hear the referee when the crowd is at full throat here.
Yeah, that and the PA system where they pipe in a little more crowd noise as well from the pistol, with Gibbs in the end zone beside him. Young gets the snap. Pressure coming. Unloads it. Incomplete. Fortunate that that was not a fumble. Fortunate that that was not a safety. And Jeremy Banks back in the backfield again. And it's probably not the worst thing in the world that we're just putting this thing away.
Well, that's a drive that just needs to be over there, as Jeremy Banks just absolutely teed off on Bryce Young, and they're discussing whether it's intentional grounding. It's not, because Jahmyr Gibbs was in the area. The ball did not get past the line of scrimmage, but Jahmyr Gibbs was standing right there. So
an important punt coming from James Burnip from back almost at the edge of his own end zone. He'll have to get it away in a hurry. He will get it away. It's a high, wobbly kick that doesn't travel very far. It hits at the 35. It will roll dead. Somebody pick it up. Down it. It's at the 35-yard line. And Tennessee will have great starting field position on a drive that already has them on top, 14-7, just 33 yards on that punt. But again, Burnip just trying to get it out of the end zone.
That's a bad punt, though. I mean, yeah, that's borderline forward shank there when it only travels about 30 yards in the air. You got a semi-good hop forward, but that's not good. And again, just compounding mistakes. Very uncharacteristic Alabama football right now, as we've seen penalties, drop passes, bad plays on special team, missed assignments, guys running wide open down the middle of the field. There's got to be somebody on this team that helps this team settle down and execute.
So from the 35 of Alabama, that's where the drive begins for the Volunteers. Hooker with 2 wideouts each side. Play action, looking across the middle. Catch is made. First down. And down inside the 20-yard line, Ronell Keaton able to make the grab, and they'll move the chains again. 1st and 10 from the Alabama 19 after a 15-yard pickup.
Slant route, wide open, caught the ball, ran for more yards. Rinse, repeat.
Jalen Wright in the backfield. They will hand it off to him. He will try to read the opening and finds one. Gets forward for about 3 yards, and the pile pushes him forward for 2 more. DeMarco Helms and Henry To'o among those on the stop, but not until the Vols pick up 4 on first down on the ground, and they go back immediately to the line of scrimmage. They'll hand it off once more to Mr. Wright, and he will get 1.5 yards, maybe 2. Byron Young for Alabama there to make the stop, and now it is 3rd down and right at 2 yards for the Volunteers. They are 2 for 2 on 3rd down so far. Both of those ultimately led to touchdowns. They'll fake a pass left. They'll throw it out of the backfield right. They will get to the pylon and get into the end zone, or will they? Yes, they will. Touchdown, Tennessee. Jalen Hyatt making the grab, 11 yards on the scoring play, and the Vols have taken now a 20-7 advantage with 3:59 to go here in the opening quarter. Tennessee 3 for 3 on 3rd downs, 3 for 3 on scoring drives, all resulting in touchdowns. That's 3 more than Alabama had allowed in the first quarter all season long through 6 games.
Well, good play design there. Jalen Hyatt just sprinting across the formation. They're going to look at it, but it was a clear touchdown. Jalen Hyatt sprinting across the formation at the snap, and it was a play action. Ball was faked like they were going to run it left, and Hyatt came out to the right flat, and Hooker just dumped it to him. There's no penetration right now, Chris. Everyone's just so concerned about getting lined up that they're not really firing off the ball, getting in the backfield. Everything's played on the Tennessee side of the line of scrimmage, or excuse me, the Alabama side of the line of scrimmage. And they're going to have to find some adjustments quickly, because they haven't even gotten close to finding a way to stop this Tennessee offense yet.
Another official review brought to you by My Eye Doctor. 20 convenient locations for your busy schedule. Don't miss a single play this season. Eye care and eyewear are better together at My Eye Doctor. Visit myeyedr.com to learn more. They're taking a lot of time to review what clearly seems to be a Tennessee touchdown. Is your bigger concern right now Tennessee or Alabama?
Both. Probably Tennessee's offense. That's my biggest concern. I think we're going to score some points here. I think we'll put up a bunch of points when this game's all said and done, but I don't think it'll matter because right now our offense is moving the ball fine if they can just quit committing penalties or drops. I mean, there's guys wide open all over the field, but it's not going to matter if we can't find a way to get any stops. And there has been no negative plays created. When you play an offense this fast, you've got to find a way to get them off schedule and create negative plays, and that is something that has not happened so far defensively for Alabama.
Closest thing to a negative play is the flat plays with 1 or 2 incomplete passes, but otherwise, in fact, just 1 incomplete pass as Hooker is 6 of 7 for 97 yards and a pair of scores. The other issue is the fact that they're able to run for a minimum of 4 yards per carry.
After review the ruling on the field stands, set that.
Yeah, that's certainly an issue, Chris. You're right. And that goes back to what I said earlier. There's no push up front right now, as guys are just so concerned about getting lined up that they don't even really have time to think about being dynamic. That's a risk you take when you're so concerned with just lining up correctly and getting the signs in, getting the signals in that you got to go there and play football and play ferociously.
6 yards, by the way, per carry, the average for Tennessee thus far, as McGrath is on to try another extra point. He boots through his third, and the Tide is on the wrong end of a 21-7 score with 3:59 remaining in this first quarter of play. We're back to Tennessee in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Putting together a winning drive
3rd and long from the shotgun.
takes focus, determination,
There's the snap, dropping back.
and that powerful form of energy
Scrambles to his right, looking downfield.
called belief.
Launches it toward the end zone.
That belief in a team, in a community of fans, in each other.
Touchdown!
That powerful energy connects us all. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Power for a better Alabama.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more, plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator. And with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine, you can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Model models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Alabama trailing Tennessee 21-7 with 3:59 remaining in the first quarter from Knoxville. If you've recently tested positive for COVID-19 or have COVID symptoms, you might be eligible for monoclonal antibody treatment that could keep you out of the hospital. Visit crushcovid.com to learn more. Get tested, get treated, and crush COVID. Go to crushcovid.com.
Raj Hoover, thank you so very much. Alabama trying to crush the Big Orange. You're on the wrong end of a 21-7 score with 3:59 to go in this first quarter of play. Set to get the football back following the kickoff upcoming from Chase McGrath, but a little rattled. 2 scores down is not a position Bama's accustomed to being in.
Well, this feeling reminds me so much of the Texas A&M game in the 2012 season where you heard about the speed, you heard about the excitement, and then you saw it and you look up and boom, you're down a bunch before much time has passed. So they got to wake up quickly and settle in and start playing some good football defensively. I said the offense is going to be fine, I think. But, man, there's too many mistakes on that side of the ball as well, as that last drive was just a comedy of errors. One thing's for sure, Chris, is you cannot give them the ball at the 36-yard line again. You've got to find a way to move the ball and put points on the board.
See what Alabama can do as the kickoff will head towards the end zone, and it will sail through it. Gibbs watches that one go over his head, and Alabama will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25, which I'm fine with. That's the second best starting field position for attempts that we've had.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just glad there's no penalty.
It has been a very prevalent adornment on the field, that flag from one of the officials. Again, if you're just joining us, Bama penalized 7 times for 54 yards already in the opening quarter of play. Kendall Randolph at tight end, as Bama's got 4 wideouts in formation. Latu, as one of those, will actually shift over to a second tight end on the right side. Gibbs in the backfield alongside Young. Bryce trying to hurry on the play call. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. They snap it in time. The handoff will go to Gibbs. Makes one man miss. Stutter steps, gets forward for a gain of about 2. It'll be 2nd and 8 from there. Tennessee's doing a good job, aren't they, Barrett, of getting enough push on the run game that it's slowing up that initial surge?
Yeah, there's no doubt. And I think there's almost a little too much going on the line of scrimmage. I like changing protections on 3rd down, but we got to have some call it and run it plays. Find some momentum. We're using all the play clock on almost every single down here.
McClellan in the backfield as Gibbs goes wide right. 1 of 3 on that side of the formation. Single wide out to the left side. Appears to be Corey Brooks. Young setting things up. He'll get Gibbs in the backfield with him now. He goes out right now. The snap. Young looking. Wanted to throw. Can't. Flushed out of the pocket. Flag comes in. And the pass sails incomplete near the Tennessee boundary. It may be defensive holding.
Yeah, good
on
news.
Tennessee.
Finally, I think this one's on them as Kobe Prentice was held on his route. There's several flags in his area as he was running his route, trying to run a corner route. He was lined up in the left slot, and I think they yanked him.
There are multiple fouls on the play, both by the defense. Holding, number 14. Holding, number 12. One of those penalties being forced. It's 10 yards from the previous spot and includes an automatic 1st down.
We will take it.
Will indeed. Finally, one going Bama's way. First penalty, 10 yards. The timing very important for Alabama as well, as that'll give it to Alabama. 1st and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Isaiah Bond, Kobe Prentice, wide out to the right side of the field. Latu will come in tight to the left side. It'll be Brooks all alone to the left. In the backfield, Gibbs makes a man miss, gets across the 40 to the 45, and finally up to the 46-yard line. A gain of 9 on the play. Emil Ekiyor leading the charge from his right guard slot.
Yeah, inside zone. I love the push there by the middle 3. Great job picking up their linebackers, and Gibbs does not need much room as he sticks that right foot in the ground, gets north and south, and picks up a big gain on 1st down.
He's to the left of Young this time as Alabama works right to left in front of us. The handoff again to Gibbs. He'll push forward. He'll get the 1st down. That'll move the chains. Another bank first down for the Alabama Crimson Tide, setting up shop from their own 48-yard line. They bring the wideouts in a little tighter than they have been. 2 to the right side. Tight end left in Brooks. The wide out to the left side with Gibbs in the backfield alongside Bryce Young. Bryce directing traffic. Trying to do so over the noise of the crowd here at Neyland Stadium. Gets the snap. Looking. Plenty of time. Looking. Throwing left side. Catch is made, but was he in bounds? Yes. What a play, Jahmyr Gibbs. Right at the boundary, right at the 34-yard line, and right on his tippy toes, stretching to make that grab. Jahmyr Gibbs, a phenomenal play. The throw from Young, an 18-yard pickup, moving the chains for Alabama.
Unfortunately, someone's down. I was hoping we could go quickly there.
Scoring of a catch for a 1st down on the previous play is under video review.
As much as I hate to say it, that's not a catch.
Yeah, I didn't think it was watching it live. But again, we're a half a mile away.
I wish it was, but I think unfortunately he bobbled the football a couple times before he caught it. Initially, his foot was in bounds, but it looked like there were several bobbles and resecures as he was going out of bounds that the referee could not see.
Yeah, another official review brought to you by My Eye Doctor. Visit online myeydr.com to learn more. In fairness, the official that made the call was shielded by the receiver himself. He was looking at the toes. He could not keep an eye on both, or could not possibly see given the positioning of Jahmyr Gibbs' body in relation to football. So that's why he made the call he did, and that's why we have review.
Yep. As Latrell Bumphus, one of their starting defensive ends, is limping off the field here.
And that'll be overturned, and it should be. It wasn't a catch. It was a great effort. It was not a catch, and Young just a little bit off rhythm on that throw, trying to throw it on the run.
After video review, the ruling is an incomplete pass. The ball will be put second down at the 49-yard line of Alabama.
I feel like I understand the challenge system exactly in NFL.
Yeah.
The overturning system in college is so vague to me. They just kind of randomly stop it sometimes, and they're like, yeah, we'll take a look at this. And sometimes coaches call timeout, and they're like, I want you to look at it again. And they just kind of, it's very informal, you know.
And sometimes you get very fortunate that a player happens to be banged up on a play that buys you a little more time to look at that.
Yeah.
So from, again, the Alabama 49-yard line, 2nd and 10. Bond and Prentice, the wideouts to the right side. Latu and Bond, I believe, are actually left side for Alabama. Young gets the snap from the pistol. Throwing across the middle. Catch is made. Latu inside the 35, down to about the 33. That is the bank first down, and that does indeed move the chains for a Crimson Tide team after a 17-yard pickup that is much more in rhythm. And now they're going to go hurry up with Young operating an empty set at the moment. Gibbs goes wide to the right side. 2 wideouts left. Gibbs 1 of 3 to the right side of the formation at the moment. But now Bryce will walk up, barks instructions, goes back and waits on the pistol snap. Gets it. Looking left. Looking across the middle. Catch is made. Great grab in traffic inside the 30 by Kobe Prentice, the freshman from Calera.
Oh, I love this adjustment here. More empty, spreading Tennessee out. The protection on this drive has been very good. There's been several times where offensive linemen have passed around line stunts, given Bryce great time. We feel like our dudes can take their dudes out in space, so why not go empty and utilize that?
Final minute of the first quarter. Bama down 21-7 here in Knoxville. Young looking, throws quickly. Gibbs inside the 25, fights forward and gets to the 23-yard line. That is going to be close, and I believe it may be enough for another bank first down. It is a 7-yard pickup there. And Alabama with 41 seconds to go in the quarter will have it 1st and 10.
Right play by Bryce. There was a blitz. He had his hot. Jahmyr Gibbs in the flat. He knew where he was. Hit him quickly.
He will hand it off to Gibbs. Cuts it back up the middle, 15. Gibbs inside the 10. And Gibbs down to the 7-yard line. A 1st and goal, Alabama. Tyler Steen at left tackle, running interference there as the game clock gets under 20 seconds now in the first quarter. Bama again inside that Chick-fil-A red zone, operating now from the 10 or inside it at the 7. Young looking as he waits on the snap. And now he gets the snap, and he will hand it off. And pushing forward is Jahmyr Gibbs inside the 5 to about the 4 on what will be the final play of the first quarter of action.
Timeout.
It has been primarily orange for the first 15 minutes. The Tide trying to change that when the second quarter gets underway. 21-7, Vols on top here in Knoxville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm your game day face paint, and you just rubbed me right into your eye. Now your vision is super irritated. So is that driver you just hit. And if you have cut rate car insurance, these damages will rob you blind. So switch to Allstate, save $744, and get protected from mayhem like me.
Average annual savings of new customers surveyed in 2021 who reported auto savings when switching to Allstate. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From Barton to Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barclay Buick GMC Cadillac is a local family-owned dealership in Tuscaloosa. Barclay has an award-winning service department, a state-of-the-art body shop, and a beautiful showroom waiting to welcome you. And BarclayGMC.com opens our online showroom to you. So do what thousands of satisfied customers have already done. Get your new car, truck, or SUV from Barclay Buick GMC Cadillac, keeping Crimson Tide fans on the road for over 42 years.
Question: what will you find on all over-the-counter or OTC medicine packages to help you choose the right drug and use it safely? The answer: the drug facts label. This label lists the medicine's active ingredients and purpose, how much to take, and warnings you should know before using it. Remember, even OTC medicines you buy without a prescription can cause side effects you don't want. So follow the information listed on the drug facts label. For more information, visit fda.gov/drug facts label. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
It's 3:35. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio. Scores brought to you live by the folks at Alabama Power's second quarter. Number 1 Georgia leading Vanderbilt 21-0 between the hedges. Number 9 Ole Miss beats Auburn 48-34 in Oxford. Tonight it's LSU in Florida. And right now, Troy leading Texas State 7-0 first quarter at Veterans Stadium. Let's send you back right now to Knoxville. Take it away, Roger.
All right, thank you, Brian. The first quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit rolltide.com/auto-owners to partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. The score at the end of the first quarter, Tennessee 21 and Alabama 7, as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth for this broadcast that is presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at visitpensacola.com.
Roger, thank you so very much. Barrett Jones for Alabama. Imperative that they get this back to a one-score game again. I know it's early, but still the momentum that Tennessee has gained on offense and also what they're getting from their crowd. When you got the ball, obviously they don't, and the crowd's a lot quieter.
Well, no doubt. And, it's early, like you said, but field goals are almost not an option here with the way they're scoring. Obviously, if you get pinned in some kind of long situation, but you're at the 4-yard line. Got to find a way to punch this one in, and the defense has had some time here, so maybe they made some adjustments on the sidelines. There were a lot of concerning signs. We mentioned no touchdowns in the first quarter all year for Alabama. They allowed, in fact, 13 straight games. They hadn't allowed a first quarter touchdown coming into today, and that streak was ended emphatically as they give up 3 first quarter touchdowns. I will say last year Tennessee did lead 14-7 at the end of the first quarter, and we came back to 152-24. So all hope is not lost, Chris, but it was not a good start.
It was not a good start, but the Tide trying to get a good start to quarter number 2 as they'll operate from inside the Vols 5. It'll be second and goal from 3. Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield to the left side of Bryce Young. The Vols going to the end zone to our right as they operate deep inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. Young waiting on the snap, gets it, hands it off. Gibbs fighting forward. He'll get maybe a yard to the 2. Jawan Mitchell, the middle linebacker, among those clogging things up and setting up now a third and goal for the Crimson Tide.
Interesting, something we haven't seen yet. They brought in Kendall Randolph, went kind of with their heavy package with a couple tight ends and an extra lineman, tried to power it in there from the 4. As now they bring some more athletes on the field.
They'll go with Jace McClellan, the lone wide out to the right side, 3 to the left, including Jermaine Burton.
I would imagine he'll motion in.
They will motion in with McClellan in the backfield now alongside Young. Tight end to the right side is Latu. Third and goal from the Tennessee 2. Young gets the snap, looking, pressure coming, throws, batted into the air, deflected, and almost picked off, but it falls incomplete. And now it'll be 4th and goal, Alabama. Let's see what Nick Saban opts to do right here.
Well, confusion and protection that time from Alabama as Tennessee had 2 men walked up in the A-gaps, or that's on either side of the center, and everyone went to block them. No one blocked the defensive end. He came right off and hit Bryce Young, who didn't have any time back there in the pocket. And looks like we are going to kick a field goal.
Will Reichert, who was 1 of 3 last week, 7 of 10 on the year. This one will be from just across the 10-yard line. The spot from the 11, we'll call it the 21. Snap, spot, kick. All 3 executed perfectly, and Alabama gets on the board again. It's 21-10 now. Tennessee with a lead. A victory there for the Vols, though, with 14:07 to go in the second quarter, forcing Alabama to settle for 3. We're back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the kale crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Will Reichert adds a 21-yard field goal for the Crimson Tide. The score with still 14:07 to go before halftime. Tennessee 21 and Alabama 10. Looking across the conference is presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile bringing 5G to hometowns across the SEC and a proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Lane Kiffin's team, the Ole Miss Rebels, still unbeaten. 7-0 to start the season after a 48-34 win over Auburn earlier today in Oxford. That's Ole Miss improves to 3-0 on the season. Also looking at an undefeated start to the season, the Georgia Bulldogs up 21-0 over Vanderbilt. Georgia is 6-0, perfect 3-0 in the SEC.
Roger, thank you so much. Alabama is trying to stay perfect on the year as well, but a less than perfect start finds them on the wrong end of a 21-10 score. 3 points, though, on the 21-yard field goal from Will Reichert moments ago has indeed cut the Tennessee lead to 11, but can we stop them? We'll find out. The kick, first and foremost, sails into the end zone. It'll be a touchback, and the Vols will have it from their own 25-yard line. What, if anything, do you expect to see differently from Alabama on defense, Barrett?
Well, Alabama's got to find a way to get some kind of pressure on Hendon Hooker. He's been untouched back there in the pocket, has had all day, and they've got to find a way to get some push in the run game. I want to harp on again something I said in the open. 3 and outs in these kind of situations are huge. You're coming off the sidelines. You have time to kind of think and plan. Once this offense gets going, it's hard to stop.
3 wideouts right for Tennessee. Single setback in the backfield is Jalen Wright alongside quarterback Hendon Hooker. They will bring the tight end into the tight right side of the formation. They'll hand it off, and there is nowhere to go. Bama, a nice first down play. Will Anderson, spirited to say the least, as he comes up out of that pile, making the first hit. No gain on the play. 2nd and 10. Ball right at the 25 again of the Volunteers. Hooker with wideouts to each side. 2 right, 1 left. Now that one of the 2 on the right side. Hyatt will come to the left. That's the direction they'll look, but the throw is incomplete. It was almost picked off, but in and out of the hands of the intended receiver, Brew McCoy, a little bit behind him, but he was going to get leveled if he had made that grab initially anyway. 2 for 2, though, is Tennessee on 3rd down.
Huge play in this game. Alabama not bringing dime on. They got burned last time they tried to do it, keeping their regular defense on the field. Might have had time this time as Tennessee's taking their time, and this is enormous. Got to find a way to get off the field.
Vols will go 3 wideouts to the right side. Single setback again is Jalen Wright. Pistol formation. Hooker looking, slant, catch made, and knocked down shy of the first down mark will be the tight end Princeton Fant. He gained 8 on the play, but he was cut down on a nice stop. Was that Helms that got to him? Couldn't tell who made the hit, but hallelujah, a 3 and out forced by the Bama defense.
Enormous, and the most well-rested man in the stadium is entering the field for the first time, the Tennessee punter.
Yep.
And he is a welcome sight for Bama fans here. That was enormous.
My apologies, Barrett. It was Deontay Lawson. I had the 2 right, but the 3 in front of it means that it was him instead of DeMarco Helms. So now here is Brooks on to punt with Kool-Aid McKinstry waiting, and this one shanked right off the side of his foot to the right side. Kool-Aid's going to pick it up. No, he's going to get away from it. And that one is almost picked up by Bama. They came in to touch it, and Tennessee now is going to recover the football because somebody made a horrible mental mistake. Terrible mistake by Alabama in thinking that the ball had been touched by the Vols, and it looked like coming over for the Crimson Tide.
Really on the field as the receiving team was first to touch the ball. It was recovered by the kicking team. First down, Tennessee.
Quandarius Robinson, I believe, thought Kool-Aid had touched it. I thought Kool-Aid was going to grab it and go down the sidelines, and he had a lot of room to do so if he had grabbed the ball. But he got away, and let's look at it again.
Yeah, took kind of a funky hop on Kool-Aid, so he elected last second not to get it. But that was just inexcusable, as you're right. He thought the ball was touched, so he dove on it. It was just sitting there, came and dove on the football, tried to pick it up, and just a comedy of errors.
Bad start for Alabama in a multitude of ways. From the Alabama 40, the Vols will have it. Hooker looking to throw. Slant, catch made at the 25, changing direction, heading towards the end zone, and brought down at the 7-yard line is Ramel Keaton as the Tide can't get out of its own way, and now the Vols go in tempo once again. 31 yards on that pickup. They'll operate from the Alabama 8. Handoff goes inside, trying to squirt through Jabari Small, and the pile will get pushed, and the whistle hasn't blown, and now Tennessee playing with a level of aggressiveness that we haven't seen in this rivalry in quite a while. Second and goal from around the 3. Hooker waiting on the snap, directing traffic, and now I believe we had a whistle. Officials come in, a flag on the play.
False start, I think, which is enormous. Well, they're having some debate here on whether he was drawn false start or not. But man, that was a gut punch, Chris.
The ball was not yet ready for play. There's no foul. It's second down.
I was lucky. Ball was not ready for play. Lucky for Tennessee. That was this is just a gut punch, Chris. You finally get a stop, and then you make a play like that, and you can just see the body language on the sidelines right now is terrible. Everyone just licking their wounds after feeling like they're back in it, only to get their hearts ripped out.
Tim Smith runs back on late in the middle of that Bama defense. I set or offset I. They'll hand it off to the tight end who bounces out, gets to the edge, and gets to the end zone for a touchdown. Princeton Fant was basically a fullback there. He got hit initially at the line of scrimmage, but nobody wrapped up. He was able to fight forward, get to the end zone, and score, and the Vols have stretched the lead now to 27-10. Well, hadn't seen this in a while against Tennessee or anybody else.
No, we haven't. The deer in the headlights finally looked like it had faded from the Alabama defense. They got to stop, 3 and out, forced it, and then just an absolutely boneheaded play there on special teams. And Tennessee capitalizes with a quick strike on the edge to get it down deep and punch to them with their tight end and fullback. This is just bad football right now in all 3 phases from Alabama.
McGrath on to try the extra point, trying to extend the lead to 18. And the snap and spot are good, and the kick is up, and it is good as well. And Tennessee has got exactly what they wanted in the start of this ball game. 11:41 to go, second quarter. Big Orange leading Bama 28-10 here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hibbett and City Gear have the hottest footwear from Nike, Jordan, and Adidas, including the latest releases of retro Jordans, KD, Kyrie, LeBron, and more. Plus Jordan, Nike, and Adidas apparel to match from toe to head. Bama fans, Hibbett and City Gear are your sources for the latest in Crimson Tide officially licensed gear. Get game day ready with Hibbett and City Gear. Hibbett and City Gear also rewards you for your purchases. Become an MVP today and enjoy exclusive perks for shopping with us. Hibbett and City Gear are proud supporters of Alabama football. Roll Tide, roll.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe. Effective. even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Unused prescription opioid pain medicines can spell trouble. They can spell risk if taken by someone they weren't prescribed for, harm if accidentally taken by a child or pet, or overdose if they're not used as directed. Safely dispose of opioids before they can hurt your family. Find a drug take-back option such as medicine drop boxes. You may find these in your community at local pharmacies or police stations. Visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Alabama trailing Tennessee 28-10 with 11:41 left to go in the second quarter from Knoxville. And this season, all big-time stops brought to you by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide, with 13 locations across the Southeast to keep your business rolling. Coming up at halftime, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. And after another Crimson Tide win, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. 16 locations. There's always one near you. The best little pork house in Alabama. We will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report in 11 minutes and 41 seconds.
7 penalties, 54 yards on Alabama. The Tide also a mistake in the kicking game, trying to get away from a punt with a fair catch called for, and a player didn't get the signal. Thought it was touched by one of his teammates, tried to recover it, couldn't hang on to it. Tennessee takes over, ending the only 3 and out that Alabama's had by their defense, and giving it right back to the Vols, who promptly score. It all adds up to a 28-10 lead. Jameer Gibbs gets a kick off at the goal line, gets to the 15, gets across to the 16-yard line, and we're seeing panic, I think, even in situations like that. Take it to the 25. Bama's trying to make the play rather than Nick Saban's motto of do your job.
Yeah, there's a lot of forcing it right now, and guys are really reaching, trying to make a big play. If you're the offense right now, you got to just settle down and say, hey, guys, Let's focus on our job. Go out there and score points every time we touch it. That's probably what it's going to take from here on out. Can't have too many more punts. But there's a major advantage right now for Alabama in the passing game. If we can just protect, give Bryce Young time. There are guys open in the back end of the field.
4 wideouts in formation, 2 to each side. Tight end Latu comes in tight to the left. Toss sweep goes left side, trying to cut it back. Gibbs does. Gets knocked forward, though, to the 19-yard line. A gain of 3 on first down for Alabama there. Roman Harrison delivered the big hit, as Alabama will have it 2nd and 7 from their own 19-yard line. JoJo Earl, one of 3 wideouts to the right side, along with Jermaine Burton. And I believe Ja'Cory Brooks is the 3rd. That's where all the wideouts are positioned at the moment. McClellan is the single setback to the right of Bryce Young, operating from the pistol. He will look left. He'll swing it out there. McClellan, 30, 35, leans forward across the 40 to the 41. That should be enough. Oh, they're going to spot him back at the 38, but still plenty of room for a bank first down after a 19-yard gain.
Anytime you bring a blitz, the first thing you got to know as a defense is who has the running back. That time, nobody had him. Bryce Young found him for an easy pickup.
Everybody bunched in tight on the right side. The handoff will go to McClellan. He'll cut it up 40, 45. McClellan up near the midfield stripe, just shy of that mark, but he does get past the first down mark. Alabama, another bank first down, as Jace McClellan adds a little punch to the run game there. From the 49 of the Tide, 1st and 10 Alabama. Once more, Young from the pistol. He will look, swings it out quickly. McClellan trying to get to midfield, turns it upfield, tripped up as he gets to the Tennessee 46-yard line. Tamarion McDonald, the defensive back, is the man that came up and got him by the ankles.
Well, great effort there by McDonald, actually, to fight through that block of Latu. Latu's got to finish him out in space a little bit better to give a clear running lane for McKellar on that swing pass.
Burton left, Earl and Holden to the right side. Handoff goes left side, and cutting it back against the grain and getting to the 45-yard line is Chase McClellan, only a 1-yard gain. A key 3rd and about 5 upcoming right here, 3rd and 4 actually for Alabama. The Tide only 1 of 4 on 3rd downs thus far.
Yeah, big play here. Obviously got to stay on the field. for many reasons, but got to find a way to score points. As they bring in Jahmyr Gibbs off the sidelines to hopefully create some matchup problems in space.
Play clock down to 10 seconds as both teams make adjustments. Now it's at 7. Young at 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Just gets it off in time. Hands it off Gibbs right up the middle 40. Gibbs inside the 40 to the 37. That's enough for another bank first down as the Tide's able to gash him a little bit right now in the run game.
Smart play call there by Bill O'Brien as Tennessee brought their dime package on the field, which means a lot of small guys. And as soon as they did that, they called a run play right up the middle. It was a huge hole there. In fact, Javian Cohen, the left guard, had no one to block.
Gibbs again in the backfield with 2 wide outs each side for Bryce Young. He'll get the snap. He will fake the handoff. He'll swing it out to Brooks. Gets a block 30. He gets inside the 26 near the 25-yard line. Another bank first down. Cameron Latu had the matchup on the edge there and did a great job of springing Brooks for that needed yardage.
Yeah, RPO there and a good decision by Bryce. He saw a matchup he liked with Brooks. You mentioned a great block by Latu on the edge. Brooks cut it back under the block and able to pick up a first down.
Trip stacked to the left side for Alabama. Latu, the tight end, to the right with Gibbs in the backfield. Bryce Young walking up to make sure the line is clear as to what he wants. Barks out the signal. Gets the snap. Working, looking, throwing near side. Latu, what a grab! Tight end makes the catch. First down, Alabama, inside the Chick-fil-A red zone, down to the Tennessee 13.
Grown man football right there by Cameron Latu as he was matched up man-to-man with Jeremy Banks on the out route toward the right sideline, standing right on the 1 and the 0. And a great strong hands catch there. It was a great coverage, an even better throw from Bryce Young.
From the Tennessee 13, 1st and 10, Bama. Handoff, Gibbs bounces to the outside, fights a man off, gets inside the 10, down to about the 8-yard line. It will be second down from right there. Oh, he made a great move, didn't he?
He really did. Very quick footwork as there was a defensive back in the backfield who almost took the handoff from Bryce Young there, but a really athletic move there by the very athletic to put a little juke move on him and pick up positive yards. That could have been a loss of 5 easily.
6-yard pickup, 2nd and 4 from the Tennessee 7. Young calling out the play again. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. Gibbs in the backfield with him. Play clock under 5 as Earl goes in motion to the left. Young looking, scrambling, rolling now inside the 10, throws it, catches made. Brooks, did he hang on? Yeah! Touchdown, Alabama! Ja'Cory Brooks, a great grab. He was laying in one of those white checkerboards, and I couldn't tell if he had the football or not, but he did. The touchdown pass makes it 28-16 with 6:46 to go in the first half.
Outstanding job that time by Bryce Young of extending the play. No one was open initially. Rolled out to his left as he broke contain. I thought he was going to try to run it in. At the last second, he pulled it right the line of scrimmage and just kind of flicked it to Ja'Cory Brooks. The ball was maybe a little bit more out in front of Brooks than it should have been, and he made a very athletic play to catch it and hold on to it as he went to the ground. That was almost a must score there, wasn't it, Chris, in the second quarter? About halfway through here, the second quarter. But they had to find a way to get back in this football game, and that was huge there by Bryce Young. He has one cool customer under pressure.
Reichen on to try the extra point, able to boot it up and through, and Alabama has made this an 11-point game. 28-17, 6:46 to go here in the second quarter of action. Take a deep breath. More to come right after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Southern homes are particularly vulnerable to termites. In this climate, you need guaranteed protection. You need Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. Termites attack the Centricon stations, exposing themselves to an agent that eliminates their entire colony. Upgrade from old-fashioned liquid service to the proven protection of Centricon and Cook's Pest Control. Call Cook's today for a free evaluation.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
And we're back with breaking news. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. Make sure.
Jim. Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me.
We're on
the air.
I need to try it first.
Hi, this is Coach Nick Saban. They say Coke Zero Sugar is refreshingly delicious. Does that make it the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roll Tide.
Great to have you back with us here in Knoxville as Alabama has made it a 28-17 ball game. Tied with an impressive scoring drive and much needed at that. Just moments ago, Alabama able to go on the Brombergs scoring drive. 8 plays, 71 yards, capped by the touchdown pass from 7 yards out, Bryce Young to Ja'Cory Brooks. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Boy, a stop right here and then not giving it back on a fumble on the punt would be huge.
Well, there's no doubt. We got the stop last time, but the stop, is it even officially count as a stop if you never take possession?
It was a slowdown at least.
It was a slowdown. Yeah, it was really just a 40-yard completion equivalent because it was a shanked punt that rolled forward and we decided to touch. So, hey, all that's in the past. I know that's what Coach Saban is saying. We're down 11, a chance to get a stop right here.
Will Reichard's kick will sail towards and into the end zone, and it will remain right there. As they had no desire, Jimmy Holiday didn't, to bring that one out. It'll be a touchback to the 25, and now Bama's defense hoping to do what they did a few moments ago, and that's force a 3-and-out for the first time today.
Can I just say on a side note, it's so nice to have a kicker that can force touchbacks.
Yeah.
It just creates so much less stress on these kickoffs. I was not used to that. Yeah, enormous. Great job last time getting off the field, or not really get off the field, but at least getting the special teams unit on the field for one play to mess it up. But got to get another stop here.
3 wideouts right for Tennessee. They'll bring one in motion to the near side in Hyatt. They will go with play action. Stepping up, Hooker, he'll run it. Gets to the 30, bounces to the edge, and will be brought down from behind. A gain of 9, though, on the play. 2nd and 1 upcoming. Jaheim Otis and Henry To'o able to wrap him up.
Would also accept a turnover here.
That would be nice, but they have yet to throw an interception on the year. They will hand it off and go up the middle with Jabari Small, and he'll move the pile, and they'll get a first down. To'o, another stop. The former Vol, now wearing a crimson helmet in this rivalry, getting credit for the stop. Vols go quick as usual. Play action. Hooker looking across the middle. That one's going to be batted, bobbled, and flags are going to come in. They're going to call pass interference on Brian Branch.
Yeah, unfortunately that was, you had him in some kind of sumo wrestling position.
Pass interference, defense, number 14. Ball be placed at the spot of the foul and includes an automatic first down.
Drew McCoy had gotten inside position, and the only chance of stopping it from Brian Branch was to wrap him up, and he got flagged for it.
Well, I would like if he would have, used correct technique and come around and try to swat the ball. That would have been better.
That would have worked.
Because he actually was in fine position. He didn't really need to commit the foul there, but he did. And, man, those little in routes they've been running have been very effective for Tennessee.
How about 8 penalties for more than 60 yards on Alabama so far?
How about this,
All
though?
starts. Offense, number 54.
We'll take
5-yard penalty, remains first down.
Gerald Mincy guilty of just the 2nd Tennessee penalty on the day. 15 total yards.
1st and 15. Now we got a chance, Chris.
A whole lot better.
Whole lot
Alabama,
better.
8 penalties for 66 yards has been devastating. The timing of the miscues, in addition to the mistakes, have been massive.
Find a way to get some pressure on Hendon Hooker. It can be frustrating for a pass rusher as quick as they get rid of the ball on their drop back passes.
Small, the single setback to the right of Hooker. Play action to him. Hooker looking to throw. Will give it off. Ball in the air, and it is out of the hands of Henry To'o. Boy, he got hit as he was ready to make the interception, or otherwise Bama would have had it right around midfield. That was the chance.
Huge opportunity there, Chris, as you're right off of Small's hands, and toe-to-toe. I'm sure there's nothing he would love more than to make a play in front of his old home fans.
They'll split the tight end right. That's Jacob Warren.
Free play.
It is a free play with a flag down. They'll throw it out that side. Catch is made. They'll push forward. But Warren, a gain of 5, but this one is going to go against the Crimson Tide, it appears.
How many dumb plays, Chris, can we make in one game? It's unbelievable. Just jumped across the line of scrimmage for absolutely no reason. As a defensive player, you don't listen to the count. You watch the ball.
Offside. Defense, number 47. 5-yard penalty is enforced in the previous spot. Repeat second down.
All the time. That was the wrong Byron Young. That was our Byron Young. Theirs is pretty good.
9 penalties in the first half.
Can't do that against a good team. And now we're back to 2nd and 10. So we traded off 5-yard penalties.
Small will leave an empty set as he goes right. They'll swing it out to him. They try to get blockers there. They do. He's got 7. He's got 8, maybe even 9 yards on that play. And they'll run right back to the line of scrimmage and get ready to go again. Branch with a stop, but not until the 8-yard pickup. 3rd and a couple. Keeping it right side. Hooker. He's got a first down before he gets knocked out of bounds. It was Terry and Arnold who may have saved the score right there.
Everybody in America thought he was going to hand that ball off the middle as quickly as they went. Will Anderson made a big hit on the running back. Only problem was he did not have the football, Chris. And Hendon Hooker took it around the edge for an easy first down.
Nearing the 5-minute mark of this first half. 28 to 18, excuse me. No, it is 28-17. I'm sorry. There was another clock I was looking at the wrong time. 28-17. Tennessee leading Alabama. 1st and 10 balls from just inside the Alabama 40. Hooker, plenty of time until now. He gets brought down, the first sack of the game. DJ Dale getting him to the deck, setting up 2nd and long for the Vols.
Oh, enormous right there as Hooker had a man open down the right sideline, was about to uncork it, and Dale made the hit.
2nd and about 16 after the loss. Again, it'll be right in the backfield to the left side of the quarterback, Hendon Hooker. Directing traffic from the pistol formation. Hooker with time now. Looking, throwing it out right side. Catch is made. A gain of about 4 before 3 Bama defenders get there, including Dallas Turner. Again, it was Jalen Wright out of the backfield who made the grab. But 3rd and about a dozen coming up right here, in Alabama trying to get off the field and give the offense some football late in the first half.
Well, that's 4 plays on this drive now where Bama's only rushed 3 and dropped 8, Chris, and just forcing Hooker basically to check it down. It's worked out pretty well.
3rd and 11 for the Vols. Pressure coming up the middle. Hooker stepping up, trying to find room, but he gets brought down on a great open field tackle by Henry. To'o got him right around the 35, and let's see if the Vols will go for it, punt it, or try what would be a field goal of more than 50 yards. It looks like they're going to go for it right here on 4th down.
They're not punting
about 7. Yeah, you're right.
They're on the 35, so you're not really punting from the 35, either kicking it or going.
They're going for it on 4th and 7 from the Bama 36-yard line. See if they try to draw Bama off to set up a shorter 4th down play.
Biggest play in the game so far.
Play clock down to 5. They may be willing to take the penalty and then pooch punt it. Looks like they are. They're going to use the timeout. That's what they'll do.
Tennessee has called their first charge timeout of the half.
Josh Heupel will burn it with 2:47 to go. Double purpose in that, I guess, Barrett. Number 1, make sure you got the right play, but bleed that clock down so if you don't get the first down, you've chewed up a few more seconds for Alabama.
Absolutely, and I don't know what they'll do here. I kind of think they'll still go for it, honestly, but I think they just wanted to use as much clock as possible in case Bryce Young does get that ball back. You don't often see Tennessee bleeding clock. It's not really in their repertoire. So, it's uncommon when you see them out there standing around. But an enormous play in this football game, Chris. Huge. And I talked about the adjustment we've seen so far. We've seen in this drive, Alabama only rushing 3, dropping 8 men back in coverage, and essentially forcing Hendon Hooker to either run the ball or check it down.
Alabama trailed in this one 7-0, tied it up, then was down 21-7. Bama got a field goal, cutting it 21-10. And then the Vols, another touchdown before Alabama was able to tack on another touchdown of their own and get it to where we are now at 28-17. It's been far from conventional, at least in terms of what we're used to seeing. Tennessee scoring on their first 3 drives. Alabama with too many penalties that aided that cause. And then a mistake in the punt return unit. Bama was trying to get away from the football after calling for a fair catch, but a miscommunication, and someone thought that it was a free football, made the mistake of touching it. Tennessee would pounce on it, setting up another touchdown and taking the momentum away as Bama had cut it to 21-10, and we're trying to get the ball back. Next thing you know, it's 28-10. Bama now at 28-17, and the Vols perhaps still going to go for it on 4th down.
Perhaps.
And a long 6, maybe 7.
I think they are, and you mentioned this is not what we're used to seeing. To illustrate your point, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Chris, but I believe the most we've given up all season is 26 to Arkansas.
Yep, partner, I think you're right.
This is 28 in the first half. That's
no
not
question.
yet over, and Tennessee has the ball. So it is very uncommon to see Alabama on their heels like this.
So the Volunteers again going for it on 4th and a long 6. They've got to get inside the 30, almost to the 29. Hooker looking, pressure coming, throwing it deep. He's got a man down there, and it's incomplete, thankfully. Boy, the receiver, Ramel Keaton, had burned DeMarco Helms. He had a step and a half on him, but the throw was beyond his reach, and the Tide dodges the bullet there.
Every big situation tonight, they've targeted either DeMarco Helms or Terry and Arnold, and at times, I mean, that's almost a layup there in football. That was very fortunate. But hey, a stop. Huge play in the game. They didn't make the play. We got the ball back. We got 2 minutes and 44 seconds with a chance to put points on the board before halftime. One thing is for sure, I do not want them touching the ball again with meaningful time left in this half. So
there's no question about that part.
That was huge. Enormous play in the game, whether it was fortunate for us or not. But you got to capitalize on mistakes. Tennessee certainly has done it. Now it's Alabama's turn here to get a nice drive to finish this half off.
Law, Prentice, and Latu to the right side. Burton, the lone wide out left. In the backfield, Gibbs alongside Bryce Young. Gets the snap, swings it out right side. Catch made, Prentice. Oh, he's got room. 35. Oh, and he gets brought down from behind at the 39. He needed to break one tackle, and he had nothing but real estate to his right. But a great play made from the backside by the Vols defensively.
Yeah, Tyler Barron was chasing him down from the defensive line on the tunnel screen. And you're right, it was close to busting out of there.
Turned out to be a 3-yard gain that I really thought was going to be a big one for Alabama. 2nd and 7 for the Tide. Young stepping up in the pocket, throwing, catches made. Prentice this time with a 1st down right at midfield. Kobe Prentice, the bank first down for the 5'10", 171-pound freshman out of Calera.
Well, we're seeing a lot of these freshmen get a lot of burn today, Chris. It's almost as if the coaching staff said, enough of you old guys that are dropping passes. We're going to put the freshmen in and see what they can do.
Under 2 minutes to go in the half, 28-17. Vols with the lead, but Bama with a football. Young from the 48 of Tennessee, operating from the pistol with 3 wideouts left. The tight end to the right is Latu. Gibbs in the backfield. Young looking, throwing. Latu has it at the 30, at the 25, and knocked out of bounds right around the 20-yard line. Again, the bank first down. Again, Bama getting to the Chick-fil-A red zone or just outside of it with plenty of time. 1:38 on the clock and timeouts in their hip pocket.
Well, that's a matchup that Alabama has really liked today, is Latu against Banks. That's the second time we've seen Alabama use that matchup. It was a corner route that time by Latu. Great route running. Left Banks in the dust and a perfect throw from Bryce Young.
27-yard pickup now from the 20 of Tennessee.
Taking our time.
Young waiting. Gets the snap. Looking. dancing around, stepping up, throwing to the back of the end zone and beyond. That was a throwaway and a good one. Kendrick Law was in the area, but Young, a wise decision to just set up 2nd down and 10.
Well, the protection has been pretty good, Chris, ever really since the beginning of the game where things were a little nervy. Bryce Young has had plenty of time to operate in the pocket. Right there, he was stepping up, he was stepping back, he stepped up again. Had lots of time. You got to credit Tennessee there. Pretty good coverage down the field. That time on the Alabama receivers as there's a Tennessee man down.
Yeah, it's Latrell Bumpus once again who is down. And again, our injury timeouts brought to us by our friends at Andrews Sports Medicine. Andrews, a great partner with us here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center, the official sports medicine provider for the Alabama Crimson Tide football team. And Bumpus will go off the field. 2nd and 10 upcoming for Alabama. It's still pretty good on timeouts. They have got all 3 available to them with 1:28 on the game clock here in the first half. The Tide trying to cut into a 28-17 deficit here in Knoxville.
I can testify to the Andrews guys. They've seen the inside of my body a few times, so
yeah,
they're pretty good. Huge opportunity, obviously. You do not want to get a field goal right here. You want to find a way to punch this in. 2nd and 10. Protection's been good. Just got to find a way to get some sort of route combination that gets guys open. Don't forget about Jahmyr Gibbs in space either. He's a guy who can certainly come in and do some damage. One thing interesting, this is just a note, really a trend for, I'm sure the defense has picked up on this, so I'm not giving away secrets, but it seems to me like the coaching staff might trust Jace McClellan a little bit more in pass protection. We see him coming in sometimes on 3rd and long, whereas Jahmyr Gibbs, a lot of times when he's in, he's releasing on a route.
McClellan's about 15 pounds heavier. They're the same
Makes
height.
sense, yeah.
Gibbs and Burton will be split wide to the near side of the field.
The previous play is under video review for potential targeting.
Targeting?
We just had a minute-long plus timeout, and now the officials have come in and said they're going to review targeting. What was going on in the last minute?
Oh, I believe it is targeting.
On Bryce? I mean, excuse me, towards Bryce by a defender.
Number 21, Omari Thomas, got a head-to-head shot on Bryce there that was pretty ugly, honestly.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Obviously, they didn't either. And
it was helmet to helmet.
Oh, helmet to helmet. He led with the crown of his helmet right in Bryce's ear hole. It wasn't that hard, but, I mean, again, I'm with you, Chris. What took them so long to find it? I'm not sure. They must have had, it's like golf, they must have had a fan call in.
Yeah,
you know,
apparently so.
Say, Tiger Woods took that drop about a yard too far. They said, somebody's hitting Bryce Young. Call into the show. But I mean, by the letter of the law, that does look like targeting to me, and I think it'll be half the distance to the goal. And also, they'll lose a big defensive tackle, 6'4", 320 junior out of Memphis. Another Briarcrest guy, sworn enemy of my high school.
They are still looking at this.
Yep. I mean, look, it's a play that 10 years ago we wouldn't have thought twice about, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm not.
There's a lot that fall in that category, don't they?
I don't like targeting, honestly. But I like the Tide. And right now we're down by 11.
We'll take what we can get.
So I'll take whatever.
Wow. Again, Alabama's been flagged for 9 penalties in this game for 71 yards. Tennessee has been called for 2 for 15, but this could be a huge penalty on their team as a whole, especially the defense, if targeting is indeed ruled right here.
Well,
here we go.
After video review, there is no foul for targeting. It's second down.
Okay. I guess they ruled that it wasn't forcible contact. That's the only thing I can think of, because there absolutely was contact to the head or neck area with the crown of the helmet. It was kind of a glancing blow. It's not forcible. I can't even complain about it. I don't know. By the letter, I thought it was, but I hate targeting, so I guess I'll let it go.
So let's see what happens here on 2nd and 10 for Alabama. Again from the Tennessee 20. Gibbs will come to the near side along with Ja'Cory Brooks. Burton is wide to the left with 2 others, including Cameron Latu, and I think it's JoJo Earl who's positioned between them. Now Gibbs joins Young in the backfield. They will hand it off to him. He'll try to make one man miss. He can't avoid another, though, and goes down back at the 25-yard line. Too slow to develop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a draw. I do not like that play call. Easy to be a backseat driver here in hindsight, but man, they're running a lot of games and stunts up front. That's really hard against the draw. And when I say games and stunts, the defensive linemen are twisting all over the place. And that did not work out. They twisted right into that draw, and there was nowhere to go for Jahmyr Gibbs. And now it's third and long.
In a minute to go in the half, and under that as the clock's ticking. 3rd and 15, you got to get to the 10 to keep the drive going. Waiting on the snap, Young gets it. He will throw left side, and that is caught, but shy of the first down mark. Yep, you're right, it is incomplete. Official came in, the umpire and 2 other officials said that Burton trapped it as well. So now you've gone from thinking you're going to have 1st and goal at the 10 if targeting had been called, and instead you're going to have a field goal.
Well, and that's another drop, Chris. I mean, look, it was a tough catch, but it hits him in the hands, and that's a ball that Jermaine Burton's got to come up with. I mean, it would have been 4th and about 2. I think we probably would have kept the offense on the field. Just another case of somebody dropping the football where Bryce puts it in a good position.
43-yard try from the near hash. A big one upcoming for Will Reichert. Late in the half. Snap, spot, and kick. Plenty of leg. This one is up. It is good, and that is big with 36 seconds remaining in the first half. Will Reichert boots it through, and it's now a 28-20 Tennessee advantage. Look, we wanted 7, obviously, but you got points. It would have been devastating to not get at least 3 right there.
Well, it would have been, but think about this, Chris. As crazy as this game has been and as bad as the defense has been, the difference so far has been the red zone execution. I mean, twice. Right there we were on the 20.5-yard line, so maybe not technically in the stats. But that right there got 3 points. Earlier we got down inside the 5 and came away with 3 points. Otherwise this game would be tied up right now. So just mentally note that, whereas Tennessee obviously has executed every time in the red zone and scored touchdowns. No field goal for them yet. So that's enormous. And when you play good teams with really good dynamic offenses, you got to find a way to come up with 7 when you get down there, because there's going to be a lot of points put up. And if you took the over in this one, by the way, you're feeling good right now. I don't even know what it was, but whatever it was, I can almost guarantee it, it's probably already in danger of being reached.
Bryce Young, 17 of 26, 205 yards and a touchdown through the air. Hendon Hooker, 10 of 14, 149. With a pair of scores, Jahmyr Gibbs leading the way on the ground for Alabama with 15 carries, 62 yards, and a touchdown. Hooker's the top runner for Tennessee, 6 carries for 32 yards, including a long of 20. Reichert on to kickoff. Jimmy Holiday is deep for the Volunteers, a half-yard into his own end zone. He's stepping up now near the 1 as the kickoff will sail away from and over his head and out the back of the end zone. Reichert, a good kickoff there. The Vols will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25 with 36 seconds remaining and still 2 timeouts in their hip pocket. Can't relax if you're Alabama. No. They'll be in attack mode right here.
No, they run. Remember, they run 3 plays per minute on average, so they get in a hurry up. They can run plays quickly. Certainly no time to relax. Got to find a way to get these guys off the field or taking a knee or something and get to halftime with it being a 1-score ball game.
4-man front with Otis and Smith, or excuse me, Otis and Dale up front. Young for Alabama, actually, with Otis and Will Anderson making that 3-man front. They'll swing it out left. Catch is made. Wrapped up after a gain of about 7 or 8 on the play. Is another one of those tall receiving options. That's the tight end, Princeton Fant. So 2nd and 2. The snap goes quickly to Hooker. He'll step up in the pocket. He'll try to run. He will slide forward after gaining a 1st down around the 37, back at the 36-yard line is where they'll spot it there. 15 seconds, 14, 13, 12, 11. Now they get the snap. Hooker with plenty of time. Throws it out right side. It was almost picked off. And then Fant made the grab. If he breaks a tackle, it's a foot race to the goal line from midfield. But Dallas Turner is the man who almost got the pick. It was McClellan that held
Timeout has
on.
been called by Tennessee. It's their second of the half. Please reset the game clock to 3 seconds.
Helms is the one that made the stop, I believe, and also, as you heard, 3 seconds remain as Tennessee will have the ball from their own 46-yard line.
Thank you. So not in field goal range, but I'm a little surprised Tennessee didn't take a timeout earlier here. Is they're going to go to half with one in their pocket with 3 seconds remaining. And if they had to stop the clock on that last play, they would have had a chance to hit about a 15-yard gain here, call timeout, and kick a field goal. So, hey, I'm all for back clock management. I'm just I'm pointing it out.
Glad you did, and glad that was the case.
Timeouts, they don't give you anything for those at halftime. You can't trade those in for a hot dog at the concession stand. Some people think, if you have a timeout, you can get maybe an extra ice cream bar or something. You take them in with you, but
not redeemable.
They're not redeemable, and they don't carry over to the second half either. Yeah.
Bama with 6 DBs, and in fact, they're going to put 3 of them back beyond the 30-yard line. Tennessee will set up 3 wideouts left, 1 right. They're going to try to throw the Hail Mary here, as now Hooker will have to step up, buying time. He'll throw it deep downfield towards the end zone, and this one is going to be tipped. It's going to be batted into the air, and it falls to the ground incomplete.
They actually brought in Joe Milton to throw it. He must have a better arm.
You're right.
That was Joe Milton.
Throw it. Thank you. Good catch, partner. As we'll go to the locker room with Tennessee holding a 28-20 lead over Alabama. And Roger Hoover will not go first as it relates to getting Coach Saban. CBS will talk with him first, and then we will hear from the Crimson Tide's head man. The conversation with Coach.
Should be interesting to hear what he has to say.
Yep.
I bet he's thrilled.
You go with that. Nick Saban at the half is presented by Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. As Bama's very fortunate. 9 penalties in the first half, and yet they're still within a score, albeit an 8-point differential in this one at the moment. Here's Roger catching up with Coach Saban.
Coach, your thoughts on the first half?
Well, we didn't play very well, especially on defense. Made a lot of bad penalties. The kicking game killed us. Bad error that basically gave them a score when we got a stop and would have had good field position. That might have been a 14-point swing. But we're only 8 points down, so, we can play better in the second half. I think that's what we got to focus on.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Roger. And thank you again to Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Crimson Tide, providing Coach Nick Saban at the half. Vols with the lead, 28-20. Could have been and was much worse, but now it's more manageable for the Tide. Roger will recap it when we come back here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Game day is full of ifs. Like if Alabama can take home another Iron Bowl victory. Who knows? But if you want the most convenient way to pay in T-Town, get the University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card. Tap to pay contactless card technology and Locket card controls give you what you need on game day or any day. To order your card, visit Regents.com/GoBama. Regents, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
By now, your daily routine is probably a little too routine. Don't you want to change? Don't you want to start playing by your own rules and escape the routine so your fantasy becomes reality? Where every night is an adventure, where new flavors are ready to be tasted, where it feels like you're a winner. Take a chance. Reward yourself. Make your routine anything but routine. Escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, everybody knows. That's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a grill at your college football party. My full grease trap, that's something you clean? Now you're smoking your car and garage instead of your meats. And if you don't have the right coverage, fixing this could be a trick play. So bundle your home and auto with Allstate to save up to 25% and get protected from mayhem like me.
Bundled savings discounts will vary by state. Saving up to 25% is a countrywide average of savings off the home policy. Combining a multiple policy discount for having auto insurance with Allstate and the welcome discount savings and enrollment.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Also brought to you by BASF. We create chemistry. Barkley GMC, Tuscaloosa's leader. Barkley makes it easy. And by Sherwin-Williams. Looking for a color change? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Shop online or at your local stores.
Score at halftime at Neyland Stadium, Tennessee 28 and Alabama 20. This is Roger Hoover with you from the field here at Neyland Stadium. Welcome to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Here are the Cadence Bank stats and facts. Bancorp South and Cadence have come together to form a new, even better bank to help the people, companies, and communities we serve prosper. Learn more at cadencebank.com/the new Cadence, member FDIC. Well, Alabama trailing by 8 at halftime. The Crimson Tide outgaining Tennessee in terms of total offense, 279 yards compared to Tennessee's 247. Alabama 205 passing yards from Bryce Young, 74 yards on the ground for the Crimson Tide. Speaking of Bryce Young, he is 17 of 26 passing for 205 yards and a touchdown. Leading rusher Jahmyr Gibbs, 15 carries for 62 yards and a touchdown. And then Cameron Latu, Ja'Cory Brooks, Kobe Prentice all have caught 4 passes, leading in yardage for receiving. Cameron Latu with those 66 yards, and Brooks has had 1 receiving touchdown for the Crimson Tide. In football, there's always a winner and loser when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue. There's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Brian Houseworth is up next with a check of the Alabama Power scoreboard on this busy Saturday of college football. Once again, from Knoxville at halftime, it's Tennessee 28, Alabama 20. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Capri, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. They actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce. It's definitely a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Hey, I'm Michelle, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is it's spicy and it's full of flavor. When you pair that with the kale crunch salad, it's just good.
Order a grilled spicy deluxe sandwich on the Chick-fil-A app today. Available for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Roll Tide. Oh my! This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Are you thinking about buying medicine online? A search for online pharmacies yields more than 20 million results. But which ones can you trust? Medicines bought from unlicensed online pharmacies can be dangerous. You may get a fake drug, your condition may get worse, or you may experience a bad reaction. Don't put your health at risk. To learn how to find an online pharmacy that's safe and legal, visit fda.gov/BeSafeRx. A message from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. With honest conversations that let them know what we expect. That's especially important when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. And when it comes to pain medications, opioids, they need to know that they should never be shared with friends or family. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio. It is 4:34, along with my producer today, Jerry Kelly. This is your halftime scoreboard update with the latest scores from the SEC and around the nation. Alabama football brought to you by Alabama Power. It's power for a better Alabama, and we salute our radio affiliate of the game, the great folks at WKOM Front Porch Radio 101.7 in Columbia, Tennessee. We appreciate you tuning in there in Tennessee. We're at the half right now in Rocky Top, Knoxville at Neyland Stadium. It is loud, to say the least. If you heard my pregame hit with Roger, you could barely hear me. Some guy screaming on the intercom, and I've heard him during the broadcast as well. A lot of loudness there, and that's impacted the Tide at times, but sometimes you have to deal with that. Number 6, Tennessee, and number 3, Alabama. 28-20. Vols are up right now. Quite frankly, Alabama could be down by much more, so they really fought back. They were down at one point by 2 touchdowns. We'll get to your Made in Alabama halftime highlights in a moment. Let's get right to our SEC scoreboard. There was lightning in the area in Oxford. The game delayed in the fourth quarter. It didn't matter, though. Number 9, Ole Miss, beating Auburn 48-34 today. The Rebels on the year right now, 7-0, 3-0 in the SEC. Quinshon Judkins just getting it done on the ground. 25 carries, 140 yards. He had 2 scores. Rebels really improving in their ground attack.
Judkins up the middle. No one home for Auburn. House call. Touchdown.
How about the offensive line, though? Those 3 guys don't do it by themselves. They needed it. Judkins gave it to them. Rebels up 14 at home.
That's how it sounded on ESPN. Bob Weisshusen and his crew there on the call. Number 9, Ole Miss, beating Auburn today by a score of 48-34. Other games right now. Third quarter between the hedges at Dooley Field. Number 1, Georgia, continuing to impress. They have really gone to that ground attack. Last week, folks, 6 rushing touchdowns for Georgia. You heard me correctly. That's something you're seeing Monken doing quite a bit more, and Kirby as well. Kirby trying to go to that ground more. They've done it again today. Number 1, Georgia, leading Vanderbilt 28-0 in the game, but they also know how to go to the air. Stetson Bennett, 18 of 20, 211 yards, 2 scores. Georgia.
Less than 90 seconds to go in the quarter and the half. Bennett throws it. Blaylock catches it at the 3. Tight ropes it inside the near pylon for a touchdown. Dominic Blaylock. That's his first touchdown since the 2019 season.
Scott Howard with a call from the Georgia Bulldog Radio Network in Learfield. The Dogs are 6-0. They're going to improve to 7-0. They are trying to pitch a shutout. Big game tonight in Lexington. 16th ranked Mississippi State. Number 22 Kentucky. Mike Leach in State, 5-1 on the year. We'll see him next week. They got a fine quarterback, Will Rogers. No question about that. LSU, Florida, 6 o'clock tonight. LSU leading the SEC in turnovers gained, if you will. 12. They converted all of those on 41 points. Now let's get to our halftime highlights presented by Made in Alabama. Career opportunities. Fields of tomorrow. Aerospace, bioscience, automotive, and advanced technology. Alabama at one point, folks, was down in this game against Tennessee 21-7. Bryce Young, workmanlike, 17 of 26, 205 yards. He has a score. Ja'Cory Brooks doing a great job. He's gone up and get the ball a couple of times, gotten the ball, if you will. 4 catches, 66 yards. He does have a touchdown on the ground. Gibbs, 15 carries, 62 yards. He has a score. Alabama.
Young will hand it off. Gibbs trying to make a man miss. Gets to the edge. 10, 5. Touchdown, Alabama. A block from Isaiah Bond. Jahmyr Gibbs able to run off of it. Getting into the end zone, and we're an extra point away from a tie game in Knoxville.
Chris Stewart there with a call on the CTSN. 28-20 right now. Third Saturday in October, and have those cigars ready. I think we're going to see ourselves a pretty good second half. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get to our top 25. Jim Harbaugh looking pretty good there at Michigan, a statement win. Big games coming up tonight as well. And we'll tell you folks in Madison, Alabama, you know, there's a pretty good baseball stadium there. Toyota Field, Rocket City, Trash Pandas play there. They're going to play some college football coming up tonight I'll preview it coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
There is no substitute for hard work. Just ask the Crimson Tide. At Dex Imaging, they know the meaning of hard work, too. You don't become the best in the office equipment business without it. If you need a copier and printer company that understands hard work, quality, dependability, and customer service, then give Dex Imaging a call or go to deximaging.com. Dex Imaging, the official copier and printer provider of Alabama Athletics.
Hey Tide fans, do you need to make some extra room in your living space, basement, or garage? Life Storage can help. Offering a variety of spaces and sizes, including traditional or climate controlled. Life Storage has the space for you. Prefer to skip the counter? This Life Storage exclusive 100% online rental offers the only true contact-free storage rental solution. Call 844-LIFE-STORE or visit lifestorage.com for more information. Life Storage. It's your life. Store it with care.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Meet Ed, movie buff, animal lover, safe driver.
5 years of driving an ambulance teaches you a thing or two. If people knew what I know, lives could be saved. When I see a car trying to rush past a turning bus, I get concerned. You see, when big vehicles turn right, they have to swing wide to make the turn. And that's a lesson you don't want to learn the hard way. When trucks and buses turn, let's you and I wait.
It's our roads. It's our safety. Visit www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
At 4:41, I'm Brian Houseworth, live with you in studio, and this is your Crimson Tide Sports Network Scoreboard Update, brought to you by Alabama Powered's Power for a Better Alabama. At the half, Tennessee leading number 3 Alabama 28-20. Top 25 scores, other matchups. Number 5 Michigan pounding Penn State today 41-17. This was a 17-14 game in the halftime area, and then Michigan really pouring it on in that second half. How about number 25, James Madison, ranked for the first time ever as an FBS team. They're leading right now 17-14 over Georgia Southern at the half. Yes, that is Clay Helton. Several have asked me, is that him? Yes, he is the coach of Georgia Southern down there in Statesboro. They are at the half. Number 8, Oklahoma State leading TCU 24-13 in the third quarter. How about Troy? Troy looking pretty good. They're 4-2, but Texas State leading them 14-10. They're in the third. That game going on, as we call it, the Veterans Memorial Stadium in Toyota Field in Madison, Alabama. They're playing football tonight. North Alabama, Jacksonville State, 50th all-time meeting. It's the first time I can ever find any research of the game being played in that town, much less that field. Coming up next, your second half kick, and Tide fans, don't forget, you can take it to the house this football season. Alabama Manufactured Housing Association, if they take the second half kick for a touchdown at one of their games, a lucky fan wins $75,000 toward the purchase of a manufactured home. Register now, rolltide.com/take it to the house. Chris, Barrett, Roger, right after this, I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey there, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. We're celebrating 40 legendary years here at Baumhauer's Victory Grill. And to kick this off, we're coming in hot with our all-new Alabama hot chicken. Fresh southern fried chicken breast smothered in a blend of tangy, immune-boosting herbs and spices with a spicy finish. Served up with a side of homemade smoked Gouda cheese grits, Miss Mary's southern greens, and garlic bread. And there's plenty more where that came from. Stop in today and celebrate with us. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
Tide fans, it's game day. Time to huddle up with friends and family, take your seat, and open a bag of your favorite Golden Flake snacks. So rip open that bag of Golden Flake or any of our other delicious snacks from the Utz family of brands and settle in, because when you snack with Golden Flake, you're taking part in an Alabama football tradition. Golden Flake, celebrating 65 years as the official chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Hey Alabama fans, Chris Stewart with big news about Shoe Station, proud sponsor of the Alabama Crimson Tide. With 22 stores across Alabama and the Southeast, Shoe Station is everyone's family footwear destination. It's the brands you love at the prices you need. Mark your calendars to be at the new Shoe Station opening at Vestavia City Center in Birmingham in November. Shop the biggest and best Shoe Station yet. Visit shoestation.com and find a store near you. Roll Tide.
This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Also brought to you in part by Chevron with Techron. Unbeatable fans deserve unbeatable mileage. Choose Chevron with Techron. And by Allstate. Get protected from mayhem this year when you switch and save with Allstate. Now, with the call of the second half, here's Chris Stewart.
Payless Drugs is your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit mynewpharmacy.com to pay less. They bring us, Payless Drugs does, the prescription for success in the second half. And for that, we bring in my broadcast partner today, the great pinch hitter he has been and will continue to be, Barrett Jones. What is the prescription for Alabama?
Well, I could pick about 10 things. Let's start with no penalties. There were, 9 or 10 in that first half? Very ugly. Get off the field on third down. They were 3 for 5, 60% on third down there in that first half. That was not good, and got to get some more pressure on Hendon Hooker. Got to find a way to make him uncomfortable. He's been so comfortable back there in the pocket. So if I had to only pick 3, that would be my 3, Chris.
We'll limit it to that since Will Reichert is kicking it off as we speak. Tennessee getting the ball first. The kick will sail into the end zone. Fielded there by Jimmy Holiday, but he'll take it for a touchback, and the Vols will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. And that Bama defense hoping to keep some momentum going that they were able to gain in the back half of quarter number 2.
Yes, definitely. What they did, they rushed 3 and dropped 8 a lot more there in the back half, especially when they were in 2nd, 3rd, and long. Decided to make Hendon Hooker either take off with his legs or check it down, not give up anything deep, because there were a lot of big plays and a lot of open receivers down the field. I think we've proven that we really can't cover them in man-to-man coverage, so that makes a lot of sense, and we're seeing that same look here, Chris.
Will Anderson, Byron Young, Jaheim Otis, the 3-man front. Dallas Turner walking up on the edge for Alabama. The snap goes to Hooker, and his pass is incomplete, trying to connect with Jacob Warren, the tight end, and Alabama may have forced him into a rush throw right there. That's only the 5th incompletion on 17 attempts from Hooker today. Quickly back to the line of scrimmage from the 25, 2nd and 10 there. Bama puts Turner on the near side, showing as though he wants to apply some pressure. Tennessee taking its time to set the play up. Play clock is only now at 17 seconds, so they've got a lot of time left. They will snap it now, though. Hooker will throw. He'll tuck it. He will decide to run. He'll get across the 30 and get hit down at the 35-yard line. He's going to be close to the 1st down mark. It looked like Kool-Aid McKinstry was going to try to strip the football from him. Could quite. 3rd and about a foot is all they need. They'll push the pile forward. It's a 1st down and more for Hooker as he gets to the 38-yard line of the Volunteers.
Well, another 3rd down conversion. That was like a 4-yard quarterback sneak, Chris.
Yeah.
Not good.
Mays and Spraggins were pushing the pile forward on that. 3 wideouts right, 1 left for Tennessee. Single setback with Hooker. He wants to throw. He's looking. He dumps it off out of the backfield. Catch is made by Small. He'll make a man miss. He'll get to the midfield stripe. And offensively, they're back in the rhythm they had earlier in the ball game when they were having a lot of success, although Small is slow to get up, and he's going to have to go to the sideline, replaced there by Jalen Wright. Like somebody fell on him.
Yeah, good decision there by Hooker to just check it down. Everything was covered down the field. But got to find a way to get pressure, man. He's just sitting back there camping out as all day to throw the football.
Jaheim Otis at 6'5", 348 is the one who squished him, and DJ Dale comes on to replace Otis defensively for the Crimson Tide. Two wideouts right. They've got a guy uncovered on the far side right now at receiver. Bama will creep one up now as they try to run the option right side, and Bama's going to bring him down for a loss. Brian Branch got there along with Will Anderson, and Hooker goes down back at the 46.
Perfect play call that time defensively by Pete Golding as he brought Brian Branch off that slot right into that option. Will Anderson, good assignment football, took the quarterback and had nowhere to do but eat the football.
That's where that defender was that I was talking about. Looked like he's going to creep up once again, but holds his spot momentarily as on second down and 13, the Vols with Jalen Wright as the single setback to the right side of Hendon Hooker, their QB. Two wide outs to each side of the formation. Play action again. Hooker looking. Plenty of time throwing deep. Man wide open, and that is overthrown. Thankfully, hallelujah, Terrion Arnold fell down, and Ramel Keaton was wide open, and the throw sailed over his head. It's the only thing preventing a touchdown.
We've got great equipment managers at Alabama. They do a fantastic job. We need to get Terrion Arnold some new cleats because this man has fallen down 4 times today, and that was a blessing that Brew McCoy stopped running and just I don't know what happened there. It should have been a touchdown. Very fortunate, but as it sits, third and very long.
Third and about 13. They're 4 of 6 on third downs in the game, and Bama may have been drawn off sides. I hope so. The whistle blew.
No, I think it's on us. We're trying to do a sales job here, but I mean, another just bad error. Third and long.
Still third and long if it is on Bama, but not quite as
Offside.
long.
Defense, number 93. Made contact prior to the snap. 5-yard penalty. It remains third down.
Official pointed the wrong way, said the right thing.
And that was, could have called that on one of 4 guys. Everybody jumped off sides there, as Tennessee usually goes on one clap. That's what they go so fast, and so you get so used to going one clap. Then they make a call, and they say, all right, this one's on 2 claps, basically. And everyone jumped off sides.
So third down and 8.5 for the Volunteers. From the Bama side of midfield, they'll hand it off up the middle. They'll spin forward. They'll get to the 43-yard line. It'll be fourth down from right there. Jalen Wright got to carry.
No hesitation.
They're going to go for it. They didn't make it earlier on fourth down. They're going to bring everybody in on fourth down and about 2.5 for 3. They'll swing it out. Catch is made. Branch delivers the hit. He got help, and he's going down. Jacob Warren brings him down, or gets brought down by the Bama D, and the Crimson Tide, the yard marker says third down. That was wrong. That was fourth down, was it not? Hang on, the officials are talking about it now. That should have been fourth down. It's Alabama football, but they didn't change the marker on the field. It was incorrect.
Absolutely, that was... Unless they get 5 downs like Colorado back in the day, this should be Alabama football. And what a play by Brian Branch to come out of nowhere, close on the tight end, and make a tremendous tackle. Jordan Battle came and rally tackled. But I don't care what the sign says. I don't think the signs matter.
It was fourth down. It was third down and 13.
Really on the field as the runner was short of the line to the gain on fourth down. That's a turnover on downs. First down, Alabama.
Here's the deal. It was third down and 13. We had the penalty. So third down and 8. They ran a play. They got it to within 2 yards. That was fourth down. They didn't change the down marker. That's why there was so much confusion on the field, but Alabama knew it was a fourth down stop. They got it right. It's Bama football when we come back.
Football's crazy, man.
It is indeed.
It's always something.
28-20, Tennessee with the lead, but Bama trying to change that fact when we return to Tennessee right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports matter. They bring us together. That's why we're a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. More fans, families, and friends trust Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama to provide the health insurance coverage and services they depend on. We're proud to support Alabamians. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
What widens the eyes, tightens the stomach, and flutters the heart. Adrenaline. Feel it for yourself in the Toyota RAV4, Camry, Corolla, and Tacoma. Lease a new 2022 Toyota RAV4 LE for $299 a month for 36 months. Toyota. Let's go places. Offer valid October 31st, 2022. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $35.98 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and viewer fee. See dealer for details.
Just like the Crimson Tide, Serve Pro is honored to be the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With more than 2,000 locations nationwide and over 50 years of experience, Serve Pro is faster to any disaster. To find an Alabama Serve Pro service location near you, simply click on ServePro.com. Serve Pro is a proud supporter of Alabama football.
Pretty funny, isn't it?
Tennessee 28, Alabama 20, 12-13 left to go in the third quarter. And the Domino's Drive for Dough is presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. Bama scores on the first drive of the second half. Leanne Robinson will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on the Crimson Tide Sports Network's Facebook page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. Today's game presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting at Pensacola. Visit Pensacola.com as we continue live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Raj Hoover, thank you so much. They are still reviewing.
I've never seen this be reviewed before. They're reviewing whether or not it was fourth down. I mean, it's pretty clear. Take us back through the sequence real quick, Chris.
Yeah, the stat program says 1st and 10. Hooker ran 3 yards. Loss on the play.
Brian Branch blitzed off the edge. Will Anderson, that was the speed option. They tackled him. There you go.
And then you've got an incomplete pass. Yep. On second down, 3rd and 13, penalty on Alabama, sets up 3rd and 8. They run for 6 yards. They've got 4th and 2, pass complete to Jacob Warren. He gets a yard, no more. That was where it should have been turned over on downs. The stat monitor said that. We saw it with our own eyes. There's a guy across the way who didn't get it changed down on the field, and he is apparently holding to that because he's still got 3 up there on the mark. He was wrong then. He's still wrong now.
He was admonished by the referees. They both still have 3. I don't know what's going on. I don't even understand what we're reviewing here. I mean,
you got to go time.
We're
maybe your time on the clock.
I don't know.
Line of scrimmage.
After video review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Tennessee was short of the line to gain on 4th down. It's 1st down Alabama at the 41-yard line.
There's not even any fans booing. I mean, everyone knew it was 4th down.
Right. Except that guy.
I think
or whoever has control of the down marker.
Which, by the way, I think Josh Heupel knew it was 4th down, too.
Yes,
I don't think he was confused. I mean, it would be one thing if he was like, I didn't know, but
they were trying to steal one right there, which I don't blame him. I'm not criticizing him, but...
Sure. But here we go, Chris.
Yep,
we are down
football.
1 score. We got the football. Let's go. Come on.
I hear you, partner. 28-20 balls working from the Alabama 41. Here's Bryce Young with 3 wideouts right. Jace McClellan is the single setback to his right. Now he'll be joined in the backfield by Gibbs. He circles around. They'll swing it to him out of the backfield. He'll spin away from one guy, but there's 3 others in orange jerseys to wrap him up. Bama didn't block anybody on that play. It's a loss of 3.
No, they didn't. That was a tough defensive play call, too, because you had the defensive end dropping into coverage on a quick swing pass. That's never a good recipe. So a good defensive play call there that worked out. But somebody has got to be open down the field. They have not been able to cover us down the field. Got to find a way to give Bryce time and let him push the ball down the football field.
Empty backfield with Gibbs, one of 3 wide outs to the left side. Young gets the snap. Looking left side, deep, has a man down there. Burton, jump ball, did he win it? He did! What a grab! Jermaine Burton down to the 26 of Tennessee. Another bank first down for Alabama. The best catch of his Alabama career. Sets up 1st and 10 for the Crimson Tide.
Great play by Burton, and about time somebody stepped up and made a play on a 50-50 ball. He just goes up and mosses a defender.
Handoff, Gibbs, up the middle, 20, 15, 10, 5, to the checkerboards. Touchdown, Alabama. 26 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs has made it a 2-point game, and Alabama's going to try to tie it right here with a 2-point play.
Poetry in motion. When Jahmyr Gibbs breaks to the second level, there was one man to beat. It was the safety, Trevon Flowers, and he did not even lay a finger on Jahmyr Gibbs, who has the best juke move in college football. I'm declaring it right here, right now. Absolutely left him in the dust, and a huge play here with an opportunity to tie the football game in the third quarter. And Chris, I did not think we'd be here this quickly when it was 21-7.
Play clock resets to 25, and Alabama will have it from the left hash. Empty set at the moment, but now Gibbs will join Bryce Young in the backfield with 3 wide outs to the right side. Waiting on the snap. Waiting. Play clock at 8, gets the snap. Young, looking, buying time, throwing, caught, back of the end zone. Good, Brooks, 2 points. Let's start over. We're tied at 28 with 11 to go in the third.
Wow, great job by Bryce Young. Awesome protection up front. Corey Brooks lined up on the right side. He was working the end line of the end zone. Great body control to know where the out of bounds is, and just a strike from Bryce Young to convert it and tie this football game up, Chris.
11-11 to go. Third quarter of action. Back after this on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
In SEC Sports, the ifs come at you every minute. What if your QB had released the ball a second earlier? What if the head coach hadn't used his last time out? What if your team goes all the way this season? If you love the tradition, if you live for the rivalry, if you can't wait each week for the absolute edge of your seat action, Regions is right there with you as the official bank of the SEC.
Regions can't help you with the ifs in sports. Regions helps you embrace the youth in life.
Member FDIC.
This is Saban Country. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
I've been driving trucks for a long time. Safety is my #1 priority. I know that my truck has huge blind spots. That's why I remember to check my mirrors often for smaller vehicles. Everyone can help keep our roads safe. Next time you're behind the wheel, try to avoid lingering in those blind spots. It can be dangerous. Let's all plan to share the road safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
I found hope in the midst of an overwhelming situation.
Alcoholism is a disease that can affect any family. Everyone suffers, but there is help and hope at Al-Anon Family Groups.
Al-Anon gave me my life back. I'm a better father and husband.
Are you in an overwhelming situation because of someone else's drinking? Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Local and virtual meetings are available. Maybe one could work for you. Call 1-866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
11-11 left to go in the third quarter. Alabama and Tennessee even at 28. The Bromberg scoring drive, 3 plays, 59 yards, and minute 2 off the clock. So 59 yards. Congratulations to our Domino's Drive for Dough winner, Leanne Robinson, earning a gift card for $59 thanks to that Domino's Drive for Dough from the Crimson Tide. Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. I'm Chris Stewart, filling in for Eli Gold. Barrett Jones filling in for John Parker Wilson. We're just a bunch of temps up here.
The replacements. We're like Shane Falco.
Here we go. Kickoff from Reichard heading towards the end zone. It's going to be fair caught right at the goal line. And Jimmy Holiday upset with himself. He felt like he could have returned that one a little bit, but the Vols will have it at the 25 and far less confidence than we have seen from their offensive unit at any point today.
Well, certainly no time to get cocky. We were just talking about it in the break. Football, this could be very different right now if Hendon Hooker had to hit his receiver running right down the seam wide open after Terry Arnold fell down. But as it sits, it's a tie ball game. You got to build on this momentum if you're Alabama's defense and find a way to get the ball back to Bryce Young.
They'll bring a man in motion to the near side, putting 2 wide outs to both sides. Hyatt, one of those 2 to the left side. Hooker will keep it himself. He'll run. He'll get knocked down. Big hit. Brian Branch again, but a gain of 3 on the play for Hendon Hooker.
Branch, such a good tackler in space.
So with the line of scrimmage, their own 28-yard line, Tennessee with the football, 2nd and 7. Hyatt and McCoy, the wide outs to the near side of the field. They've got 2 to the right side as well, including tight end Princeton Fant, stacked on both sides. They'll hand it off. They'll get first down yardage and a little bit more, as getting to the 39-yard line of the play was Jalen Wright, the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina. 10 yards on the game.
Well, we're showing a 3-down front right now, so don't be surprised if they keep it on the ground.
They'll go play action here. Hooker looking to throw, going deep. He's got a man down there. Receiver able to get past DeMarco Helms for a touchdown, and that didn't take long for the Volunteers.
Well, this will not be a film that is on DeMarco Helms' highlight tape here, as they have gone after him time and time and time again. And again, Jalen Hyatt running wide open down the left sideline with Helms about 5 yards behind him, and that was a layup right there for Hendon Hooker. A beautiful ball down the left sideline. It was just a straight go route, a good release from the slot down the left sideline, and not even close.
60 yards on the touchdown throw, and now the ball's back on top with Chase McGrath on to try the extra point to get it to 35-28. Snap, spot, and the kick is hooked left. He missed it wide left, and that is a big play potentially here in this one in Knoxville, Tennessee. 10:16 to go. The Vols do lead it, but it's only 34-28 when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Medicaid and CHIP offer free or low-cost health coverage for children and teens. Hospital and doctor visits, prescriptions, shots, and more are covered. That's peace of mind for parents if a child is sick or gets injured. And parents may now be eligible for Medicaid too, even if they've applied in the past. Enrollment is always open. Visit InsureKidsNow.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The United States Deputy Sheriff's Association is a national nonprofit and the largest non-governmental provider of services to law enforcement. The USDSA assists city, county, state, and federal agencies with free safety equipment donations and officer survival training, along with cash donations to families of law enforcement officers who perish in the line of duty, college scholarships for the children of law enforcement, a citizen awareness program, and more. For more information on the USDSA and how you can help, visit usdeputy.org.
Tennessee in front 34-28 over Alabama, 10:16 remaining in the third quarter. For every Crimson Tide interception this season, Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $2,000 to children. $2,000 to Children's of Alabama is our Picks for Kids partner. So far, 2 interceptions this year for the Crimson Tide, and that's $4,000 for Children's of Alabama. Thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations throughout Alabama for their wonderful support of Children's of Alabama. Roger, thank you. Barrett Jones, how do we fix what has been an issue throughout this game? On the fly.
It's a great question there, Chris. Cover better, run faster, maybe an interception. I will say this, at least I feel like we're back on serve now. I never have felt that way as an Alabama fan. Actually, one time, Ole Miss 2020.
Yeah.
Is the only time I felt that way. Like we had to score a touchdown every time they did. But here we are. We're in a shootout, and we got the football back with a chance to take a 1-point lead.
And it's exactly right. As the kickoff sails into the end zone by the Vols, and Bama offense will start 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line with 10:16 to go. Again, the missed extra point by the Vols, and it was hooked left, makes it 34-28. So a touchdown or an extra point would give Alabama the lead for the first time today. Amari Nyblack is in the game, one of 3 wideouts and a tight end in for Alabama. Ja'Cory Brooks being among the others. Pistol formation. Young will hand it off. Gibbs getting a couple of yards, maybe 3. 2nd and 7 upcoming. Andre Turrentine getting credit for the stop for the Volunteers.
Well, I like that we're not panicking. Take your time, run your offense, trust what you're doing. It's worked out pretty well so far, but keep the pedal down.
3 wideouts in formation now for Alabama, with Gibbs again the single setback. Tight end left side is Latu. Young stepping up a moment, now moving Latu out wide right. Play action. Bryce with plenty of time. Looking deep. Got a man down there. It is going to be knocked away. Incomplete. He's trying to connect with Isaiah Bond, but it was covered well by the Volunteers.
Well, a little too much air under that throw for Bryce. Gave the defender time to get in position. I thought it was a kind of a 50-50 flag type ball, probably a good no call, but a huge 3rd down, because the last thing you want to do is get the ball right back to Tennessee on a 3 and out after they've recaptured the momentum.
3rd down and 7. Gibbs in along with Young in the backfield. 3 wideouts to the right side. And Young taking his time getting the play called, but the play clock is down to 5, 4, 3, 2. Gets the snap off at 1. Pressure coming. Slant. Catch made. 1st down, Alabama to the 36-yard line. Kobe Prentice, the freshman, making another big grab for the Crimson Tide.
Enormous catch by Kobe Prentice. Getting in there, using his body, shielding off the defender, and falling forward for a 1st down. Great throw by Bryce.
They bring in 3 wideouts to the right side, but they bunch him in tight. They'll swing it that way. Back they go with it to Prentice. He'll get to the edge and get up to the 45-yard line before the clock gets stopped and he gets knocked out of bounds. Deshaun Rucker applying the hit. That's basically a pass version of a stretch handoff, isn't it?
It is, and that's, I believe, Prentice is either 5th or 6th catch of the day, so he's getting a little bit of confidence rolling here.
2 wideouts right, 1 left this time. Young will hand it off. Gibbs trying to get to the edge, finds a little bit of a seam, but only a couple of yards available to him as he gets to the 48-yard line. That is enough for the 1st down. Excuse me, it was just shy of the 1st down mark on that previous play, and it is now a bank first down for Alabama. So the Tide with it at their own 49, they say. Play action again for Bryce. Looking deep. He's got a man down there, but it's over his head. He was trying to connect with Prentice.
When he had Prentice, too, running right down the seam, it was play action. He actually pulled the guard around, which is something you see Alabama do often. It's very confusing to the linebackers when they see a guard pulling around. Everyone assumes it's run. He'll seal the edge. The protection was good, and Prentice was running right down the right hash mark as he was lined up in the slot, and Bryce just threw it over his head by a couple yards.
3 wideouts right, 2 left. Empty set at the moment for Young. Bryce on 2nd and 10, again from the 49-yard line of Alabama. Directing traffic with a play clock under 5. Gets a snap at 3. Flush out of the pocket, goes to the right. Now he's looking, trying to make a man miss. Does. Throws. He's got a receiver. Catch made. Burton. What a play. Bryce Young fighting Jermaine Burton for another bank first down.
That was a great play. There were actually 2 receivers that ended up in the same area. Burton and Bond were literally touching, and Burton was like, okay, I'll grab it. A great play by Bryce. Juke, as he rolled out to the right, lost the defender and made a play.
Heisman-like, and I'm not talking past tense. I'm talking about the future on that effort from Bryce Young. Gets the snap, looking, throwing, back shoulder, caught. Great grab made by Isaiah Bond. That'll be a gain of about 6 yards on the play.
That was a run play all the way. Only 2 men on the field knew that was a pass, and that was Bond and Bryce Young. And he's coaching Bond up right here. I think he wanted Bond to run a go route. You don't often see a back shoulder throw on a play like that on an RPO. So glad we got away with it and got a positive gain.
2nd down and about 4 upcoming. Young from the pistol has Bond going in motion. Play action. Looking, rolling to his right, throwing. Latu is there. What a grab. Out of bounds near the 10-yard line. I don't know how in the world Christian Charles didn't get a pick or at least a deflection, let alone Latu making the grab. Dear Lord, what a play for Alabama again for the tight end slot.
The reason is because it was an absolutely perfect throw. The coverage was great. The throw was better.
1st and goal from the Tennessee 10. Bama trying to tie it with a chance to take the lead with an extra point, but a flag is going to come in, and you got movement, I believe, by the Crimson Tide, or is it?
Yeah,
Ball start, offense, number 65. 5-yard penalty, and it's 1st down.
There was confusion the whole time about the formation, the way guys were doing. Latu stepped up, Randolph stepped back. There was confusion all over the board.
J.C. Latham guilty of the 11th penalty. Wow, 11 penalties, 81 yards on the Crimson Tide. Tennessee has been flagged twice for 15. 1st and goal again, but now from the 15-yard line. Bond in motion to the left side. Handoff Gibbs, right side. Tries to make a man miss, but can't. That's a great tackle at the 11-yard line. The linebacker, Jeremy Banks, may have saved the touchdown on that play.
Oh, yeah, no made to it. He saved the touchdown. McLaughlin was out there, too, with a chance to just get a piece of Banks, but wasn't able to get enough of him, and was able to make the play on Jahmyr Gibbs.
Again from the 11. 2nd and goal. Alabama. Gibbs in the backfield with Young. 2 wideouts right. Burton all alone with a lot of real estate to the left. They'll bring JoJo Earl in motion to the left side. Bryce looking, throwing. Gibbs 5, Gibbs 4, down to the 3. It'll be 3rd and goal right there for the Crimson Tide. Brandon Turnage saved the touchdown. A transfer from Alabama making the stop for the Volunteers.
Yep. Huge play from the 2.5-yard line here as Gibbs was lined up to the right of Bryce, just released. That was a blown coverage there by Tennessee, not able to get in the end zone, and a big play in this football game.
Jace McClellan into the ball game in the backfield with Bryce Young. 3rd and goal from the 2. Tennessee moved. The flag came in. Let's see if they will call it on them or back Bama up 5. They were in the neutral zone, however.
And it's just too risky, though. They stepped barely over the line, and so they pointed and said, this guy jumped.
Offside. Defense, number 33. In the neutral zone, causing the offense to react.
Yeah.
The penalty is half the distance to goal. Remains 3rd down.
Well, we reacted on purpose. My point is we gained a yard, and it was risky because we could have lost 5 there.
No question.
In that area of the field. I'm glad it worked out, but anyway, now we're bringing in the heavy package. Going to try to rumble it in the end zone, Chris.
Back to find out if we're man enough to run it in from the 1.5.
2 chances from here, no doubt about it.
Tennessee making changes. Bringing in their big uglies. As the Tide with Robbie Oots, among others, in, along with Kendall Randolph. Oots at fullback. It's McClellan dotting the I, and a timeout used right here by Bryce Young to make sure everybody's on the same page.
First time out of the half.
4:52 remaining in the 3rd quarter. 34-28, Tennessee leading, but Bama trying to change that when we come back to Knoxville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you Mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Still 4:52 left to go in the third quarter from Knoxville. It's Tennessee 34 and Alabama 28. Just saw the best move of the game. It's presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And we just saw Bryce Young at his best just a moment ago on a completion to Jermaine Burton to extend this drive for the Crimson Tide, as Young had to scramble so long to keep that play alive for the Crimson Tide. He did so beautifully to connect with Jermaine Burton. That's the best move of the game, presented by Old Dominion Freight Line.
Roger Hoover, thank you so very much. As Alabama has third and goal at the Tennessee 1.5-yard line, 4:52 remaining in the third quarter of play. The Tide trailing 34-28. Tyler Booker into the ball game at right guard for Alabama now. You've also got Amari Nyblack in at wideout left side, two wideouts to the right. McClellan, the single setback behind Bryce Young. Handoff right side. McClellan get for the end zone. He is in, but a flag is down. I believe they're going to get Alabama for a penalty here on a hold. Dadgummit.
Brutal right there. Outside zone to the right, ran to the right pylon. Everything was great except it was a hold on the right side.
Holding offense number 54. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. He keeps third down.
I believe that was...
They said 54, which is Tyler Steen.
Oh, yeah, they did. Look, he was actually lined up. Oh, I see what they did. They lined Tyler Steen up, the left tackle at right tackle.
Try to get their best blocker on the edge.
Right, it was like an overloaded set. I don't think it was on him, though. They just showed the replay. I think it was on Latham, 65. Wow. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Regardless, now it's third and goal at the 11.
Third and goal from there with Bama down 6. Still trying to tie it up. 3 wideouts left. Gibbs in the backfield with Young. Pistol formation. Waiting on the snap. Still waiting. Walks up, walks back. Waiting, and we took too long. Dadgummit, another penalty. 13 penalties. 96 yards on the Crimson Tide.
Well, Bryce saw a blitz last second. He tried to change the protection, but you got to understand, you can't do that when it's that late. Man, that's killer. And they just showed that hole again, and that was questionable, honestly.
So from the 16, Alabama now bringing Brooks to the near side. Burton and Earl, it looks like, to the left side. Young directing traffic. Play clock at 2. At 1, they get it off in time. Pressure coming from the edge. Bryce spins away. Rolling to his left. Directing traffic. Buying more time. Now looking. Stopping. Throwing. Back of the end zone. It is incomplete.
Flag! Here we go, baby.
Come in.
What a
call.
play, Bryce Young.
Pass interference on the Volunteers.
Holy cow.
In the end zone, I believe, is upcoming, and we got a reprieve from the governor.
Oh, my goodness.
Pass interference, defense, number 28. The penalty occurred in the end zone. The ball was placed at the 2-yard line with an automatic first.
Talk about an enormous call right there. Holy cow, that was unreal. Bryce Young is out there looking like Johnny Manziel in the backfield, doing spin moves, pauses, juke moves, almost got hit 5 times, threw it up for grabs. I thought it was a bad decision. and then he got absolutely tackled. It was a blatant pass interference. It wasn't even, the crowd's not even booing the call. It was so blatant. He got literally tackled, did Jermaine Burton in the end zone, but alas, here we go. First and goal for the two after all that.
After all that, Bama will have a pair of wideouts left. They've got Latu tight end along with Moorhead, who will shift to the right side. McClellan in the backfield with Young. Play clock at 5. Here's the snap. Handoff goes to Gibbs, actually left side. Foot race. He wins it. End zone. Touchdown, Alabama. And we are tied again.
Wow. What a turn of events there, Chris. That was just a flat-out foot race there as they handed it off to Jahmyr Gibbs and said, here, race this guy to the pylon. And that's a race that Jahmyr Gibbs is going to win more times than not. In fact, that's exactly what they did. The whole line blocked to the right, and they just handed it to Jahmyr Gibbs going left. There wasn't even blockers for him. It was just him versus the defensive end racing to the pylon, and Jahmyr Gibbs won. I actually like that play design a lot. It's pretty cool.
Reichert on to give Bama the lead for the first time today here late in the third quarter. Kick is up. Kick is good, and order is restored for the moment. 35-34. Alabama leads it. 4:27 remaining in the third quarter when we come back right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
I'm Brad Bohannon, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Ashley Johnston, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Patrick Murphy, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nate Oates, and I'm an organ donor.
I'm Nick Saban, and I'm an organ donor.
And I'm John Parker Wilson. I'm also an organ donor. Saving a life has never been easier. You can register online at legacyofhope.org. Give the gift of life. Be an organ donor.
Become an organ donor and save a life today. Learn more at legacyofhope.org.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
.427 left to go in the third quarter. Alabama in front, 35-34 over Tennessee in Knoxville. Listen to Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show from Baumhower's Victory Grill on Thursdays from 6:30 to 8 p.m. on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Remember to submit your question to Coach Saban at AL.com. It could be asked during the show. Hey Coach and the Nick Saban Show are presented by Alpha Insurance. Roger, thank you so much. Alabama with a lead for the first time today. But that'll be short-lived if the Tide doesn't fix what's been ailing them most of the day.
Yes, that's correct. And unfortunately, we've been getting absolutely roasted in the secondary. I don't even know how to say it any nicer than that. It's been ugly. No pressure on Hendon Hooker. No adjustments. And there's some guys specifically who you've probably heard me talk about that have just been getting abused back there. So I don't know what to do about it, honestly. I hope Nick Saban does. But right now they're just outrunning us. So
Will Reichert's kick sails to the end zone. A fair catch called for, and a little bit of frustration looking as though it's on the faces of the Volunteers right now. And body language-wise, anyway, they look more than displeased.
That extra point, Chris, was huge.
It was.
Because obviously it changes the math and everything. But mentally, right, for Tennessee to be playing their best game right now and to look up and say, how are we losing this football game? That's a weird feeling.
Vols have been penalized only 4 times today. Alabama 13 times for 96 yards. They will hand it off left side. They'll pick up big yardage near the first down mark. It's going to be maybe just shy of that. Jabari Small on the carry for 9 yards, and Bama's not stopping them on the run or in the pass game. Quickly they go to the line of scrimmage. They hand it off, and a gain of 1.5 yards will get a fresh set of downs. Shaheem Otis wrapped him up. But once again, Small has enough for the first. They'll spot it at the Tennessee 37-yard line. 1st and 10 from right there.
Both safeties are deep, understandably so.
Handoff once again. Gain of 4 or 5 yards before Chris Braswell, the Jack linebacker, makes the stop for the Crimson Tide.
So my point is, it's really hard to stop the run when you got both safeties deep. They're not even sniffing the box.
4 yards on that gain. 2nd and 6 upcoming. Hooker looking, throwing, deep ball. He's got a man down there. We got a DB there, and it is going to be out of bounds, incomplete.
Great coverage by Terry Arnold. I mean, pitch perfect. Like, that will be textbook tape next year in how to defend a go route. His best play of the night by a long shot. Just a straight go route. He was in phase the whole time, went up for the ball. Beautiful coverage.
Boy, the catch was made over there, but he was out of bounds when he made the grab. Heck of an effort on the part of the Vols. But on 3rd down and 7, where they are 4 of 7 on 3rd downs today, empty set now for the quarterback, Hendon Hooker, or at least they bluffed that, sending Wright out of the backfield, but now he comes back in to join his quarterback. Hooker looking to throw. Pressure coming across the middle. Too high. Intercepted. Picked off. Alabama. Guess who? DeMarco Helms with the interception. And Bama gets the takeaway on Tennessee's first interception of the year.
Well, just like we thought, right? DeMarco Helms making a huge play. Dallas Turner in there pressuring Hendon Hooker. Made him throw it high and right into Helms' breadbasket. A huge play in the football game. You mentioned no interceptions all year. And in fact, coming into the game, it was 239 attempts for Hendon Hooker, plus whatever he had this game without throwing an interception. And here we go. Alabama's got the football up, one with a chance to make it an 8-point lead if they're able to score a touchdown.
Time to get after him right here. Jahmyr Gibbs back in the backfield for the Crimson Tide. 3:15 to go in this 3rd quarter. Alabama up 1 with the ball. Young hands it off. Gibbs cuts it back, wrapped up, finally brought down at the 40. A gain of 3 on the play. Jawan Mitchell, the first man to get paws on him there.
Alabama obviously seeing something they like into the boundary. A lot of their runs tonight have been into that boundary side with 3 receivers on the opposite side. Some good matchups they're creating. That time, Gibbs was close to bouncing out of there.
Gibbs split wide left this time, leaving an empty backfield with Bryce Young. 3 wideouts to the left, 2 to the right side. Young getting the snap. Looking, throwing across the middle. Catch made, Holden into Tennessee territory. Down to the 40-yard line. A bank first down as the Tide rolls into Tennessee territory again on the 20-yard gain.
Holden wasn't dropping that one. He caught it with 2 hands. His body smothered it up. Make sure he was catching that slant pass and kept 2 hands on it the whole time. Ball security and catching the football has been an issue for him. But a great route and a great throw by Bryce Young.
Gibbs in the backfield with Young. He'll swing it out to him. Bryce will. Tripped up, stood up, loses a yard on the play. Couldn't quite get the numbers out there. Cameron Latu was 1, trying to block, I think, 3.
Well, Latu gets asked to block in space a whole lot against quick players, and that wasn't his best one there. He's generally pretty good at it. But 2nd and long now. Can't have negative plays. Got to continue moving the ball down the field. And again, 2nd and long. Let's go empty.
2nd and a dozen. 3 wideouts to the right. 1 or 2 actually to the left side of the formation. Young stepping up to change the play. Clapping his hands. Gets the snap. Pressure coming from the edge. Throw made. Prentice. A gain of only about 4 yards. It'll be 3rd and long. 3rd and 8, we'll call it. Trayvon Flowers is the one who came up and made the stop. Bama 3 of 7 on 3rd downs today.
All right, another huge opportunity here on 3rd down to continue to keep the ball up 1. Got to put the pedal down when you got a chance. You don't know how many stops you're going to get. Alabama been much better on 3rd down here in the 2nd half.
McClellan in the backfield with Young. 2 wideouts right. Tight end will now go in the backfield along with McClellan. And we had movement. Got away. Nope, we didn't get away with it. Latu.
Ball start. Offense.
Called for the false start there.
5-yard penalty. And then it's third down.
Killer.
Yep, it is.
Absolute killer. I think we might have been about to run the ball there on 3rd and 7. It was kind of 4-down territory area. So that hurt right there.
14 penalties, 101 yards. 15 was the number, I believe, in Austin.
Not something you're used to seeing. But last time we got in a 3rd and long situation, got bailed out by a pass interference. Let's see what Bryce Young can do here.
Got to get just beyond the Tennessee 30 to get the sticks moved. Young with time, pressure coming now, throws it right side. Prentice circles away from one man, another catches up. He's going to be brought down at the 40, and Alabama is going to have to punt it away. 4th and 10 upcoming for the Crimson Tide. Tennessee had it called very well defensively.
Oh, bad protection there. Left guard Javian Cohen got beat, unfortunately, by Byron Young, who was coming around on a tackle end stunt there. The end looped around, and Javian Cohen just whiffed on it.
That's the end of the 3rd quarter. Timeout.
Final play of the 3rd quarter. Alabama 35, Tennessee 34. Finally, good guys on top. Can they keep it that way? We'll find out when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
You mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Roll Tide. Oh my! This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Chris Jakimick, I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran is interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
And our score is brought to you live this afternoon by the folks at Alabama Power. I'm Brian Houseworth in studio. Arkansas leading Brigham Young right now on the ESPN broadcast, 52-35. KJ Jefferson has 5 touchdown throws. Number 1 Georgia shutting out Vandy 48-0. And as we speak, how about Syracuse putting it on number 15 NC State 24-9. Let's send you back right now to Rocky Top. Take it away, Roger.
Thank you, Brian. The 3rd quarter recap is presented by Auto Owners Insurance. Proud to support the Crimson Tide this season. Visit RolledTide.com/Auto Owners. Partner with an independent Alabama agent who can provide local, personalized expertise today. Alabama trailed Tennessee at halftime 28-20, and then in the 3rd quarter, it was the Crimson Tide outscoring the Tennessee Volunteers 15-6. And right now, as we enter the 4th quarter, it is a lead of 35-34 for Alabama against Tennessee. 15 more minutes to go. Brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With Zero Sugar, it's also refreshingly delicious. Is Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. Roger, thank you so very much. He is Roger Hoover. I'm Chris Stewart, alongside Barrett Jones, doing a great job filling in for John Parker Wilson, who had to be away. Tom Stipe, Ethan Carabin, Butch Owens, Jerry Kelly, and of course the boss, Jim Carabin, all making up our fantastic Crimson Tide Sports Network crew. The kick coming from Alabama's James Burnham. D. Williams, the deep man for Tennessee, standing back at his own 10-yard line. Burnham getting the snap. Pooch punt, end under end. And it is going to hit, check up inside the 5, and spotted down at the 6-yard line. And Alabama doing a great job on a beautiful punt from Burnham to pin the Vols back in their worst starting field position of the night.
Nice little sandwich there from Burnham. See Chris Stewart hit some sand wedges that look like that. Little check on him. Landed right at the 2. Kyrie Jackson, who was the gunner, actually fell down. I feel like we have a lot of guys falling down tonight. Does anyone else feel like that?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
I don't know what that is exactly, but anyway, pin deep, chance to get a stop. Missed an opportunity there. That was a big opportunity to get an 8-point lead, but here we go.
Vols with a football. Small, the single setback alongside Hooker, who is back waiting on the snap inside his own 2-yard line. He will get the snap. He will go play action. He'll look to throw. He'll swing it near side. Catch is made. Wrapped up by Malachi Moore is Jalen Hyatt. A gain of about 7 on that play, maybe 8 or 9 yards even. As they spot him there, they'll run it here with Small. He'll get the first down. He'll get more. Bama trying to strip it, but he hangs on to it, getting across the 20. And boy, they got it out of the area of their own end zone really quick.
They did. Looked easy.
1st and 10 from the Volunteer 22-yard line. They'll shift guys around, but they'll go with Small still in the backfield. Play action to him. Looking across the middle, they got a man. Catch is made. Foot race, and the Vols are going to win this one. It's Jalen Hyatt who wins that foot race, gets to the end zone. Alabama gets beaten on a big pass play once again. 78 yards on the throw, catch, and run. And the Tide secondary has been diced up this evening.
Brutal, absolutely brutal. That time it was Malachi Moore and DeMarco Helms. Again, they weren't set. Guys were moving around and just ran right by Malachi Moore, right down the seam. It's not fancy either, by the way, Chris. It's not like they're running a complex route packages. They're literally just running straight down the football field, and they're outrunning our players. It's very odd to see. I know they're not faster than our guys. I'm not sure what's going on.
Tennessee missed an extra point earlier. So up 40-35. They're going to go for 2 here to try to make it a 7-point game once again. They'll bring a man in motion to the right side. Hooker will go on the option. They'll pitch it underneath, and he'll walk into the end zone untouched. That was Princeton Fant, the big tight end that they had offset. A beautiful play design right there. The Vols execute the 2-point conversion, and just like that, with 14:01 remaining in the 4th quarter, it's the Vols who go back on top. 42-35 is our score. What a battle on this 3rd Saturday in October right here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Is bone and joint pain making simple tasks difficult? Don't just live with it. Talk to an orthopedic specialist at Ascension St. Vincent's. Options are available from physical therapy to minimally invasive surgery, which may mean faster recovery and less pain. By listening to understand you, your doctor takes a personalized approach to your care. Appointments are available, and we're here for second opinions too. So don't delay. Schedule at ascension.org/St. Vincent's AL Ortho.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old.
But I am a camping influencer.
You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Tennessee in front 42-35 over Alabama with 14:01 left to go in this game. The attendance figures are courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for today's game is a sold-out crowd, 101,915 fans. ATIX is proud sponsor of the game attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. Today's game also presented by Pensacola, Florida. It's the way to beach. Experience what's waiting. Visit Pensacola.com. Thanks, Roger. Back and forth we've gone. But as we're in the fourth quarter now with 14:01 to go, it makes each drive all the more pressing.
Yes, it does, Chris. And it certainly has the feel of a game with who's going to have the ball last. And I like our guy if we have the ball last, but got to find a way to score right here and hold serve.
Tennessee to kick it off. It's a deep kick that will sail over the head of Ja'Cory Brooks and into the end zone. That'll be a touchback. Bama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. You were talking about it during the break. Unbelievable, the numbers.
For Jalen Hyatt,
yeah,
5 catches, 194 yards, and 4 touchdowns. 5 catches, 194 yards, 4 touchdowns. If you play fantasy football, that's quite a day.
Yes.
I don't know if they have fantasy college football. Maybe they do, but regardless, it's been tough in the secondary. That time it was Malachi Moore. It's been a lot of them getting absolutely roasted. Yeah, tough. So, anyway, got the football back. Trying to be positive here with a chance to tie it up.
Crimson Tide with it from their own 25. Moving from our right to our left. Tied in, we'll go to the left side of formation, then go back right. That's Latu. Handoff goes to Gibbs. Cutting it back 25 up to the 27-yard line. A gain of a couple on that play. Again, when you're operating out of the pistol, you hand it off to a guy, and he's getting that negative start anyway in the backfield, obviously, but it seems like he's run a lot more, and he's only got a yard.
I don't know why. I mean, we're getting a little predictable here. Run on 1st down, spread him out, throw on 2nd down. We've done it about 5 straight drives, and we're about to do it again here.
Gain of 3, actually, so 2nd and 7 for Alabama. The ball placed right at the Crimson Tide 28-yard line. Young getting the snap. Time, stepping up in the pocket. Now he's going to run it. Bryce trying to get to that 1st down mark, and he got leveled. Didn't slide soon enough. Got hit, hops up. He seems to be all right, although he's going to feel that one tomorrow. Danico Slaughter, appropriately named safety, came up and delivered the hit. 3rd and a yard for Alabama here. They're 3 of 8 on 3rd downs today.
Yeah, a little indecisive there. I think he thought about sliding, but then he didn't want to lose those extra 2 yards.
McClellan in the backfield behind Young. Hands it off to him. Gets right side. Gets the 1st down. Gets 2 more just for good measure. Moved the sticks on a bank 1st down.
Huge. Kendall Randolph came in. Heavy package. Just a duo play to the right. Smashing the stacks. 2 double teams on right tight end, right tackle, and right guard and center right behind him. Picked up the 1st down.
12 and a half minutes to go in this one. Clock moving. Bama down 42-35 here in Knoxville. 15 in a row on the line. Young directing traffic. 3 wide outs to the left side of his formation. Gibbs, the running back, to his right, and now they'll bring a receiver in Bond to the right side. Young stepping up in the pocket, dumps it off Gibbs. 35, Gibbs 40, Gibbs 45, Gibbs still on his feet. Gibbs down the sideline and finally bumped out of bounds in Tennessee territory at the 33 of the Volunteers.
Jahmyr Gibbs is a playmaker. I mean, they're well covered out in the flat. And now I just witnessed a Tennessee player take a dive. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that was
a sniper
dive. Yeah, that was we don't have the right personnel in the field. Quick, get down play. And it happens all the time, by the way. There's no way to stop. He's probably cramping, so I get it. But it's, whatever. I'm going to leave it there. Good run by Gibbs.
Right there. Timeout on the field. 11:56 to go. Bama trailing. And we will keep the game, or keep the coverage right here.
Let's keep it here.
Let's keep it right here.
So to just explain what happened right there with the catch, it was a simple swing pass. Great decision by Bryce. He was pressured in the pocket, nobody up and downfield. And he just dumped it off to Gibbs. And there was a man flanking Gibbs out on the outside. There was also a guy about 5 yards behind him, and Gibbs gave a little jiggle, turned on the jets, beat the first guy, beat the second guy, and then just kind of waltzed out of bounds for a big gain. He has got a lot of speed and a lot of quickness. We were getting to the line of scrimmage to run a play, and someone called a cramp.
He runs fast. Jameer Gibbs does.
He does.
And he's got an extra gear.
He does.
That is ridiculous.
I agree. You know, but for a guy who's so fast, sometimes the problem with fast running backs like that, since we have a break here, I can get a little technical, is they get to the hole too quickly.
Yeah.
Like they're too fast to the hole.
Right.
Because they're so fast they can't slow their bodies down. Gibbs is so good at being patient. You watch him, he almost looks like he's just sauntering behind the line of scrimmage. As soon as he sees that hole, his change of direction and change of speed is unbelievable. It's a big problem because you get fast guys, they just always want to run fast. You got to know when to run fast as a running back, and he's got a great feel for that, of understanding, because you don't want to rush your blocks. You got to give him time to set up and the play to develop, and then once you see the hole, then you take it from second gear to fifth gear as quickly as possible, stick your foot in the ground. He's the best in the business of that kind of thing right there. Reminds me a lot of Alvin Kamara, honestly. I mean, he's that kind of guy.
Right.
Really good out of the backfield. Great change of speed, and he has that, like, it almost looks like he's bored or not even trying when he has the ball initially, but all he's doing there is he's setting up his blockers and he's waiting for his opportunity to hit the Jets.
Bryce Young, 29 of 40, 364 yards and a touchdown. His counterpart, Hendon Hooker, 17 of 25, 325. 4 scores and his first interception of the year. Hooker's also run it 11 times for 50 yards and actually leads them in that category. Jameer Gibbs, 23 carries, 103 yards and 3 touchdowns, leads Alabama right there. All right, so here we are inside the 35-yard line. Fresh set of downs. Momentum a bit slowed by the injury timeout. What are you looking for in this next sequence from Bill O'Brien and the Tide?
I think keep it rolling. He's done a good job tonight of bearing our play calling, giving it to Gibbs. I would love just if Bryce did not have to buy time, run for his life, and almost get decapitated. That's what I would love, because that's almost happened a few times. So I think Ja'Cory Brooks has been a weapon in this area of the field. I like Ja'Cory Brooks on some kind of crossing route.
He was trying to run one. Well, it was a scramble play, so not a true route on that pass interference call on third down that set things up for Alabama to score the touchdown that, with an extra point, gave them the brief lead.
Well, he's not even in the game, so it'd be tough to run a crossing route here.
No question. Amari Nyblack in, along with Bond and also Jermaine Burton to the right side. Here comes Nyblack to the left side now. Single setback. Gibbs alongside Bryce Young. Bryce directing traffic. Plenty of time on the play clock. Gets the snap off. Pressure coming from the edge. Spins away from one, but another one brings him down. Back at midfield. A terrible time for the first sack of the game. It is all the way back at midfield. A huge loss of 15 on that play.
Well, that was the stoppage there was key. They had time to set everything up. They brought pressure, and it was just complete confusion on the offensive line. The offensive line thought it was a run. They went the opposite direction. No one touched the defensive end. That's never a good recipe for success when you don't touch a pass rusher on a pass play. 2nd and 24, empty set. Gibbs goes wide right now for the Crimson Tide. Hurts directing traffic with a game clock under 11 minutes. Stepping up in the pocket, he's going to throw. He's got a man. JoJo Earl 20, JoJo 10, JoJo 5. First down, Alabama. The Tide back inside the Chick-fil-A red zone, knocking on the door, trying to tie it up. 42 yards on the play. Houdini does it again. Bryce Young, you are ridiculous. I mean, unbelievable. I don't know how JoJo Earl got that open. I think his man must have come up to try to tackle Bryce Young as he stepped up in the pocket, but he was wide open, and Bryce Young took a big lick as he just flicked it to the left sideline, and JoJo Earl did the rest. Gibbs, the single setback, play action to him. Bryce rolling the pocket, looking, makes one man miss, stretches forward and gets to the 4-yard line. It'll be 2nd and goal from right there. Good coverage there by Tennessee. They were trying to get Gibbs in the flat on the right. He was lined up in the backfield, and Tennessee covered it well. Bryce Young, please don't get hurt. Just throw it out of bounds. Be safe.
Danico Slaughter is the one who made the stop after the 1-yard pickup. You got a wide out to the right. You've got 2 stacked to the left. The single setback again is Gibbs as Bryce works.
Trick play. Oh, no, that's not.
He walked up to the line. Now he walks back to his spot in the pistol formation. Waiting on the count, gets the snap, looking, Bryce moving to his left, rolling to his left, stopping, running to his right, running forward, hit and down at the 1-yard line and hit hard, and he's okay, but he's upset that he didn't find the end zone. It'll be 3rd and goal from just outside the 1.
Man, Bryce is looking like Johnny Manziel tonight. It's unbelievable. He's scrambling around everywhere, making plays. I thought he was just going to throw it away, but there's no throw it away in this guy. That shoulder must be feeling okay because he's certainly not being cautious with it.
Gibbs in the backfield. 2 wideouts brought in tight to the right side, 1 to the left. 3rd and goal. Gibbs going right. Snap, looking, throwing in and out of the hands of Cameron Latu. Incomplete. And it'll be 4th down and a yard for Alabama. And let's see what Nick Saban opts to do right here.
Oh, you got to go for it. Call me old-fashioned, Chris, but let's on the 1-yard line, 3rd and 1. Let's bring the big fellas in and rumble it in. 2 shots from the 1. I'll take it, even though that ball was right off Latu's hands. Should have come up with it. But I guess you don't like to take the ball out of Bryce Young's hands in any situation. I get that.
Here we go. With 8:44 to go. Play clock under 15. Bryce with Gibbs to his left. Operating again from the pistol. 2 wideouts right, 1 left. 4th and goal from outside the 1. Young dropping back, looking, stepping up, throwing. Got him. Touchdown, Latu. Alabama 2 within 1. Bryce Young almost ran it. It would have been a mistake. It wasn't a jump pass. It was a set shot. And it found the bottom of the sack. And Alabama, with 8:38 to go, has made it a 1-point game, trying to tie it up right here.
Well, Latu was well covered initially, but you're right. As soon as Bryce Young looked like he was going to run it, everyone stepped up to try to tackle him, and he just almost flipped it forward to a wide-open Latu. Unbelievable play again by Bryce Young, who is creating tonight. He's looking like a point guard, Chris Stewart. Unbelievable effort.
Split the uprights, did Will Reichert, and the Tide has evened the score at 42 with 8:38 to go. I know you ain't going anywhere, but we are. We need a break. What a ball game here in Knoxville on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar. Or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Bancorp South Bank and Cadence Bank have come together to form a new, even better bank. The new Cadence is more than a merger. Together, we offer more convenience, accessibility, and simplicity through an expanded branch network, secure technology, and enhanced products and services. It's the best of both banks from the same financial services experts you know and trust. Cadence Bank, helping opportunity take shape. Visit cadencebank.com/the new Cadence. Member FDIC.
We've all been caught up in the little chores that pile up every day. The dishes in the sink, the trash that needs taking out, the pesky check engine light. Isn't it time to make a change and escape to a whole new world of possibilities? Where there's dinner without dishes, nights filled with adventure, and every day you feel like a winner. A little change can go a long way when you escape every day at Wind Creek Casino and WindCreekCasino.com.
Still 8:38 left to go from Neyland Stadium. Alabama and Tennessee tied at 42. Bromberg scoring drive for the Crimson Tide. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock as Bryce Young connected to Cameron Latu on 4th down just a moment ago at the goal line for the Crimson Tide. And already we've had 84 combined points in this game. Highest scoring Tennessee-Alabama game since 2003. A 5 overtime game where Tennessee won 51-43 in the regular season. Highest total was 79 combined points. That was here in Knoxville in 2018. A 58-21 win for the Crimson Tide.
Roger, thank you. Barrett Jones, you ever watch the Rocky movies?
Yes, I have. All of them.
If I say cut me Mick, well, you know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. I feel the same way.
Will's kicking it off, and it sails towards the end zone, and it'll be fielded. They're going to bring it out 5, 10, 15, and shy of the 20-yard line.
And a flag.
Flag comes in, a calculated mistake, and maybe a big one by the Volunteers there.
Oh, he just got bored. Too many touchbacks. He finally decided to take one out.
Read a book. Don't do that if you're him. But I'm glad he did for us.
Illegal block of the back. Return team number 19. The penalty is half the distance to the goal from the start of the foul.
5-yard line.
First down, Tennessee.
That is huge. Absolutely huge for the Crimson Tide there.
That's enormous for sure.
Instead of getting the ball out at the 25, a penalty, and they've got it at the 5-yard line.
Yep.
Incredible.
Well, we mentioned the 84 points. How about 982 yards, and we still have 8.5 minutes to go in the football game. That's a lot of yards.
Alabama's defense trying to step up and regain control right here. 3 and out right now would be absolutely massive for this Crimson Tide defense. Got to get pressure on Hendon Hooker. He will go play action, looking to throw. Now he's going to run. He will move forward. He'll pick up 8 yards, maybe 10. Falling forward, he did get to the first down mark. DeMarco Helms applied the hit, but not until Tennessee picks up a first down out to their own 15-yard line.
Great coverage. Just got to bring him down.
Play action again. Hooker trying to step up in the pocket. Does so. Goes down before he gets hit by Brian Branch. A gain of about 5 or 6. Or less than that, excuse me. Boy, he went down a lot sooner than I thought. They're going to spot him after only a 2-yard gain. So 2nd and 8 balls from their own 16. They
Ball's out!
The deck. Picked up Bama. Touchdown. Dallas Turner. Scoop and score. An assist from Barrett Jones as Alabama gets the takeaway and regains the lead. Wow.
The first thing you do at practice every day if you're a quarterback, you work on those exchanges with the center, and then you work on the exchanges with the running back on zone reads. At that time, just a miscommunication as Hooker thought he handed it off. Small thought he pulled it. The ball dropped on the turf. Both of them looked at it. Dallas Turner picked it up and rumbled into the end zone for 6. And oh, baby, have we won the turnover battle so far in a big way here, 2-0. Enormous play there by the defense to get the Tide back on top.
There are takeaways, there are giveaways, and that one was gift wrapped. Now trying to put the bow on it right here with an extra point. Reichard's kick is up. It is good. And wow, 49-42 Bama, 7:49 left to play. Blood in the water when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
It's football season. Time to take your tailgate tradition to the next level with the Ford F-150 truck. Power up with an available ProPower onboard generator and with an available 3.5-liter EcoBoost engine. You can tow just about anything you need to rule the stadium lot. For great offers on F-150, visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. All models, trims, or features may be available. Contact your dealer for more information.
Papa Murphy's Pizza is a preferred pizza of the Crimson Tide. On game day, stop by any Papa Murphy's Pizza concession stand inside Bryant-Denny Stadium and get the pizza that rolls with the Tide. Papa Murphy's Pizza makes their dough fresh every day and uses 100% real mozzarella cheese. Cheese grated from a block, not poured from a bag. Dough made from scratch and not pulled from a freezer. You'll taste the difference. Enjoy Papa Murphy's at the game or visit papamurphys.com to find a location near you when the Tide is on the road. Papa Murphy's Pizza, an official partner of Crimson Tide Athletics.
7:49 left to go at Neyland Stadium. Now it's Alabama 49 and Tennessee 42. The Bromberg scoring drive for Alabama, 11-yard touchdown scored by Dallas Turner, picking up the loose ball and bringing it to the checkerboard end zones to put the Crimson Tide in front by a touchdown. Once this game is over, we still have 7 minutes 49 seconds left to go in Knoxville, but stay with us after the ball game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Nick Saban. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment, your John Deere dealer for North Alabama and Middle Tennessee.
Unbelievable turn of events. Crimson Tide getting a scoop and score as Hendon Hooker and I believe Jabari Small. Confusion on the exchange. Small didn't know he was supposed to have it, and Hooker didn't know he didn't take it. And Dallas Turner was there to pick it up and waltz into the end zone from about 15 yards out, giving Alabama just its second lead of the day, 49-42, with 7:49 remaining in this fourth quarter.
Wow, what a game, Chris. I mean, other than the fact that it's taken years off my life, I've really enjoyed it. I'm going to have to go see a physician for my blood pressure after this.
I got a few numbers for you.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Here's Will Riker to kick it off. Beauty into the end zone, and not a surprise, they don't run this one out. We pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Jimmy Holiday rolled the dice, returned one earlier. A penalty brought it out to the 5, or back to the 5, and it was chaos after that for Tennessee. Now the Vols facing Bama's three-man front of Young, Dale, and Smith. Will Anderson walking up from the edge. They will hand it off left side. They will get 3, maybe 4, 5, or more. Wow, how about 10 by the time the pile stopped moving? Jabari Small again on the carry for Tennessee, or check that, it was actually Jalen Wright. 2.5 yard. They hand it to him again. He's got a first down, but not much more as Alabama collects him there. The ball hit the deck again, but the whistle blew it dead first. Bama almost had another takeaway.
That was close, but yes, forward progress appeared to have been stopped based on when I heard the whistle when the ball came out.
That ball was out before he went down, but did the whistle blow?
Yes.
They snapped it in time. They'll throw left side, and that is caught, but only a gain of about a yard. I don't know how in the world Ramel Keaton caught that ball. We had an angle that looked like it was going to be offline by 5 yards, and he still got it.
Incredible catch right there.
2nd and 8. They'll hand it off. They'll gain a couple. It's 3rd and 4 upcoming for the Volunteers.
Huge play. 3rd down right here.
Is it 2-down territory for them with 6:55 to go and moving?
Depends on how short it is. If it's fourth and 1, they'll go maybe 2, but if not, they'll punt it. It's my guess.
4 of 9 on 3rd downs of the Vols. Bama looking for a stop, trying to get them off the field. 3 wideouts left, 1 right. Hooker looking. Throwing, it is incomplete. Oh! And a late flag coming in from 25 yards away. Brian Branch must have had a hand on the back of the receiver, Ramel Keaton. And they're going to call pass interference there.
Pass interference, defense, number 14. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul, includes an automatic first down.
Oh, man. That was... I don't know, man. I would have called that one. Maybe I can be biased, but that
pass was not going to be called anyway. It was underthrown.
Oh my goodness!
Terrible break.
Earmark that one
on what is the 15th penalty for 110 yards on Alabama today, and now turning in tonight here on Rocky Top. They bring Jacob Warren in to the left side of the formation. Play action. Hooker looking across the middle. It is incomplete. And I don't know what our safety was looking at. He had a pick 6, maybe, if he can see the football. Jalen Hyatt was there, and
Jordan Battle just never picked the football up.
Never saw it. That's why.
It was good pressure in Hooker's lap. And good pressure forces inaccurate throws. It one hop to him. He probably could have caught it.
Second down and 10. Handoff up the middle, spinning away from one man and gaining about 6 on the play is Jalen Wright. It'll be third and around 5 yards maybe now, they say, for a first down.
Another third down opportunity right here. This is certainly 4-down territory, but you got to get a stop on third down. No penalties.
4 of 9 of the balls on third down today. Handoff, Wright, first down, more. Wright finally wrapped up and brought down at the 35-yard line. Jordan Battle is the one that finally got into the turf. But first down balls with 5:52 to go and moving from the Alabama 33. Hooker getting the snap, handing it off. Running right side again, but nowhere to go after getting to the 30-yard line. A gain of a couple before Henry To'o wraps up Jalen Wright.
Well, if you're wondering, why is Tennessee running the ball so much when they threw it so well? It's because we're keeping our safeties deep, giving our corners lots of help, and we're just kind of daring them to run it. We're going with sort of the death by 1,000 cuts versus, one big blow like we gave up early in the game, which, hey, I prefer this versus the 70-yard touchdown passes.
From the Alabama 30, second down and 8, we'll call it. Single setback alongside Hooker. They will hand it off, and back in the game small will push forward to the 25-yard line. Third and a couple from right there. Jalen Moody making the stop for Alabama. Handoff going up the middle again and stretching near the first down mark. Did he get it or not?
I don't think so. I think he's about a half-yard short, but they're going to go fast. We're not even going to get to dramatize it. DJ Dale wasn't set. Everyone needs to get their hands in the turf.
Fourth down and a half yard.
Now we're going to measure. I thought it was a generous spot, personally. I love being biased.
It's fun. It's fun. I've been doing it for more than 20 years on this network.
That's right. Well, I thought he was a half-yard short by my eyeball. Going to measure it, which I think is great for them to measure it, because if it is short, it gives us time to set up. On that 3rd and 2, DJ Dale was looking backwards at the call, and they've snapped the ball.
Well, they're going to stretch the chains.
Short.
And they didn't get it.
Good.
About 6 inches shy.
All right. Put the big uglies in right here. Let's get Jaheim Otis and DJ Dale in the middle right here. And they're about the quarterback sneak, and everybody in the stadium knows they got a quarterback that's really good at quarterback sneaks. Where's the beef? It needs to be right in the A-gaps. Put it in there.
Tell him, Clara.
Come on.
4th and a half a foot.
There's Jaheim Otis. He came in. I told you.
Otis, Young, Turner, Anderson along that front. See what the Vols will go with. Power eye set. They're going to bring everybody in tight. And
false start.
That's
they
exactly
were never
right.
set.
5-yard penalty upcoming on Tennessee. That is a massive call, I believe, upcoming on the home team.
False start. Offense. They never got set prior to snapping the ball. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Never got set. They tried to break the huddle and go quickly, and they snapped it too quickly before everyone was set.
That was bobbled once he did get it.
It was going to be close, too. There's a lot of penetration back there. They're keeping the offense on the field. Here we go.
So Bama takes Otis and Jamil Burrows off the field, though.
Yep.
And gets Byron Young back out there. This is 4th down. They're 0 for 2 on 4th down attempts today, and it's 4th and right at 6. They've got 3 wideouts left operating from the Alabama 28-yard line with 4:12 to go. Getting the snap from the pistol. Hooker looking, flush out of the pocket, being chased, throwing towards the end zone. It is knocked away, picked off, intercepted. Battle, 10, 15, 20, run baby. Jordan Battle across midfield, down the sideline, 20, cutting it back, and he is going to go down. And a correction, my bad, Kool-Aid. My bad, Kool-Aid McKinstry. It was number 1, not number 9. There is a flag back at the 5-yard line. We'll see what that's about. It was Kool-Aid that got the pick. And it wasn't hey Kool-Aid, it was bye Kool-Aid. He took off the other way and almost took it to the house. But I believe a couple of flags are going to bring this back.
Well, the question is going to be whether it was after the pick or not. I think it was. I did not see a flag in real time at the play. So I'm hoping it's some kind of block in the back and we retain possession of the football. There's one at the 33-yard line that's clearly something on Alabama. So it's not going to be a great return regardless. But I would just settle with the football, wouldn't you, Chris?
No kidding. The ball in the lead with 3:47 to go.
Malachi Moore made a great play tipping the ball up in the air. I didn't see a flag there on the actual play. Did you, Chris?
I couldn't get the jersey number right. Why do you think I saw who committed a penalty?
Well, there's so much going on here. There's flags all over the field.
During the return, there's no foul for a blindside block. Pass interference, defense. 15 yards for the previous stop. Defense now got a first down.
Holy cow.
Wow. That's worse than we could have imagined.
I did not see that flag in real time. That is a highly questionable call. I do not. That's horrible. Wow. Anyone who says Bama gets all the calls, this is a game. That was the 16th penalty. That's the most ever under a Nick Saban team. 16. We broke the 15 record that we set at Texas. And it was a bad time to do it. Holy cow. We thought the game was over, and now it's very much not.
3:47 to go. Tennessee ball at the Alabama 13-yard line. Balls with two wideouts right, one wide to the left. Two men in the backfield. One is a wing, and another to the left of Hendon Hooker. Play action, throwing, slant, catches made. Touchdown, Tennessee. Jalen Hyatt makes the grab, and they go from utter dejection to jubilation here in Knoxville. But they still need an extra point to tie it up, and they've missed one here today. And with 3:26 to go, even if they make it, Bryce Young and company will have a chance.
Wow.
Here's Chase McGrath.
I still can't believe the call. I really can't. I didn't see pass interference there. I really didn't.
Solansky the hold. High snap. Kick is up. It is good. And we are indeed tied at 49 with 3:26 to play.
All right. We're going to table that for now, Chris, even though I'm not done talking about it. And I'm just going to say this. We talked when we were down 28-10. We would have taken Bryce Young with the ball with 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. The best player in the country. If he plays like he has played tonight, he will be the repeat Heisman winner with the football with a chance to win the game. So I guess I'll take it, given the way our defense has played tonight. But, man, I disagree vehemently with that call that we had there on that last play.
Scoring drive recap brought to you by Bromberg's. 11 plays. 75 yards, 4:23 left to go in this one.
Am I crazy? Did you think it was pass interference?
I did not watch it in real time and didn't think so on the replay either. Correct myself. 4:23 the time of possession on the drive. 11 plays, 75 yards on the game-tying scoring drive for Tennessee.
How about a Jalen Hyatt update? 6 catches, 207 yards, 5 touchdowns. I think he's a problem. What do y'all think? 6 catches, 207 with 5 touchdowns?
With a 3-minute, 25-second drive to win the game. Hopefully we won't have to see him with the ball in his hands again. Alabama waiting to return the kick.
Man. Talk about opportunities right there. I got to get over it. I'm trying to move past it. Rip off the rearview mirror. That's what my coaches used to always tell me. You got to. Hey, if you're on offense, you don't care.
Paxton Brooks kicking it off. It is a high end under end kick that will sail into the end zone and through it. That'll be a touchback, and Bama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line.
It's been a while since we've seen Bryce Young after that fumble that we had for recovered for a touchdown, and then a long drive by Tennessee. So offense is fresh. They're fired up. And this is the moment you live for right here. I mean, you love it. I hate to be that guy. I remember this moment so vividly. Auburn, 2009, we got the football. We were down, knew we had a chance to win it. This is the one they remember right here for Bryce.
Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield with Bryce Young. 2 wideouts left, 1 to the right side. Young again from the pistol. Waiting, getting the snap. Handing it off. Gibbs right side. Gibbs stacked up. Gibbs fighting forward, but only back to the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. It's 2nd and 10 with the clock moving at 3:15 to go.
Every single time we have a start to a drive, we run it on first down. I'm not really sure. I think Tennessee's got to figure that out.
3 wideouts left now for Alabama. Young getting Gibbs to his right side. And Bama moved. Had a receiver flinch. Trayshawn Holden flinched. Bryce pumped his hands like he was going to clap them.
False start. Offense, number 11. 5-yard penalty.
17 penalties, 129 yards tonight.
That's
Alabama.
now a school record. The school record was 16. The Saban record was 15. So we've broken all the records. 17 accepted penalties. That is mind-boggling, baffling.
Infuriating. 2nd and 15 now for the Tide. Empty set for Young. Gibbs the wide out to the near side of the field. Bama looking for another big play on offense. Tie game, 49-all with 2.5 minutes to go. Getting the snap, Young. Pressure coming from the edges. Throws across the middle. That ball is going to be caught. What a grab in traffic by Ja'Cory Brooks. A gain of 14 on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 1. Make it 3rd and 2, actually, where they spot the football.
There's a contested catch from a wide receiver. My man Ja'Cory Brooks coming up with it. That was good coverage there. And he just got in there and ripped the ball away from the defender.
Play of the game in a game that's been full of them already. 3rd and 2 from their own 33. Bama with the ball. Young, pistol formation, gets the snap. Looking, throwing, catch, Gibbs, first down Bama, and the Tide will hurry to the line of scrimmage with 1:47 to go in 2 timeouts still in the hip pocket.
The game's on the line. You go to your best playmaker, Chris. Jahmyr Gibbs is that guy. I love that play call. You trust his hands. It was in traffic. He came up with a catch. It was a little angle route. Beautiful execution.
From the 37, their own 37 it is. Young stepping up. Barking instructions, going back, plenty of time on the play clock. Gets the snap, pressure coming up the middle, throwing across the middle, catch made. That's it midfield, first down Bama. Kobe Prentice, the freshman from Calera, getting the first down for the Tide right at that 50-yard line stripe, a gain of 13.
A great throw and catch that time by Bryce. They tried to blitz him. He knew where his hot route guy was. It was Kobe Prentice running a little seam route down the left edge. He was open. The safety couldn't get over in time.
Clock moving, hitting the 1-minute mark right now left in this ball game. Young directing traffic. Getting the snap, looking, throwing, downfield, incomplete. Confusion there. The closest man to it was Isaiah Bond, but the route was not what Bryce was expecting. The ball falls incomplete, stopping the clock with 51 seconds to go.
That was just Bryce having a smart throwaway. He knew he was in the pocket, so he had to throw it towards the receiver. But a smart play there by Bryce.
I believe our center is down. That's Seth McLaughlin, who got to his feet. And now a timeout is called by the officials. And they will talk things over with, again, 51 seconds remaining. In the Crimson Tide and the Tennessee Vols, in one of the greatest rivalries in the history of college athletics, involved in perhaps one of the most entertaining games in the history of this rivalry as well. Tied at 49. It has been back and forth all day. Take too long to recap it all, but suffice it to say, this is one that nobody's going to forget. Somebody's going to love. Somebody's going to hate, but it won't be forgotten by either side here in this matchup in 2022.
No, it won't. And just for some reference here, situationally, you probably need about 15 more yards to feel good about a field goal attempt. You know, maybe 13, 14, but 15 more yards would put you at a 52-yard, roughly, field goal attempt, which we know Will Reichert has that kind of distance. You wouldn't feel great about anything too much longer than that. Obviously, you'd love to get more than 15 yards. I'm not saying let's settle for 15 yards. That's just where you get in. You got 51 seconds, still 2 timeouts, so plenty of time on the clock. But I would love to see us get down to around the 20 to make it a little bit easier of a chip shot here.
So Seth McLaughlin, the center, is gone to the medical tent. Darian Dalcourt, the senior from Maryland, has come in to replace him. He was the starter prior to his injury, and then McLaughlin took the job and didn't give it up for a couple of games. And now Darian will be called on right here. 2nd and 10 right at midfield. Bama will go with 3 wideouts to the left side. Brooks, the single setback alongside Bryce Young. Now Gibbs goes to the right side of Bryce. There's the snap. Looking, pressure coming. Bryce avoids it, throws downfield, passing complete, and it'll be 3rd down and 10 with 45 seconds remaining. And Tennessee just had a player go down again across the way.
Yeah, a lot of cramps going on now. Yeah, I saw that cramp. That was number 14, Christian Charles, who grabbed his hamstring immediately after that play was over. Went down, so.
It's understandable.
Understandable. It's been a long game. We're coming up on 4 hours here, Chris.
And there is the potential to be here much, much longer.
You are correct, sir. I don't think anyone's left yet. Do you?
No, and I was really hoping we'd clear out some traffic between here and Chattanooga.
Will be tough. But you know what? Let's finish it off first. I would prefer not to go to overtime here. I can say that for sure.
Will Reichert's longest kick, 52 yards this season. He has shown the ability to make longer kicks, but again, he has not done that in a game. We got a lot of work to do before that's even on the table right now, though. Right at midfield, 3rd down and 10, Alabama.
This place is at full throat right now, understandably so. Everybody understands the importance of this play.
3 wideouts left. Tight end to the right side, Latu. Gibbs in the backfield alongside Bryce Young, who directs traffic. Play clock just at 30 seconds right now. That's not a factor. Bryce waiting on the snap from Dalcourt. Tennessee showed pressure. Let's see if they bring it. Snap, waiting. Here is the snap. Looking, throwing, catch made, 1st down. Brooks inside the 35. 1st down, Alabama. 38 seconds to go. Bama will hurry to the line of scrimmage and set things up after an 18-yard gain there. Bama hurries back. Everybody bunched in tight. Young looking, throwing, far side, incomplete. Latu was in the area, but it was beyond his reach. And you're going to be careful on any throw right here because you are within range at this spot of Will Reichert.
No doubt. From right here, it would be a 49-yard kick. So you like to get a little bit more space. A great throw by Bryce Young. Ja'Cory Brooks coming underneath on the slant route to pick up that big 3rd down and 10. Remember, still got 2 timeouts, Chris, so the whole field's open here.
2 wideouts left, 1 right. That's Burton. Latu, the tight end to the left side. Gibbs in the backfield with Young. Bryce faking the snap, now gets it. Looking, throwing across the middle, dropped. Oh, it was dropped by Jahmyr Gibbs. He was going to get at least 10 yards on that play and maybe a bunch more.
Might have scored right there. Might have scored. That was just a drop by Jahmyr Gibbs, a really good player. He ran another angle route. Completely angle routes when he acts like he's in a route to the flat, then he sticks his foot in the ground, cuts it back towards the middle, almost like a little miniature slant. And man, was he open. He had his eyes on the safety, ready to make a juke move to potentially score.
3rd and 10. You got JoJo Earl and Burton to the right side. 3 wideouts to the left, including Jahmyr Gibbs. An empty set for Bryce Young. Let's see if they bring pressure. They don't. Looking. Timeout called, I believe, by Tennessee. The Vols weren't set up the way they wanted defensively.
Tennessee has called their first timeout of the half. It's 30 seconds in length. Please reset the game clock to 25 seconds. 0-2-5.
So that's where the clock will be on 3rd down and 10 for Alabama.
Football.
Where's that line? Where's that line before being aggressive, but also leaving it perhaps on the foot of one of the most trusted kickers in the country?
Well, I thought the line was perfect on that last play. I don't want to bring it back up again, but that's exactly what you want. Jahmyr Gibbs, your most trusted leading receiver, who's also a running back right at the middle, who had the ball in space with a chance to make a play, and we dropped it. So, you know, I love Ja'Cory Brooks here. He's made some big plays. I would love to go to him here, another big spot here on perhaps another kind of slant route, something in breaking. The whole field's in use. Two timeouts, plenty of time. But I'd just as soon score a touchdown, Chris, okay? You got to understand, I came from an era where relying on the kicker was not a sure thing. Is that fair?
It's very fair and understandable. I just want points for Alabama. Whoever scores them, however we get them, very, very soon. 3rd down and 10, the line of scrimmage again. The Volunteer 32-yard line. Young, an empty set with 2 wideouts right, 3 to the left side. Bryce directing traffic, pre-snap. Gets the snap, looking, throwing it. It is incomplete. Bama wanted pass interference. Jermaine Burton said he was grabbed by a Tennessee defender. He had 2 steps on him, but the pass was incomplete, and now it will rest on the foot of Will Reichard in a tie game, 49-all, 21 seconds left to play in regulation.
And I hate to pick on the receivers, but Jermaine Burton ran the wrong route right there. Bryce audible. Latu and Bryce ran right up to Jermaine Burton at the end of that play.
50 yards from the right hash. The snap upcoming from Nealon Hibbett. Behold from James Burnup. Will Reichard trying to give Bama the lead. Snap, spot, kick. Plenty of leg. It is no good. Oh, just missed it. 15 seconds left, and Tennessee will have the football as Reichard had enough leg, but I believe it was just wide right. No more than a yard. Wow. Hammered it, but not through the upright.
He made it all the way to the stands. He had plenty of distance there, but it was right. There's a little tiny breeze blowing left to right. May have shoved that up just outside the crossbar. That hurts.
Tennessee with a couple of timeouts left, and the ball at their own 32. They'll take a shot or two to try to get in range where they could make a game winner. Snap, going to Hooker, throwing across the middle. Catch is made at midfield with 9 seconds to go. Ramel Keaton making the grab. And Tennessee burns the timeout there. They'll have one left.
Tennessee has called their second timeout of the half.
17-yard pickup there, setting up 1st and 10 for the Vols right at the midfield stripe.
Well, not ideal there. They'll probably have time left for one more play here. They have another timeout, so one more play, then they'll have to kick a field goal. So, yeah, that's it too if they run it really quickly. But remember, they only have one timeout, so that was tough. Their kicker, Chase McGrath, his long this year is 51 yards. So that would be the 34-yard line, which is 16 yards away from where they are.
Made a 52-yarder at Stanford back in 2019.
Look at you, going the extra mile. Big timer. Shout out to Tony Brett.
No question. It's all Tony. So from the 50-yard line, the Vols have it. 9 seconds to go, one timeout left. Hooker getting the snap. Looking, plenty of time, throwing. It is going to be caught right at the 23-yard line. A jump ball, and the Vols with no zeros on the clock. Did it hit 0? Please tell me it hit 0 and that's the ball game. Tennessee says they've got a second left. Drew McCoy made the catch.
The runner was down with the first down with 2 seconds remaining on the clock.
Wow.
Tennessee has called their third and final timeout of the half.
2 seconds left, according to the officials. And Tennessee will get a kick to try to win it and end a 15-game losing streak to Alabama in this storied rivalry.
Well, just horrible coverage. No other way to break it down there. 2 plays in a row. They only really had 2 plays, 2 timeouts. And they picked up 17 on the first one. And on that one, they picked up 27. So,
Chase McGrath.
Not good.
Chase McGrath, who's 4 of 5 last week. He's 8 of 10 on the year. He's got a 40-yard field goal from almost the middle of the field to win the game for Tennessee. A miss, and we go to overtime. And a timeout used by Nick Saban.
Alabama has called their second timeout of the half. This is 30 seconds in left.
1 more still left. Again, McGrath missed an extra point earlier in the ball game. Well, and that was big at the time. They made it up with the 2-point conversion after a touchdown later, but deadlocked at 49 with 2 seconds to go, and it comes down to 1 final kick for the Vols.
Let me just tell you, nobody feels good in these moments. The offense doesn't feel good because it all relies on one man's foot. The defense doesn't feel good. The kicker's mom doesn't feel good. The kicker probably doesn't feel good. It's just a lot of nerves, man.
Bama missed its chance. Tennessee now has theirs. At the end of regulation, the final play from 40 yards. Snap, spot, kick. It is up, and it somehow got through. It may have been partially blocked. It was a knuckleball. It was ugly, but it was good enough. And Tennessee has won, and the win streak in the series is over. Tennessee 52, Alabama 49. Bedlam at Neyland Stadium as they have stormed the field. Alabama players trying to get to the locker room after what was an amazing football game. As many crazy things as we saw happen in this one, it's almost fitting that it's won on a 40-yard field goal as time expired. What looked like a wounded duck somehow made it over the crossbar, and Tennessee has defeated Alabama. The Volunteers put Alabama at 6-1 on the year. They improved to 6-0. Barrett, other than the outcome, it was a privilege to work with you. Thank you so much for helping us out and joining us as part of our crew. I wish it was a different finish. Looking at the replay, it wasn't blocked. It was just as ugly as newborn sin, but it got through the uprights, and the Vols get a victory.
Well, probably one of the greatest SEC football games I've ever seen, honestly, as far as excitement level, not as far as execution. So many mistakes for Alabama. I mean, 17 penalties, I think it was, the most in school history. So many small moments where they didn't make a play, or they made a play, there was a penalty called. But you know what? I guess if I'm going to immediately enter the spin zone, everything Alabama wants to accomplish is still in front of them. They win all the games in their schedule. They can still go to the SEC championship, maybe face this team again, because they're pretty good on offense. So I don't even know how to explain. There's so many moments that we could point back to where we had an opportunity to pull away. A lot of heart that they battled back many times, but that's just too many mistakes against a good team to find a way to win.
52-49, your final. Stay tuned. Roger Hoover and Barrett will have the recap. It's coming your way after this on the Crimson